premier speed chess event of the year has arrived.
Oh, no way! Oh my gosh!
Since 2016, dozens have entered the SEC ring.
MBL does the impossible.
But only 2 have ever reigned supreme. This year, 16 of the world's best players vie for $175,000 and a chance to battle in Paris for the championship's inaugural live final. Through 3 blistering time controls, only the strongest and the quickest will survive. Don't blink. Remember to breathe.
Oh, he's one of me! Oh!
Round 1 of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship begins right now.
It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. It's the best event of the year. It's back. I'm here with Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, using the proper Daniel today, Danya. Danny Wrench here. So excited to be here for another match in the SEC. We got 2 in store today, a doubleheader. But Danya, first, you've been the one having the call for all the matches so far. How's the SEC been for you?
Good morning, Danny, and good morning, everybody. The SEC has lived up to my expectations for it, which are pretty lofty. It is my favorite event of the year, and then some. And there's been 2 buckets, Danny, of SEC matches. There's been the complete blowout, and there's been the crazy match that goes to the very last game. Nerves and tension abound. I think that today's matches are likelier to belong to that second bucket.
I agree, and you have the favorites kind of doing the thing they do. You have maybe unexpected thrillers that have gone down. You already alluded to the one that was truly a nail-biter between the Pawn Machine and Norbek Abdusattorov. But okay, today we have 2 matchups. Later on, Danya, we will have So and Lazavik, but first we have Firouzja and Grishuk. So of the match you look that got done there, well, I guess I'm bouncing around a little too fast here with the bracket. But let's talk about Firouzja and Grishuk. It's the one that's coming up. We already said that Nakamura and the Pawn Machine moved on and got it done. Danya, today's matchup, you have the current bullet chess champion, a star, versus a former World Blitz champion. A lot that we can preview about this one.
Indeed, and both of these players have demonstrated really good form coming up to this tournament. Obviously, Alexander Grishuk, he won Division 2 of the CCT, defeating Vidit twice to make his way from the losers bracket. He has just an unimpeachable pedigree when it comes to speed chess and Blitz. I mean, he basically plays speed chess when he plays classical, after move 5, that is. I mean, that's when he has 2 minutes or less. And Alireza Firouzja needs no introduction, and we've been singing his praises ever since the candidates. I mean, he's been on a tear ever since his disappointing performance, showing the chess world that, hey guys, I'm still here and I'm still very much a beast.
Well, let's dive into each of these players' pedigrees in a second. But first, what is their overall record? These are 2 guys of different generations, and so when we dive into the stats, we see they've played a lot of games on Chess.com. For the record, this is total Rapid, Blitz, and Bullet. But this is their first SEC meeting. It's an interesting one. I think it's pretty close overall. Obviously, the wins favor Firouzja, but I feel like in a match setting, sometimes you look at those more experienced players just overall in terms of their career, Danya, and you wonder what Grishuk might have in store.
Yeah, that's actually a very encouraging record for Alexander Grishuk. And I think some people might be looking at this matchup and thinking, it's going to be a total blowout. Grishuk's going to lose on time. I've played Sasha Grishuk many times without increment. And in Title Tuesday settings, he's a lot faster than people realize, even faster with the mouse. He's adjusted pretty nicely. It's not the same Grishuk that you would face on Chess.com in 2019 or 2020. He's learned how to stay with the speed wizards in time pressure, and I don't think Firouzja is looking at this match at all as anything like a walkover, which it's not.
Yeah, and I can't wait to talk about the specifics of a match. You just said it. When you're playing one player, you have time to prepare. You have time to maybe think about the stages of the time controls, where you might bust something out, where you might not. And again, I always look at the more experienced player in these settings and wonder what they'll do. But he's going to need every ounce of his mouse speed going up against Alireza Firouzja, because when you look at this guy's pedigree, you're talking about someone who is a bullet chess champion. Right now, he is the reigning Chess.com bullet chess champion. That's not an easy thing to do. When you're taking down guys like Hikaru Nakamura. And you said it, Donnie, he's been on a tear since the candidates. He won the Chess.com Classic, so he punched his ticket to the CCT Finals. We can see last year, he got by in a nail-biter against Dmitry Andreikin. But again, Firouzja just feels like he is on form right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing clean, crisp chess for the most part. He's had some off days. He had that off day in the CCT. Now, this is a 10+2 time control, so we can't really compare. But the day after that, he came back refreshed. He made the adjustments. He's really good at making in-match adjustments. And I really think the 5+1 portion is going to set the tone for this match. I think it's a great chance for Grishuk to impose his will. Definitely, the faster the time control gets, the more the inner demon of Alireza Firouzja really comes out. The speed demon, of course.
The speed demon, of course. But before we talk about the time control, because I can't wait to bite off the Smarter Chess predictions, I want to look at Grishuk's pedigree. Again, we talked about the fact that he'll need his mouse speed. He's been playing a lot of Title Tuesday, a lot of online chess. You said it's not the Grishuk maybe in 2019, 2020, who was struggling a little bit to keep up with some of the very fast events as the world went online during the pandemic. He is playing in some of maybe the best online chess he's ever played. I know that's a weird way to say it, but this is kind of the online chess Super Bowl, so it matters. This guy qualified through the Title Cup, which is a difficult task. You have to do it through so many Title Tuesdays. And as we've said, he's a 3-time World Blitz champion, so the pedigree sort of speaks for itself. I'll be honest, and I'll just share a little behind-the-scenes combo. When I saw that his only SCC wins were against Rapport and Nepomniachtchi, I was like, wait a second. That can't be right. This guy's an OG. I remember him going back to the GM Blitz Battle Championship, which was really the inaugural SCC for those OGs of October 2016. I feel like I've seen this guy lose to Magnus Carlsen in the SCC, seen him lose in an overtime thriller versus Jan Krzysztof Duda. So I feel like his SCC record, Danya, despite the fact that he's not in the chair with a very well-lit, interesting hotel room there, is better than 2 and 5. But I guess as we looked at the data, I'm remembering. I'm old right now. I'm remembering things of the past that aren't the present.
Well, I mean, also if you look at Grishuk's OTB achievements, he's a 3-time World Blitz champion, and that really cannot be emphasized enough. He won this tournament in 2006. The level of experience that this guy has in increment Blitz really cannot be overstated. And what can be and often is overstated is Grishuk's age. He's only 40. Some people make it out to be like he caught the last days of the woolly mammoth. And he was there when the Brontosaurus was rampaging the earth. No, I mean, he's still very, very sharp as nails, in fact. And he can keep up with Alireza on speed on his best day in an increment format, Danny. So I really think this is going to be a pretty close match.
The increment is the great equalizer, we sometimes say in the SCC. It ensures that the chess on the board will ultimately have the final say, even in bullet. But on that note, let's see who's going to have the final say today. We look at the Smarter Chess predictions. Will they be proven right in the end? Or will Danya debunk these? You see the 5-1 portion, also critical according to Smarter Chess. Grishuk even a slight favorite there. The tables turn as the time control gets faster by a single game, and then ultimately the nod going to Firouzja bullet. Frankly, I can see that being pretty accurate, but I wonder which time control might be the one that goes against those predictions, Danya, if Grishuk is to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for once I agree with Smarter Chess, or I disagree with Smarter Chess less than I usually disagree with Smarter Chess. I still think that Alireza is maybe a slightly bigger favorite than these predictions make it out to be, but Smarter Chess predicting Grishuk will actually take the 5+1 portion, and I think that's not impossible, and I think that's what Grishuk needs. One of the biggest keys to him pulling off an upset, and yes, I would consider it an upset. No disrespect to Grishuk, I think most people would, is getting maybe that 2 or 3 point lead out of the 5-minute portion, because clearly that is his preferred time control. Also, Firouzja doesn't have a very good record in the 5-1 time control. In fact, of all the players in the field, his cumulative score leads to about just under 20%. So he doesn't tend to start well if it's one of those things. Some people are a little slow at the gates, or whether it's the slower time control is just not to be preferred for Firouzja. He wants the faster portions. Either way, I think all roads lead to Rome in terms of the storyline. Grishuk needs to start well. He needs to get off to a big lead in the 5-1 portion and then hopefully hold on to it as the time controls get faster. On that note, let's remind everybody of what the time controls are, how the SCC format works. If somehow you haven't been watching this event for the last few years, we're kicking off with 75 minutes of 5+1. That is actually a slight change from previous years. It used to be 90 minutes. Then we go to 50 minutes of 3+1, ultimately
25 minutes of 1+1. When we get to the semifinals and finals, by the way, when we're live in Paris, for those of you who haven't gotten your tickets yet, we will be back to the full 90, 60, 30. So that should be all the chess the fans want who visit the arena and see the first ever Speed Chess Championship in live fashion. But there you go. It's 75 minutes of 5+1 to kick things off. I actually feel that that's a little bit in Firouzja's favor, Danya. A little bit less time for Grishuk to get the points that he needs in that slower time control. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, first of all, you said all roads lead to Rome. I thought you were going to say all roads lead to Paris. In fact, only
I missed my chance. Darn it.
That was just the one chance you have this broadcast, because I'm going to take the rest of the puns. Yeah, I mean, for Firouzja, I think that he has stepped up his game when it comes to his general maturity level and cleaning up some of the blunders. He understands he's got the lowest cumulative record in the field for totals in 5+1 portion. So he understands that. He's got the metacognition to make the adjustments he needs, but he is a slow starter. Yes, that is very true. We saw that in the Bullet Championship. I mean, I got off to like a 4-0 start against him, and I'm like, man, this is what they played him up to be, and then he ended up winning this entire thing. So I wouldn't make any firm conclusions, Danny, if Firouzja ends up, losing the first game or making some blunders early on.
You think these guys know sort of the storyline about them, like whatever the pundits, the so-called experts say about them? Are they aware that, hey, I am a slow starter, or this is what they're talking about, or just self-reflective in that I know I need to maybe get off to a little bit of a hotter start so that I don't dig myself a hole?
No, I think Alireza, for his part, is definitely aware, and I think he likes it. I think he wants to perpetuate this idea because he gets a rush from, maybe losing the first game and then coming back. Of course, I'm only half kidding. Ideally, he would get off to a fast start, but just some players understand that it takes them longer to wake up and to get their brains whirring. As you can see, Alireza pulling an MVL there, snacking on something. That's off camera.
Snacking on something. Grishuk, even though he's not at home in his normal weird lamp setting where he looks like he's under Soviet interrogation, he still found a way to get. Is that the first inappropriate joke of the day? Well, guess what? There's many more to come. He's still got some sort of weird light behind him, always playing tricks with our camera guys. All right. Well, here we go. We have a Berlin. Danya, a mainline Berlin with H3, the flexible approach chosen by Firouzja, gives your opponent a bit of a think because white maintains all the queenside development options there. Yeah,
first inappropriate joke and first inappropriate opening. Hopefully the first and last time we see the Berlin endgame. Now, Grishuk, very versatile in the opening. By nature, he's a Sicilian player. That's what he sort of grew up with. In the early 2000s, he likes the Najdorf, but you can understand why he would want to avoid an opening like that against Firouzja. They're rattling off what I assume is opening theory. A lot of pieces have already come off the board. White's knight is traveling probably either to F3, Danny, or to E4. Yes, knight F3.
Bishop to G5, the trade of all the minor pieces. White's hoping to use the 4-on-3 majority long term. Yeah, King G2 coming. Hopefully that F pawn can get going. Yeah, H5 is an idea you have to watch out for. The light square bishop wants to undermine these extended pawns. Oops, I forgot who was highlighting. I'll take my hand off the mouse. Hands up.
I mean, you're welcome to. I more than trust you, probably more than myself, to highlight moves. But Bishop E6 there, a very alert response by Grishuk. Alireza was threatening Rook A D1 and then Rook D8 mate. Now Rook D1 can be met with B6. Black's king opens up a nice little escape window on B7. First impressions pretty positive for Sasha here. H5, maybe.
H5, maybe. And then how do you deal with that? It's the thematic idea you always go for when you have the light square bishop in the Berlin. It actually looks really irritating here.
Yeah, I mean, H5, GH, you obviously can't take. I mean, you can take on H5, you just get mated. But maybe you can play bishop takes H3. And I think, unless White can make something happen on the king side, this is not looking great for Firouzja. I think Grishuk's pausing here. He's like, wait a second. This looks like a bit of a sloppy setup here for Alireza.
It's the first time Grishik's pausing and thinking to get himself under time pressure. You quickly made the joke that didn't get enough credit during our pre-show, that Grishik is used to playing with seconds on the clock, even in classical chess, because after move 5, he tends to go into his classic 90-minute think. Jokes aside, it has historically been a problem for Grishik in his career, because no matter how good you are in Blitz, getting yourself down under 5 minutes against the world's best is not a recipe for success. He does play h5, and it's funny because obviously Grishik, a stronger player than both of us, much stronger than myself. You wonder why he didn't just play it instantly. It's just funny because it was the obvious move, but taking a minute, more than a minute on the clock to play h5, you wonder what happened.
Yeah, and it looks like White has to play g takes h5, and maybe Alireza can go knight h2, but that's kind of an icky move. And then Black can play hg, and already some tactics on the horizon with bishop takes f2 check, deflecting the king. Alireza sensing the issues. I think he is going to play g takes h5. And something tells me Alexander Grishuk will see the mate in one, Danny. I mean, I know that is a bold prediction. a3. Alireza, I mean, Rome is burning while Nero fiddles. Thank you for the pawn. No?
Yeah, it looks like a pawn to me. Obviously, White is not losing after that. In theory, you still have 2 versus 2 on the king side. Black's only pawn advantage is this doubled one on the c file, but that's not how you want to handle the Berlin. The king side has been completely undermined by this thematic and typical h5. Advantage Grishuk right now, although still thinking a lot on the clock.
Okay, so bishop takes g4. Is that too good to be true? Asks Alexander Grishuk of himself. b4, bishop b6, c4. White trying to bury that bishop under a pile of rubble. But I don't think he's fast. I mean, maybe he was fast enough. Grishuk doesn't want to deal with it. a5 is a very heads-up move. Just as get out of here. I don't want any adventures. I want this d5 square for my bishop. That's even more important than a pawn.
It's funny. I like that move a5. It just shows that Black has already achieved a big goal in the Berlin with this h5 move, making the g4 pawn weak, right? The h file being open for the rook. So this is hard for Firouzja to play, and the eval bar kind of reflects that Black is sort of playing with house money here, can play on both the queen side, the bishop d5 threat, as you highlighted. The g4 pawn isn't going anywhere. It's always going to be a nuisance. So I'm liking how Grishuk is handling it. Again, on the board, not on the clock.
Yeah, the clock will set aside for now until he's like under 10 seconds. But b5, another excellent move. Very, Russian schoolboy, just carve out the light squares. He is running circles around Alireza Firouzja thus far, Danny, in this Berlin endgame. Bishop b7. You think I'm going to give up the bishop here? Absolutely not. And it's just a matter of time before he establishes a presence on d5. Lots of weak light squares. I mean, Firouzja brings all hands on deck here to try to hold his position together.
Yeah, I love this position right now for Grishuk. You're right. I won't stop. I'll stop worrying about the time. I have Grishuk memories in the past of what happens when he gets himself under time pressure. But it's a great game so far. A model performance by Black in the Berlin. Here comes Rook H1 according to the computer. No, Grishuk doesn't find this idea. Instead plays C5.
I don't like that move at all. That makes zero sense to me. I mean, you're giving up the d5 square. Maybe he wants to go c6 and bishop d5, but that's already 2 moves. And you're giving Alireza a moment here to either go knight g5 or bishop g5 or stir up some counterplay. I just didn't see the need. The d4 square wasn't that important.
Yeah, agreed. And Alireza doesn't miss his chance to play bishop g5. If the trade happens, knight takes g5 will be even better now that the light square bishop doesn't have this d5 square. This is starting to become a Berlin that could easily go White's way, despite the eval bar saying it's equal. This could be anybody's game just like that with the move c5 from Grishuk.
I mean, you could get a funny type of repetition with bishop e3, bishop e7. The bishop's just doing the ring around the rosy. Those movie scenes where, the bad guy is chasing the good guy around the tree and they're just like running around. You could get that. I mean, Grishuk is still very much in the driver's seat. All of the business squares are controlled. But Alireza is looking at that clock of his and he's starting to lick his chops. Like, you think I'm going to repeat the position? Absolutely not. Knight h4, heading for f5. Yep. And Grishuk's created some problems for himself. c5, c4, that was bad.
Yeah, too slow. Especially notice that Firouzja didn't let the black rook come to h1. Again, it backed up to d1 before even knight h4. So Grishuk has missed his chance to use that open H file that he earned with that H5 idea. I'm starting to feel a little Firouzja here. A little frisky. Firouzja's feeling frisky. I don't even know what the right F word is to use at this time.
Frisky, funny, flying Firouzja. When people ask you like what your favorite movie is and you can't remember the name of a single movie, it's the same with can you name a word starting with F? And suddenly I can't name a single English word starting with the letter F other than Firouzja.
Firouzja, and here he goes with F4. This is what White always has up their sleeve in the Berlin, a 3-on-2 pawn majority. And even if you get bishop d5, now the rook backs up to e2, and then where's the beef, right? What's the next move? In fact, we're going to see it. And, all right. I do like this now. Now that the queen side opens up, with that king on g3, you start feeling like maybe the white king gets itself in a bit of trouble.
I mean, this is going to be a good old-fashioned pawn race, and I don't mean the kind of pawn race you get in a pawn endgame. Firouzja trying to keep the queen side closed long enough for himself to get this avalanche through the center, but Grishuk clearly aware of the situation, rook e8, and Firouzja follows through with f5. This is looking very flimsy for White, but knowing Alireza, he'll make this work.
Yeah, and you start to come back to time, right? Even though I was premature when I said it earlier, but the truth is, unless you're going to play perfect chess, you have to speed up in those moments. Now he doesn't have enough time in the critical moment, does Grishuk, and I think you got to favor Firouzja here.
Danny, this was a fantastic recapture by Firouzja, not taking with the rook, because their rook h8 would have been a lot more devastating. Now, a lot of people might be like, well, what about rook takes c5? No, White plays rook takes c5. Now the knight can move, and I think the White king has this crazy evacuation route to g5, where it's actually completely safe.
Wow. No mating net for the White king.
Typical Alireza.
Yeah, this is great stuff. The knight on g6 is a perfect defender for the White king on g5.
Okay, bishop e3 now is maybe not even a threat, believe it or not. But okay, for this, the king is not safe. That was a slight exaggeration. And how do you get out? Maybe bishop d4, just trying to discharge the situation. Then Danny double on the e-file. And I would even consider sacking an exchange on e7.
But even I can play bishop f4. I mean, that's what I was planning to meet bishop e3 check with. Bishop to f4 guards all the checks. The knight on g6 is already guarding e7. Then we go back to doubling rooks at some point. I see that the c3 pawn is falling, but if you open up the b file, maybe the black king gets in trouble.
Yeah, but I think bishop d4, bishop f4, Firouzja, brilliant time management. Rook e1 first, so he wants to keep the options open. Now I think he'll move his bishop, and I think you're absolutely, knight f4, rook h6 maybe, and I don't like that arrangement, but Grishuk with 6 seconds, no, there's no way he survives this. He doesn't have enough time. Nobody's ever said that before, right?
Okay, bishop e7 check, by the way, is a threat. That would be mate. Okay, bishop d4 stops it. We should point that out.
Rook e7.
Yeah, here comes rook e7, and that's it. Especially with 3 seconds. And if Firouzja does go on to convert here, rook e8 looks pretty good as well. Swinging the rook over to b8. Okay.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Rook e7. It's mate. But okay, rook b7, rook a7, it's mate.
It's over. Rook d6 check. Well, before the match started, we said a recipe for success for Alexander Grishuk had to include a hot start in 5-1. He had to use the longer time control, where Firouzja has been one of the worst players in the Speed Chess Championship. But instead, the opposite happens. Firouzja hears the call to action, knows that he's historically been a slow starter, gets the first dub in the 5-1 portion, and I think that that doesn't bode well right now for Alexander Grishuk against the favorite in the match.
And in the second game, I did a double take when I saw this opening. Alireza playing a Philidor, which is not a standard opening choice for him at all. I mean, just like Alexander Grishuk, by nature, Firouzja is a Najdorf player. He likes the Sicilian, but he's been very versatile. He's been willing to try all sorts of things in the Blitz format. And okay, I mean, the Philidor has a pretty good reputation. It's a solid opening. And I personally hate facing it in Blitz. I play all of the textbook moves, Danny, and then I have no freaking clue what to do next.
Mm-hmm. Ditto. But I'm not supposed to compare myself to you, so I won't. But I agree with what you said.
Hey,
I feel like
remember our lifetime score, Danny? It's 1-0 in your favor.
Hey, I didn't remind the fans of that. You did. I'm just gonna drink some coffee.
I'm gonna drink some sparkling water because my coffee's still brewing. Queen to d6.
Is that a Pellegrino? Is that a Pellet?
It is a
what
Pellegrino. San Pellegrino Essenza.
All right, Queen to d6,
Morning.
the best move. Apparently, this is how you play as white against these Philidor weird hybrid Purts. Not very good for black, but harder to convert for white than you realize. That's really what they are. They're not very good for black, harder to convert for white. But apparently, Grishuk knows how to convert this, so we can learn something here.
Ugh. I mean, anytime a queen lands on d6 like that, it ain't good. And h6, Alireza, again, he's like, hold your horses. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine, Danny, because you want to go knight e8. And I'm going to show this really quickly. We don't need an analysis board, just so people realize why not chase the queen away. It's because of queen takes g6. And that is the reason why h6 closes one door, closes one Philidor, and opens another. That queen on d6, it can be chased away by the bishop. But if you have to put your bishop on its initial square like that, the queen drops back to d2. You can't go king h7. Alireza's position is barely holding on.
And the reason you can't go king h7 in that line, everybody, is because the f7 pawn is being targeted by the bishop on c4. So, Danya highlighting just how overwhelmed those black pieces actually are there. They look solid, but really dealing with a lot of tactical tricks.
Okay, queen e7, trade, and Grishuk getting a dream endgame, a5. Just the vice-like grip on the queen side, preventing black from pushing the b-pawn. Yep. But of course, Alireza's vaunted resilience, I think, going to shine through here as he tries to somehow regroup, rejigger his pieces, maybe get the king to g7, move the knight back to e8. I mean, this ain't pretty, that's for sure. But maybe it holds on.
Maybe it holds on, but again, all Firouzja has to do is hold on until Grishuk beats himself on the clock. I mean, did I just say it? I think I did. Because in the last game, Grishuk spent a lot of time and ultimately didn't play the best moves, which means his advantage disappeared and he lost in the time scramble. So, again, I'm not trying to overdo that storyline, Danya, but let's be honest. I mean, it's probably the biggest factor as to why he lost last game, and it's what people talk about with Grishuk coming in. Is just his need to not get himself down on the clock so significantly.
Yeah, and I listened to an interview with Grishuk. Of course, this is the most Grishuk interview ever. He's just like walking on the street. It's raining, and randomly, the chess YouTuber comes up and starts asking him questions. Very atmospheric. And one of the questions was, is your time pressure kind of a thing that to what degree is this a choice that you make to get into time pressure? I mean, do you like your time management? And Grishuk was like, no, of course not. I wish I wasn't a time pressure junkie. That's just the way I am. And he said the phrase that is applied also to college papers. Work, we say, expands and contracts to fill the time available to it. As you know from writing college papers, if you have a day, you'll take a day for a 20-page paper. If you have 3 weeks, you'll take 3 weeks. Same with Grishuk's time. He is a very fast player in bullet, but when he's got 90 minutes, he will spend them on the first 6 moves.
I mean, again, it makes sense as far as his mindset goes. It's not the best time management, but yeah, I guess the theory checks out in terms of why he struggles with it. But knowing that at some point you will get in more critical spots than the one you're currently facing, every second you take ensures that when you're in that critical moment, you will not have as much time than your opponent. And that's the advice I would give the other way. At some point, you have to move. He's down more than a minute already. Yes, he's in a great position as white, but where's the concrete knockout? All Firouzja needs to do is hold on.
Yeah, and again, 2 minutes now for Sasha. He's, I think, contemplating the move f2, f4, just opening everything up. The issue is if you give up the e5 square, black is more than happy to donate the f7 pawn if it means, getting the pieces out of the gates. I think the big problem here for Alireza is that he's not quite able to develop his queen side. You can't push the b pawn, you can't move the rook. a6 weakens the dark squares, but he's sort of nibbling around the edges. And so far, Grishuk hasn't made concrete progress in this endgame.
Yep. I like this idea of knight e2 when I thought he could get knight g3, because I think the idea down there was to play h4 and h5, prying open more squares against the awkward king side. But look at this well-timed knight h5 from Firouzja. Didn't allow knight g3. And as you said, white is... What did we say? White is always just favored in these positions. The eval bar is like always +1.5, and then like, where's the concrete plan? Like, I hate playing in these positions as white.
Yeah, king h2 is exactly what you do. I mean, you just kind of make small improvements and you keep your eyes open for a tactical opportunity. And this is why computers are so good at defending positions like these. But even the best human is eventually going to lose his patience. And there we go. Rook d8 infiltration. Grisha can now nab a pawn and potentially 2 pawns, Danny. Rook takes d7 and knight takes f7. I wouldn't overthink it here. If I'm Sasha, maybe he's thinking, can I double on the d file? But I don't know if that's necessary. Just grab the pawn.
Yeah. Take the pawn, take f7, and then take e5, right?
I'm not seeing... Okay, rook d1 also good because... But Alireza simply cannot defend the f7 pawn. So he wants everything. He wants the d file. He wants the f pawn. Black is lost here. Black is lost. I mean, f7 is dropping. e5 is potentially dropping. This is a game Grishuk has to win. He has got to exploit opportunities like these. He cannot give away positions that are this winning.
Yeah. He's down a minute on the clock, but this should be enough time. f7 is not going anywhere. He's going to win that pawn. So, okay, now he's got it, and you got to get this one done. Wait. Computer doesn't like it because of a5?
Computer doesn't like it? Yeah, probably because of bishop takes a5, knight takes e5, bishop to c7. Also, e4 hangs. We should not forget knight takes e4. But still, I'm pretty skeptical because white has rook d8 at the right moment. There's mating through bishop h6 is nothing. Typical Alireza. His king has 9 lives.
Walking into the face of danger. And usually living to tell the tale about it, especially in fast time controls. That is Firouzja's style.
Bishop h6 check. Now, where is the money? Obviously does not want it.
I don't even know that he does, though, because if knight g5, king h8, knight back to f7, can I play king g8? And the bishop is hanging. You
can't, but Alireza can.
I can't, but it is his game, right? This feels like one of those daily puzzles on a Saturday or a Sunday where it's so hard you beat your head against your iPhone trying to solve.
Whoa. iPhone. First of all, I have an Android S20. Thank you very much. And that is the superior phone. But okay, we're not talking about that right now because bishop takes h3 came out of nowhere. And it's black who's up a pawn right now. Grishuk can restore the material equality with knight takes e5. But look at Alireza using every inch of the board to get his pieces moving again. Black is doing all right here suddenly.
Just like that. Black is okay. And now the time advantage on the clock coming back to Hunt Grishuk. But king g7, is it knight takes g6 and e5? No. Yes?
I'm looking for it. It's not king g1. No, definitely not that because now black has a tempo and Alireza is now fully fine. Wow.
Alireza is fully fine, and the white king might be the one in trouble if you're not careful with those knights on the dark squares.
Absolutely, black is playing for a win. Rook e8. I mean, given the trend of the game, let's not forget. I mean, Grishuk's now frustrated. He realizes that he's frittered away most of his advantage, if not all of it. Rook e8 chases the knight away, but Alireza taking his time. Maybe thinking about a move like g5, solidifying the knight. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Okay, wow. Keeping pieces on the board.
Coordinating well. He'll play rook e7 next. Just stay solid. I think that Firouzja likes his chances with both sides getting down to the 30-second mark.
Okay, e5, very tempting, right? But knight d5 and the check on d7, innocuous.
Rook e7.
Because of rook e7. 20 seconds for Alexander Grishuk. We're going to be saying this a lot, but it is important. Chasing the knight around. The knight jumps up to f4. You could have mutual liquidation, and I think a draw is now quite likely. Takes, rook takes b7. White can win a pawn, but black's piece is very active here, Danny. I've seen Alireza win these types of positions.
Yeah. The e5 pawn will fall at some point. Alireza flexing a knight that is stronger than the bishop on f1. He's going to go get the e5 pawn with the king so that rook can keep guard. Oh, no. He takes with check now.
Okay. Now maybe back to e6. You want to be careful if you're Alireza not to lose one of these pawns. Grishuk is going to chase around them with rook a7. That's why he puts the rook on c5. Bishop d3 check, trying to initiate a favorable trade. Alireza says, all right. careful now. Alireza had no need to take that bishop. Now
Yeah.
suddenly it's white in the driver's seat.
The c5 pawn is faster than any others. Rook to g6 and c6. Black is behind by a tempo or two.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh.
Or five. Or six.
5 tempo. The point is, if both sides give up their rooks for the pawns, everyone, white wins because you take the a5 pawn and the b pawn becomes a queen.
And that is critical. King c5, king b6, Danny, you're absolutely right. White's going to go c7. There's going to be mutual destruction of the rooks, but white's going to come back and simply nab this a pawn. Grishuk's going to win.
Just like that, we're going to have a tied match. Grishuk holding on in the time scramble brings us to a level score of 1 game apiece. But Firouzja gave that game away with knight takes d3. You called it, Danya. Bad technique there, not to realize that the knight was really dominating. There was no reason to make that exchange.
Especially in a time scramble situation, knights are always better than bishops. Now, he did everything but the half point. I mean, Firouzja came back from what seemed like a hopeless endgame. He played perfectly for such a long stretch, and sometimes you just relax, right? You take your foot off the gas pedal, you think the hard work is done. I can draw any which way. And no, not against Grishuk. I mean, he is way too experienced to give away games like that. Okay, another Berlin. Is this going to be one of those matches, Danny, where we get the same opening in a theoretical battle that just repeats itself over and over again?
Look, if it's this line of the Berlin, I don't mind as much. That last battle we had was full of fun. Probably Black should have won with the bishop pair and a very well played h5 idea if you're just tuning in, everybody. Game 1, Grishuk had an advantage as Black in the Berlin, but ultimately let it slip in time pressure. So to answer your question, Danya, I wouldn't mind it as long as it's theoretical and we get to learn something. If it's the boring variations, I'm not into it.
In your classical career, did you ever play the Berlin with Black? Or did you go into the endgame with white? Because you were a Ruy Lopez player.
Yeah, no? I did a few times. I actually had a good record as Black in the Berlin, even though I mostly played the Sicilian. Later on, when I was trying to actually become a mature chess player for about a year and a half before Chess.com took over, I was playing the Berlin as Black.
I played it a few times, and every time I played it, I sat there praying that my opponent wouldn't go into the Berlin endgame because, well, I didn't know it. So I was trying to bluff my opponent into playing an anti-Berlin with d3, and it worked a few times. I mean, it worked against Ray Robson, but then I played this Belarusian GM, Sergei Azarov, and he took my queen, and I'm like, oh no, I am literally playing the Berlin endgame. It's like you're giving a presentation you have done zero preparation. I literally have no idea what I'm doing. Unlike Alexander Grishuk, who knows exactly what he's doing. This is good.
40 seconds on the clock. This is the best time management or the best position we've seen on the clock for Grishuk in the entire match. Firouzja's going full Grishuk here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think what he's trying to contemplate is whether to play g4. And this is what people really need to understand. The first game was a great illustration of this concept. Expansion on the king side is not always good for white because after g4, Black drops the knight back. And that's not a win for white, right? Because then h5 becomes a serious idea. And white can crumble very quickly on the king side. Alireza plays on the other side of the board. But now, I was going to say c4, undermining white's queenside pawn chain. Grishuk just showing complete command of pawn play in the Berlin endgame.
I love this for Black. I love the patience. You're using both sides of the board again because that bishop on d7 is a monster. We saw in game 1, if the pawn advances to g4, as you highlighted, then the bishop on the h3, c8 diagonal undermines things. And in this case, the bishop on d7 is reacting to white's a4. Am I just weird that I actually am biased toward Black in the Berlin? Like, I just like these positions.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, the fact of the matter is that Black is a bishop pair, and Black has fantastic light square control in the center. This is why white has tried so many different ideas throughout the Berlin's long history. And it has a long history. First time it was played, 1880. That's the first time the position after king takes d8 occurred. And Emanuel Lasker was an early proponent of the Berlin endgame. Harry Nelson Pillsbury, the top American player of the late 19th century, dabbled as well. Even the old masters understood that despite the kind of outward ugliness, Black's position is fundamentally sound.
Well, and now that outward ugliness has kind of disappeared. Normally you see doubled C pawns for Black in the Berlin. White has the 4-on-3 still. You can see on the king side, 4 pawns versus 3. But you're right. The main ugliness of the queenside structure is gone. The bishop on e6 is a hiding monster, right? Waiting to target that now permanent weakness on b3. Yeah, 97 just makes a ton of sense. In fact, it's kind of the
Is there
only...
another move?
Okay, Grisha, come on. Don't make us go into the typical discussion about time management. 97 feels like the only move on the board. Like...
What's the... Okay, c6 maybe, actually. c6 is a serious alternative. And after g takes f5, bishop takes d5. I would rule that out just because it gives white these nasty pawns in the center. But that's why Grishuk is Grishuk and Naroditsky is Naroditsky.
And why, up is up and down is down. I don't know. I thought we were just pointing out that.
Chess is chess, and Berlin is Berlin, and obvious is obvious, and commentary is good. Okay, rook d8. Same idea as c6, Danny, but Firouzja had this prepared knight f4. He is trying to lure black into the trade so that white can ruin black's structure with knight takes c5, which, by the way, is not necessarily that bad for black.
Yeah. Knight f4, inviting the trade, but then the c... Okay, he goes for it. I was going to say, but then the c5 bishop will go next. I guess he's saying opposite colored bishops. Black is probably in no danger of losing, even if you win the c5 pawn. b3 falls, and then a4 is next. Are you highlighting different colors just to see if I'm paying attention? Like, is this like a color test? Did I sign up for an eye exam and I didn't know it? What's going on here?
No, I only recently discovered multiple colors. I'm stuck in the early 2000s. I really just want to emphasize that this is a backward pawn, and black will attack it. And it's more for Grishuk's sake. Rook b8, bishop a3, mutual destruction on the queen side. Who is playing for the win here? I want to say black, but knowing Alireza, f4. Wait, knight d5?
I think it's c4. Oh, no, not c4 because the knight hangs, obviously, but knight d5 with tempo and then c4. I think that's the idea.
Alireza flirting with disaster here. He's always playing for the win, but sometimes that turns into playing for a loss. Knight d5, I think he maybe wants quick f5 and e6. Okay, Grishuk just takes a4. I forgot that pawn was hanging too. I don't mean to say anything controversial, Danny, but black is up a pawn.
Yeah. Hey, you watch your mouth before you go out on a limb like that. Rook b2 is played with the tempo. Computer says it's the best move. Here comes knight f4, and then the bishop goes to c6, by the way. Talk about some fun on the king's side, right? Try defending that position in a small town if you're white. Look at that.
Exactly. Agree town, population 2, and Alireza is about to enter lose town, population 1, because you have to move this knight. If you move it to c4, you get skewered. If you move it to f3, as you said, knight f4 is coming in. It's not even about the extra pawn. It's just you could get mated here in the span of like 3 moves.
Yeah. No, and again, the bishop coming to c6 at the end of the line ensures that moves like rook to g2 will be a threat, along with knight f4 attacking the h3 pawn. Man down on the king side here. This is scary for Firouzja. By the way, look at Grishuk. For the first time, he's not down more than a minute and a half as we're under the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, he's been fantastic so far in this Berlin endgame, and Alireza trying to give up as much material as he needs to just to get his king out of that trap. Knight takes h3. He wants king g2.
Yeah, he'll win d2 with check after king h2, which is, I think, the only move because of bishop c6. Yeah, king h2 is played.
And the bishop is hanging. So knight g5, rook takes a4, rook takes d2. The question is, how does Grishuk maximize his advantage? Does he play rook takes d2 and go into the opposite colored bishop position, or does he save his knight? My instinct, Danny, would be knight g5 and then try to get their black rook around to d5.
Yeah. What chances do you give black in the opposite bishop ending here if he does decide to take d2?
I would be worried because of the threat of bishop f8. And white, of course, let's not forget, has the potential of creating a passer. This is a very difficult decision. And Grishuk, will he go bishop takes e4? I wouldn't rule this out either because he does have that outside passer, and minor pieces can really struggle in situations like these. Fantastic presence of mind.
Amazing stuff. Okay, I wondered if a4 first was better, as you initially highlighted, because there was a threat of a3 due to rook c3 check, by the way, at the end of that line, winning a piece. Now I'm thinking he's gone backward, and I spoke too soon. Grishuk back under time pressure.
Just like that. 30 seconds. Rook A1. He needs to get this pawn moving. Alireza cannot take on H6. King H4. Now bishop takes H6 is in play, and white's suddenly also in the mix here. This is getting sharp.
You got to play A3.
King G5 and bishop G7 maybe. Wow.
By the way, this is huge. If A2, you can move the bishop because, that's why Grishuk moves the rook first.
And you can move it anyway, but then Grishuk will go rook C2 and A2. And black is knocking on the door here. No, he's procrastinating.
Well, he did that because King F6 wasn't possible because you could take the knight. So he gained a tempo to go guard F7.
Is it time for rook C2? 10 seconds. Because, listen, Alireza could go King F6, sack the knight for the pawn, and he's going to have connected passers. That is why Grishuk goes King E8. Now G5, and it's a wild position with an extra minute for Firouzja.
These are the kind of positions where there's almost no principles or themes to guide you. It's all calculation, and hopefully you can hold your nerves together in the time scramble.
Okay, so G5, A2. White can move the knight, for example, to D5. And this is pure calculation, as you said. Pure calculation, which I do not intend to do.
Yeah. You do not intend to do that as the commentator. We let them calculate this, but seriously, these kinds of endgames are just nightmares for everyone.
Literally. White's knight on F6. Running amok here. Knight G8 check, by the way, could be a perpetual check at some point. Because Grishuk will probably be unwilling to relinquish the F7 pawn. We could get a repetition as well here with the rook chasing the bishop around the diagonal. Okay. Now Firouzja has to repeat, correct?
Yeah, I think it's in Grishuk's interest, and indeed he agrees. Gets away with a peaceful result with only 5 seconds on the clock. Remember, a 1 second increment is helpful, but it's not enough to save a game like that. I think he was smart to just repeat moves there, Danya. Yeah,
and there was a big moment. If I can very quickly go back to the critical moment in that game, if that's okay.
Yeah.
If we could pull up an analysis board here real fast. Grishuk played a fantastic game, and apparently the big mistake for him came here. This is where he missed essentially a win with rook c2, and actually he wins a piece. Essentially, he wins a piece because knight e4, rook c4, the pieces are lost, and bishop d4, c5, deflecting the bishop. Now white has this insane way to give up a bunch of pawns, f6 and e6, but obviously now you're completely lost because you have zero counterplay, and Grishuk would have converted. So that was his big chance. He missed it. Alireza lives to fight another day. And they're playing this very fashionable Grunfeld line that Alexei Sarana, another SEC competitor, used to defeat Wesley So, who is coming up next against Denis Lazavik.
That's right. Doubleheader today. If you didn't know what you were doing on Monday, now you do. It's Wesley So versus Denis Lazavik right after this match. Very little break. Yeah, I'm replaying that endgame. Again, it shows that Grishuk's instincts to go for that rook versus two minors, Danya, was actually fantastic, right? And we applauded it at the time, but not finding rook to c2 ultimately let the game get away.
Yeah, now this position, I think they're following the main line of this fashionable bishop b5 check Grunfeld. And white sacrifices a pawn for very obvious compensation. I mean, you have a monopoly over the dark squares. It's very scary to have this with black if you don't know how to handle it. The key for black is to time the move f6 correctly. Play it too soon, and you create a host of other weaknesses, such as, along the a2, g8 diagonal. Play it too late, and you're going to get mated on g7. I like this choice for white, but Grishuk doesn't seem too comfortable in the intricacies, and bishop c4 now, Danny, is a big threat. He might have to give up a second pawn. No, this is not a great outcome for white.
Yeah, it's crazy that you're down 2 pawns with so few pieces on the board. Normally when you sacrifice material like that, you think of there's still a lot of firepower left, a lot of ammunition. But the dark squares shouldn't be underestimated. I know you're saying you're liking black, but I mean, I like that Grishuk is also all in at least, because from a practical point of view, it is blitz. And if he can get attacking chances, I like it. Bishop c3 and f5. I love how you're like a little kid who just discovered coloring books. You're just choosing different pens and crayons and like, oh, let's see how red looks on green. Oh, that looks good.
I mean, I am a little kid who discovered coloring books. But when I see the dark square
I'm afraid
control,
to show you the emote. now that you've discovered something that, we developed as a feature like 3 years ago, thank you. But also I could show you the emo palette. David Howe discovered that in Norway Chess, and he was like a little kid. I had to say, David, slow down.
Oh my gosh. That's why there's a break coming up. They knew that you wanted to introduce the emote palette to me. Be careful, because I might go AWOL as a commentator as I play around with it for 2 hours. Grishuk playing around with his queen, obviously dodging the queen trade, Danny, and F5. I mean, that is clearly what White's hoping will produce the desired effect on the king side, but I don't think it will, because it could even be met with G takes F5. Big deal.
Yeah, not right away, but do you try like H4 first as White? Not that you're threatening H5 now. The queen on B5, by the way, a very, very good defender. She has her eyes across the entire board there on the 5th rank. So queen G3 and H4, then maybe F5 and H5 are both coming. The one thing about this position, Danya, is even though those 2 pawns are great, they're not queening yet. So they look good on the queen side. But if you look at the other side of the board, you got to be a little afraid if White gets enough moves.
Of course. I mean, I would go F5, G takes F5, E5, actually. At least in like a bullet game, that would be my choice. Very thematic idea. I can see Grishuk going for it. G takes F5, E5. And this is a very instructive concept as he goes for it, for people to understand. The reason he needed the move F5, it's not just to open the G file. Yes, that's a good bonus. The reason is if he had started with E5, Black can lock up the king side. And look at this bishop on E6. As long as that bishop stays on that square, this bishop on A1 is going to be out of commission. That is why he needed to fill the square, and Firouzja unfills it. F4. He says, throw that pawn away. I want a pawn on F5 to keep the bishop locked on the square. Yeah,
great line, great analysis there. And this is a super typical kind of way to maneuver your pawns. Typically, again, Firouzja going to make sure that pawn on E5 stays put. But here now queen H6 is a threat, followed by things like rook F3, rook G3.
Ooh, getting frisky. Getting frisky out there.
Do it. Maybe, I mean, I'd love to play rook E3 as well. I have to be a little worried about the first rank.
Yep. Okay. Now rook D2 is possible here.
I feel like there's rook D2, and then the other rook comes to D1, and now watch out for rook D8. Here we go.
Suddenly, White's got all sorts. I mean, suddenly it turns out White doesn't even need the bishop on A1, which is currently completely out of the attack. But that adds stress to Black's position because this bishop is paralyzed. The moment this bishop moves, White will play fast E6 faster than you can say the words Alexander Grishuk.
Really? Okay, never mind.
You can say it pretty fast, though.
But I'm back to liking it. Like I said, from the beginning, this is a practical play, right? This is a blitz match. This is not, what we're playing in over-the-board classical chess necessarily. And not to say that this isn't even a thematic Grunfeld in classical chess, but I like the choice from that perspective, despite the 2-pawn sacrifice. This is what Grishuk needs to do. And again, before the match, we said he has to have a lead after the 5-1 portion, probably, or you can book this thing. So Grishuk has got to get a couple games here on Firouzja.
Absolutely. I think that's not an exaggeration. Now, a lot of calculating to do for White because rook E3, you pointed out, queen B1 check, not something you want to allow. You potentially drop the bishop on A1, and the rook on F7 is just an absolute hero. Guarding the critical squares. You called it, Danny. Now rook D8 is a mate threat. Simply a mate threat. Queen B6 check leaves the bishop on pre. Can Black keep his position together? I mean, White's coming in from all sides. You might have to move your rook to F8, but that is a highly undesirable outcome because then rook D3, rook G3. Look at how many different sides White is coming in from here.
I was going to say, if rook F8, there's even queen G5 check immediately, right? Because is Black going to play king F7? Do you want that? Maybe, but that's scary. Queen G5 check, of course, double attacks the E7 pawn. So if rook F8, queen G5 check is an immediate move.
Okay.
I like this from Firouzja.
Okay, rook D3, though. Yes, I agree. Okay.
Rook D3.
And no follow-up.
Are you just going to take a draw and remind the queen that she can't go anywhere but on the A2, E6 diagonal to guard the bishop?
Isn't that a funny repetition? Rook D2, queen C4, rook D4, queen B3, rook D3. It's like no matter where you go, I go to the same rank. The problem, Danny, is rook G3 check, king H8. White simply does not have enough firepower. This move, rook A8 to F8, fantastic presence of mind defensively by Alireza. Looks obvious when it's played, but those types of moves are really what make these players stand out. Rook G3, rook G6. Maybe?
Oh man, now you start getting scared about your own rook on d1 without that rook defending it. The queen, yeah. In fact, there may be a reason the computer says this position is level, despite how sharp it is. The best line might very well just be a repetition here. We don't have the lines in front of us, just the eval bar, so we're kind of, you know, analyzing as humans here, and I'm guessing we're going to actually see a peaceful result. Look at Grishuk shifting in his chair, a little frustrated that he might not see anything better than a repetition of moves.
Yeah, I mean, rook g3, rook g6 catches my eye, but black has multiple ways there to defend. You could start harassing the other rook, which becomes undefended. Yeah, and no reason for Grishuk at this stage in the match to burn all of his bridges. Good game for both sides. Really the most balanced game we've had so far. High level, and the score, Danny, is 2-2. I think both sides have reason to be happy here as we go into the first break of the match.
I agree. I think you could say that both sides might have reason to feel that a moment or two got away from them. But all right, on that note, fans don't want to let this moment get away from them, because it's your first reminder that there are still some tickets available, and they even start as low as 35 euros a piece. The Speed Chess Championship will be live in Paris, France. We're coming at you September 6th through 8th. There are still some VIP tickets left. I actually don't know if there are still some diamond tickets available. There were only 15 at the start, and I knew there were only 2 or 3 available heading into this week. So use the command TIX to get yours. Book it. You'll see me there in Paris, along with, well, we think some of these players might be there. Who knows? Danya, you're going to be in Paris, right?
Just got my tickets. The last direct Charlotte to Paris flight is September the 2nd. I just booked that ticket. So I'll be in Paris, admiring the Eiffel Tower and admiring these 4 finalists.
Well, we're going to continue to admire the chess on the board. It's the first match of today, which is a doubleheader in the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. More from Alireza Firouzja and Alexander Grishuk when we return.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
In recent years, we've had a lot of openings in chess that have become meme openings. So it could be strange, silly openings, and we want you to rank these different openings from brilliant to double question mark. And it'll be interesting to hear your thoughts on these different openings. So we'll start with 1 f3.
Yeah, so f3 is just a bad first move. I don't see any upside to it, even as a beginner playing it, so I'm going to rank it in this double question mark.
Yeah, 1 f3, I guess that goes in the bad category. It's like somewhere between bad and playable, but I think it's appropriate for bad.
Seeing some of the ones that are coming up, I'm going to put it as bad.
Okay, that's a fair assessment.
Yeah.
And then we have 1 a6.
It's probably going to be the best of the slots, so if it's very good, brilliant. Yeah.
Brilliant, okay.
1 a6, yeah, playable for sure.
I mean, a6 has to be at the absolute top, because I think Magnus and I have both won probably, I'm going to guess at least, probably 30 to 40 games combined between us with that move in Title Tuesday, so it's at the very top, absolute top.
Great. And speaking of you and Magnus, we have the Bomb Cloud.
Yeah, the Bomb Cloud is also at the very top. It's an opening that I think everybody knows, and you have to try it at least once. So very top, very, very top, S tier.
Yeah, the Bomb Cloud is pretty, it's double question mark, unfortunately.
It's the double question mark.
Double question mark. And then we have the Greek opening.
Which is what?
I think it's f3, king f2.
Yeah, that's I think I would have to say again that's a very, very bad opening, because actually in the Chess Champions Tour, the in-person final, I think in 2023, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, after tilting against me, he played it and lost. I think I also played against Kramnik in a Title Tuesday as well. So no upside again. Very, very bad opening.
Yeah, that's probably a question mark, unfortunately.
And then we have the hippo.
The hippo is definitely playable.
In this company, I'm going to say brilliant as well.
Yeah, so the hippo is another opening that I think is very very playable. It's not something that's out of this world good, but it's nowhere near some of the other options that exist. So I would say it's playable. I think it's playable in the middle.
The 2024 Speed Chess Championship rolls on here in the first matchup of a doubleheader on this Monday. That's Alexander Grishuk clearly taking a look at a couple of the games that he just played, maybe realizing a couple of moments that got away from him. Overall, we see the match is tied at 2 games apiece. But Danya, I wouldn't be surprised if he's genuinely a little frustrated. We see that right there with a 2-2 score in the 5-1 portion. All pre-match predictions were that Grishuk really needs to have an edge as the time controls get faster.
Yeah, hard to make any hard and fast conclusions. Definitely the onus right now on Sasha Grishuk to have a successful second half of the 5-minute portion. And I'm very curious how Alireza changes up his openings, because the Berlin endgame isn't really working out for him right now. They're underway, and Firouzja says, in your face, it's not working out for me. I'm just going to keep playing it and keep bashing my head against the wall.
He knew Danya was going to say the Berlin wasn't working out for him, so this was purely an opportunity to throw Danya's prediction in his face. Take that, prophet, is what he says. No, I think that maybe from his point of view, Danya, it's just a little early. I think from our perspective, we've really loved Grishuk's chances in both games, but he may not have enough time to have either gone over the games. We said Grishuk was doing some analysis. Firouzja, just so everyone knows, was pretty much away from his chair the entire break. We have the players on camera. So maybe he just doesn't know as clearly as we do that Black has really been in the driver's seat, Danya, and he's not ready to walk away from it just yet.
Yeah, and clearly doing a little bit of research, doing a little homework here. But, the Berlin is not going to be refuted in the halftime break of the 5-minute portion of the SCC. I mean, it's survived the test of time for over 100 years. Alireza, we trust his opening preparation, but, it'll take more than that to kill a bull moose, or to kill the Berlin in this case. E6, right? That is the move which is on my radar, and that is the sort of traditional Berlin breakthrough. If White can get this done under good circumstances, it often leads to a collapse of Black's position, but maybe not in this case, Danny. But it has to be investigated.
He goes for it. This is, a typical idea. You punch forward with e6. Let's highlight it. What this does is it opens up the e5 square for the other knight. It isolates the e6 pawn, as well as, of course, the diagonal that Danya just highlighted there with the bishop on b2. So White is now down a pawn, but Black has a ton of positional weaknesses. And guess what? The bishop pair no longer an advantage for Black.
I'm a little bit surprised at knight e5. I was expecting instead rook fe1. Maybe Alireza worried about the prospect of Black's rook coming to a2, which could very well still happen, rook to a2. And now White has to delegate, or I should say relegate, one of his pieces to guarding this bishop, either rook b1, or knight d3.
Thanks for telling me how you feel about both those moves. Right? I think his point was that knight e5 holds the knight on e7 down. If we can just highlight that, then if the knight on e7 moves, knight to g6 will pop in. There's a fork. There might be a trade on f8, and the g7 pawn falls at the end. I'm not saying this is exactly the idea, but the point is knight in e5 keeps every one of those kingside pieces underdeveloped. Nope, he's got a different idea. He's playing knight f7 with rook d8 check. Is he going to give up the c2 pawn?
All in. But wait a second. What exactly is his idea? Check and bishop e5. Is there a tactic? Rook b1 apparently is the best move. Okay, he does play bishop e5, and he walks right into knight c6 potentially, as well as rook takes c2. Now,
Yeah,
Danny,
I don't like this at all for Firouzja.
Yeah, but if he had gone rook b1, black would have had a very hard time actually untangling because this bishop has no squares. Okay, what is black's correct move here? Is it knight c6, or do you take on c2? Probably knight c6 first, and then rook takes c2.
Yeah, knight c6. Ask that rook what it wants to do. Does it want to commit to the 8th rank and give up the d file? Or does it want to back up and then black can start untangling that awkward development? So I like knight c6 a lot. Nope, yeah, Grishik says, I'm just going to take the pawn. Now there's a knight d8 check.
We can do this. We have the same position if black plays knight c6. I think you're exactly right. I think Alireza is putting all of his eggs in the knight d8 check basket. But how are you actually going to attack this bishop? See, the problem is, okay, let me put this, well, let me let the players put this on the board. Knight d8 check, trade on d8, and I mean, rook a2, rook a8. Black must have some way there of untangling the bishop eventually, no?
Yeah, those positions are super hard because...
Maybe exchange sacrifice.
Are you going to sacrifice the exchange, you dirty dog? That's the kind of thing you would do.
Black is better as a race in city on one.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad idea. The black bishop will land on d4. The b pawn probably falls in those lines. Take, is bishop d6 the move? Shake and bake?
Oh, it is!
Best by test. You're not allowed to use the blue arrow. That's the one arrow you're not allowed to use, so that whenever we see it, we know that it's the computer suggestion. For those who don't know, the blue arrow only appears when the computer says it's the best and only move, and Grishuk finds the best and only move. Let's go! First brilliant glyph on the board. You didn't do that, right?
No, I did not do that. My hands are off the keyboard. Now, I really think people should note this down. This is chess understanding in action right here. This is class, right? You want to know what class looks like? It looks like this. Why is black so much better? Well, it's because he has a 3-on-1. Oh, go ahead, Danny. And why is a 3-on-1 important? Because the b3 pawn.
Oh wait, I don't know how to get rid of the. How do I get rid of the brilliant symbols?
It's there forever. It's literally going to be there for the rest of the match. Look what
okay,
you've done.
No, I got rid of them. All right, here we go. Sorry, continue. 2 passed pawns and the bishop on d4.
3 now. Although I never know if the second of the doubled pawns can be considered a passed pawn, but it's not important. These passed pawns basically outweigh white's pawn majority because Alireza has a hard time here making his own passed pawn. At the same time, Alireza is not going to sleep. g5. He's 2 moves away from landing a pawn on f6. You could get a scenario, Danny, where black ultimately sacks his bishop for black's pawn, but with the presence of an additional pair of rooks, I'm actually not super convinced that black is easily winning here. Rook b2 check, apparently very important. c4 is what a lot of people would play, but you could end up losing one of the pawns to a move like rook e4. There's going to be pandemonium on the board here to end this game.
And this is one of those positions where, similar to a couple of endgames we've had, it's very hard to apply principles here when you have this type of pure pawn race, when you have rooks in these endgames with the minor piece. It's just basically calculation, which is so hard in a Blitz time control. And again, I'm not saying that to get us off the hook as commentators. We try to apply themes and principles that the viewers can learn from. But there's just, these positions are just insanely complicated. Forget what the eval bar says. It is so hard to calculate without there being a blunder.
No, and Dvoretsky calls these types of positions irrational situations, and it's so true. You don't have a compass, right? It's like your GPS doesn't know where you are. You know, there's one bar on your phone, and I mean, this is especially difficult to play when you've got 90 seconds on the clock, as Grishuk does. Now, I'm still looking at this move c4, and I noticed that if white responds with rook e4, the other pawn can rescue the bishop with c7, c5. So c4, f5. I mean, try to evaluate that position. I'm actually a little scared for black here. I mean, black can absolutely lose if you don't get enough progress in with your pawns. Okay, Grishuk is burning lots of time here.
Yep.
And we can't blame him, obviously.
Yeah, this is one where it's hard to blame him. I know that normally the punchline is Grishuk is thinking and then some sort of joke. But here, this is probably exactly where you need to manage your time before you commit to what is probably a variation that you can't take back. Once the pawns start pushing, you better have calculated something you think is forcing.
Okay, 45 seconds now. c4. What are the other candidate moves here? I mean, rook b2 check is the blue arrow move. I'm going to erase it. I don't want to see that move anymore. I want to see a move by Grishuk.
He does find it. Again, the computer said it was best. I have a feeling it's because advancing the B pawn is more important than everything else, Donnie. I think the idea is like B3, move the rook, B2. And I think that the computers see those things right away. For Grishik, it took a minute and a half. But now that it's on the board, I love this idea. And this is actually a really instructive theme for the viewers. It's not how many queens you get. It's who gets a queen first. So actually advancing just one pawn is super important and
10
instructive.
10 seconds, though.
Grishik... Okay, you're right. The problem... Uh-oh. Now, as I say that, he's using all the pawns. Maybe.
But Danny, you're right. Rook d2, and it's the key is to let this b pawn assist the c pawn. I mean, c3, b3. But which pawn do you push first? I would play c3. He plays b3. Okay. Oh my gosh!
That was the computer arrow saying c3, right? That was the computer, not you.
Yes, it was the computer. G6, but f5, and the bishop stops the pawn. b2. Black's going to promote first. b2. Gotta move. Gotta move.
Gotta move. He's got 4 seconds. This is the line you talked about where the bishop can sacrifice itself for the g-pawn because those 2 pass pawns are going to be unstoppable in one more move.
And Danny, rook b5 check looks good, but after king c6, the rook is not able to remain on the b file. That is the problem. Black has got everything under control. Firouzja playing way too quickly. They're trying to flag Grishuk. He should know that that is an invalid strategy. G6 there was a big mistake. He should have played G takes f6, and there it was actually anybody's game. I'll show this afterward. Yeah. I think White needs to find a way to set up a trap, something. But I think Grishuk's moves are too easy here.
It's not over yet, though. My heart is beating a mile a minute because despite what that eval bar says, I see 4.3 seconds, and I see Firouzja on the other side. Dude is pesky as they get. He's going to make this hard. That's why he's the reigning bullet chess champion.
Oh, yeah. G7. Rook D1, the rook D1, king G2.
Oh my God. Both sides are going to get queens.
And White is now trying to escape the check, so we could get a perpetual check.
What a save by Firouzja. Okay, we're going to have to bring up the analysis board as this next game kicks off, everyone, because we need to show not just what Firouzja should have done with GF6, but where was the win for Grishuk? We have to analyze this. What a save by the reigning bullet chess champion there in the time scramble.
And you called it, Danny. I mean, we've seen this so many times. Where was the actual win? So here's where the win was missed. It was in this position, as we bring up an analysis board here to follow the other game. But bishop to b6 is the winning move, slicing off, Danny, the rook from the control of the b1 square. But this is not what Grishuk missed. I think what Grishuk overlooked is that after both sides promote, with just a second on this clock, he might have forgotten that he can just chase the king around and deliver very quick checkmate. Look at this, mate. Queen a1, queen f6, just lovely chess geometry. He played c3, allowing rook takes c4. And then in the end, he actually could have promoted to a queen. And apparently Black is still winning with c2 rather than rook takes b1. Insanity. But how can he possibly see this with 2 seconds? Firouzja with another save. Let's move to the other game because we have a couple of moves already in. I'm speechless. I mean, what do you even say? How did he save that? Grishuk getting burned on the clock. And this is a very disturbing sign because, you know, they've got 3+1, 1+1. The time control isn't going to get any shorter, Danny. Okay, rook e8 here by Firouzja. He's preparing e5. This is a Rogozin. No, actually, it started out as a Nimzo-Indian, but it's a Rogozin-type structure. And we could get very quick liquidation here if Black plays e5, Danny.
Yeah, e5 is also the typical idea in this position. I think that Firouzja will go for it. It makes sense not just to fix the pawns, but also try to open the e-file while the white king is still on e1. Okay, he doesn't do it right away. Normally in a queen's pawn game, meaning a game that either started with d4 or a game where the d pawn is the lead pawn, you don't want this knight on c6 in front of your c pawn. As you said, this is kind of the Rogozin theme, but if you don't get e5, this will actually turn into a very awkward position for Black. So, I'm kind of liking White if Black doesn't go for e5.
I don't know why Firouzja's rushing through these critical moments early in the game. He's just sort of accepting a worse position. And you're absolutely right, Danny. If Black cannot squeeze through this breakthrough, which he should have considered on the previous move. I mean, let me just rewind for just a single second, right? E5 should have been calculated here because after d5, it's not the end of the story if you give up the c7 pawn. I mean, something like knight to d8 You give up the pawn. Okay, big deal. I mean, bishop g4, rook c8. Surely this is right up Alireza's alley. And I don't think Sasha would have taken the pawn on c7. Instead, you go bishop d7. And okay, black is solid here. And he does actually end up sacking this pawn, which let me bet a silver dollar on Grishuk not capturing. But still, as long as you don't play e5, you're going to be cramped for a long time.
How many silver dollars you got just lying around the house, Danya?
Oh, I got a whole collection going. I think I overused that reference, but I think every commentator has the comfort phrases that you end up repeating. For me, it's the silver dollar and it's the country mile.
Country mile, silver
dollar.
dollar.
Take it. Well, I'm all out of silver dollars. I'm in debt.
Spoken as someone who grew up, in the Southwest with just Wild West. That's your background, so it makes sense that a country mile and a silver dollar would be the first thing you'd reference.
That's right. That's how we talk here down in the South. A bishop a4. Queen takes c7. Well, he played it.
I was going to say, your silver dollar is, you're one silver dollar down, buddy, because he took on c7 against your prediction. By the way, rook to d2 would allow rook c8, and that's a puzzle rush tactic on c1, by the way, just to show that would be Chekalina Lashlambe, as they say. That means checkmate for those who don't speak Chekalina Lashlambe. Yeah. The queen has to run. The rook had to stay on a1. Grishuk did take the pawn, much to Danya's silver dollar demise. I'm liking it for white. I know the eval bar likes black's compensation, but I'm happy I've got a pawn, and the only thing I don't like, again, is what's off the board, the time.
Firouzja is just, ever since David and I criticized his time management that one time against Nepo, in this against MVL in the CCT, he's been on a tear, and maybe too much on a tear. Of course, he can now make a draw with knight takes d4, leading to total liquidation. But I thought he could have squeezed a little bit more juice from that position, or at least thought about it. But now we're going to get kind of liquidation. Actually, black is still pushing here because white's got some discomfort with these pawns, right? Bishop takes g2 and queen e4 check is a fork threatened. b2 is also hanging. But okay, there's no way white can be actually worse, right?
No, but also there's no way black could be actually worse. And so from a match perspective, this is just looking bleaker for Grishuk. Now, again, anything can happen. We're talking about the 3-1 and 1-1 portions as if it's a foregone conclusion. I don't mean to say that at all. It's just that Firouzja is the reigning bullet chess champion. Typically, he's one of the better players as the time controls get faster. Smarter chess predictions, like it or not, agreed with us, and that Grishuk needed to strike first in the 5-1 portion. So this is just not boding well right now in terms of where this match needs to go for Grishuk to have a chance.
Yeah, I think Firouzja just feels super confident that he is adhering to this clear strategy of pressing mercilessly on the clock. And he understands he's going to sacrifice some quality in terms of his moves. He's going to miss some chances, but he's chosen a strategy and he's adhering to it for the time being. Now, this game is very likely to fizzle out in one of many ways. Black can play something like queen b6, black can play something like rook c2, but ultimately Grishuk will put a pawn on e3, and despite outward appearances, white has no problems because there are no weaknesses, no targets for black to attack. Rook a d1, Danny, I think is going to happen.
Yep.
And again, the only reason that this can get interesting is if Grishuk burns too much time.
And if you're Firouzja, you're willing for this game to go the distance. It's 4 minutes in terms of total game clock, which could easily be 5.5 minutes from now, given the increment. And you're happy with that if you're Firouzja, because if you look above, you've got 15 minutes right there above Firouzja for those who might be new to the Speed Chess Championship format. Both players are competing against the countdown clock. And if you're Firouzja, you want to see the 5-1 portion go away and just get to faster time controls. Oh, okay, we're getting a little awkward now. This is fun. But really, there isn't going to be anything to this, and I think if you're Firouzja, you're willing to take another 5 minutes total to before this one draws.
I don't know. Rook a2 was allowed there by Grishuk, who is trying to go h5 and set up this g6 square. Now, I think white could give up the a pawn and still be fine. But I have lost so many games to Firouzja exactly like this, where you think it's a draw, everything's getting traded, you relax, and suddenly, wait a second, where is the draw? I was promised a draw. Suddenly you lose a pawn, and he is just merciless. He's always putting you under pressure. I'm going to predict that black wins this game.
That's a bold prediction. Last game of the year, Cotton. Don't hold anything back now. What's the strategy? Bold move, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off. I disagree with you. I think it's going to be a draw, but I think it's going to take another 5 minutes for it to be a draw, and match strategy remains in Firouzja's favor. So we're both favoring Firouzja, an F word that goes well with Firouzja, favor. But
5 seconds? I mean, look at the clock situation. 2 seconds to 3 minutes, and there's just
okay. You were right. I was wrong. Firouzja's going to win.
Like you said, Firouzja will win. I'm sorry, I kept saying it was going to be.
It's like I always say, Firouzja wins, and when he's favored in these end games, and you call it. No, but this is not going well for Alexander, given the match situation, predicting that he probably needed to strike in the slower time controls. The actual scoreboard itself, if he loses this one, he's just down a game. So,
wow, this is phenomenal technique. Yeah. Now, Rook C8 is a huge threat, but Queen F5, clinical by Alireza. Rook B2, and White is falling apart on all sides here, losing a second pawn on B4 with zero counterplay. Goodbye. Ouch. This is over.
Rook B2, just go right back where you were.
Anything. Yeah.
A5 was also good. Firouzja, Grishik made that move with 0.1 seconds on the clock.
It's over.
And he goes down on time. Well, in many ways, we were both right. I said the situation was good for Firouzja. It would draw. You said it was good for Firouzja. He was going to win. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. All I know is man down for Alexander Grishik. Man down. Someone help him up. This is getting tough.
That was maybe the most disturbing game of the match thus far. Not to overstate the case. It's a 1-point match. Grishik can make in-match adjustments as they repeat this Berlin line for the millionth time, and another slight deviation. Oh no, I think they're still following the line as Firouzja sets up e6. But Danny, queen takes c7 is really where the problems begin. He had a comfortable advantage, did Alexander Grishik. He grabbed that pawn, creating problems where none should have arisen, and then arbitrarily getting himself down to a couple seconds. As experienced as he is in these situations, Firouzja is literally the worst person to be in time pressure against. You just cannot survive any kind of position when you're down to 5 seconds against his 2 minutes. E6 here. Now, are they repeating the line from the previous game or not? I'm confused. CB,
you can play the exact same thing here. Oh, no, wait. No, Black had A4 the other game. So Firouzja played A4 here, stopping A4, but is still threatening the E6 punch, typical of the Berlin. So not exactly.
Okay, so now E6 has lost a lot of its luster, right? E6 bishop, or not? I thought bishop takes E6, but I guess no. Then White takes on E6 and plays rook FE1. Okay, so F takes E6, I suppose. And rook FE1 anyway. Okay, this is kind of growing on me, actually.
Rook FE1, if Black has to play knight D8 to guard the pawn, then White will pop in with E5, meaning, actually, there's also knight to G6. No, this just looks... So this is a funny one, Danya, because computer's saying still close to equal, but just everything looks so phenomenal for White, right? The G6 square, by the way, is there an immediate problem there? The E6 pawn.
No, this is... Black has to be very careful here, because I think the pawn you need to defend is the G pawn. If you give up G7... It's actually not the end of the world because you have rook H7. But if you give up E6, then G7 is also hanging. Look at Firouzja. Again, we have 4:51 on the clock. He's obviously out of book. He's just bulleting out these moves. Knight takes E6. Does Grishik have rook E8? Maybe? Oh my, how do you defend the knight there?
Yeah, I don't know. And note that the rook on D1 is so pesky because it prevents the king on C8 from doing what it wants to do, which is go to B7 to complete development. The rook on D1 attacks the bishop on D7. This is such a tough position for Black to play.
Well, Black is a pawn up, right? That's the end of the story. Nothing more to talk about.
The opposite. In fact, speaking of storylines, we should give credit where credit is due, that we were both wrong in suggesting that Firouzja go away from the Berlin. What has happened since the break? It's been all Firouzja, all White in these Berlin battles, and he's been putting pressure. Once again, he's in a great spot here as White. And by the way, look at the clock.
Hats off to Alireza. I mean, it takes a real professional to make those adjustments, within the match to realize this is what I'm doing wrong within the opening. He's a prideful guy. He's not just going to switch up and play an Italian. He will insist on having his way, and he has. And Danny, now two problems for Grishuk. First of all, he would desperately want to go king b7. Can't do that because the bishop is hanging. The bishop is tied up to the e6 pawn. The second problem, of course, is the g7 pawn. If you have to go bishop f8, you're kind of setting up your pieces for the next game. And, I mean, look at the eval bar. It's showing like even a slight advantage for black. Take that and throw it into the trash can. Throw that across the border of South Carolina. Because I don't care about that eval bar. Maybe g5.
That would be an inappropriate thing to do. Okay, South Carolina, don't worry, he's not going to do that. But we get it. By the way, one move and the eval bar flips up. So it just shows you how tough the position was. Knight f6 is a fork, even if it doesn't forking do anything, it's still a fork. e6 is falling in the end of a lot of those lines, and then g6 and h6 are targets now that they've advanced.
Okay, knight f6, rook d8 is going to happen.
Yep.
And now rook c1 instantly, but bishop c5, I thought. The bishop can step back onto a defended square and basically tell the rook, what you got, boy? What you got, boy?
You know? I don't know. I was going to say something there, but what you got, boy, took me by surprise. Bishop to c5 was maybe the move, but this is the line Firouzja predicted. He gets e6. As I said, g6 and h6 are targets over there, but Grishuk has rook d6. He's defending everything for the time being.
Yeah, but takes in rook e1 and then put the other rook on the 6th rank. You could even go... No, sorry.
Not rook e1 right away. Yes. I was going to let you point that out yourself. Yeah. Okay, but still, this works. Then the f5 square becomes available if you play g5. Now your rook e1 is on the board.
Okay, rook e6 threatened. Knight d8 is possible. Bishop e7. Black has to deal with this pawn and deal with it right now. But practically speaking, I like white by a smidge because black's pawns are just not very mobile. Smidge mazel.
Why not a smudge? A smidgen?
A smidgen, a smudgen, a pigeon, a pudgeon.
Knight f3.
7.
Yeah, that's a great move. Defend, get the king in the center. By the way, we shouldn't overlook that white will also have weak pawns on the queen side. If black can parry all of these threats, the b3 and a4 pawns are permanent targets.
Yes, black would just kill for a light squared bishop. If you could play bishop f6 to f7, not only are black's problems solved, black is very much pressing for an advantage. But look at the way Alireza massaging these weaknesses. He's trying to lure Grishuk into playing h5, in which case white will fix the g6 pawn with g5. If black plays g5, then black's pawns are fully immobilized. Grishuk trying to solve his problems tactically. Well done there. Knight d4 is a cool move. Danny, look at the tactics by Grishuk here. I'm going to show this. Bishop takes h6. Bad. Knight takes f3. King takes f3. Now bishop g5. No, that blunders the rook on f8. No, the point is bishop to g7, interfering with white's bishop. Bishop f4. White is safe? No. g5. White drops the bishop. So Alireza doing well to pause here. Maybe just knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, Danny, and something simple like rook e2 or f4. And white is just faster to the party here with rook e6 and f5 in the cards. Okay, takes an f3 on the board.
He gets rook e6, as you said, still faster. Didn't like f4 for some reason, but black has problems to solve. Guard the g6 pawn. He does.
Okay, big question. To trade or not to trade? That is the question.
He goes for it.
Well, I guess we have our answer. We didn't have to wait long.
And I wonder if he should have taken a little more time. Obviously, maybe taking a page out of Grishuk's book. You have 3 minutes on the clock, so maybe use some of it. It was a big decision to make because you could have easily kept the pieces on the board at an attempt, for one reason, Danya, just for the practical purpose of creating more problems, right? Play rook e7. So that was a big decision. He better be concretely sure he can still push for an edge.
I think he might have. Okay, king g3, king c6. The point is black's king reaches the business square faster or not. Bishop f4, very heads up move by Firouzja, saying, I'm going to tie you down to the c7 pawn. Grishuk drops back. He needs to get his king to e6, right? What is black trying to avoid? Black is trying to avoid allowing white to push the pawn up to f5, because if white can create the passer, it's big trouble for Grishuk. King e6 just in time. I think he will hold the draw here pretty handily.
Which, again, I think rook takes f6 was just a time management mistake there. I mean, Firouzja had so much to flex on the clock. Just from a practical point of view, I think it's undeniable that keeping the rook on the board keeps pressure and it pokes.
Danny, Black might be playing for a win here. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, I mean, no,
just
I'm with
suddenly in
you.
a little trouble.
I was reflecting again, just like I think that was just a big decision and probably not the best one. Now maybe here comes the C pawn.
And if White's king steps away after king f5, now your pawns are the targets. C5 is coming. Maybe White needs to solve the problems tactically, but okay, king f3, bishop d4. Firouzja setting up a fortress here, I think. C4.
Someone
Careful.
doesn't believe in fortresses. Bishop c5 check first. That was the best move because you're going to get d2. You're going to... Okay, he goes for it, but I wondered if I had time for bishop f2. That was what I wanted. Bishop f2, and then either... Okay, king e4. Oh, man. Grishuk's not going to let this get away if he has any chances.
Bishop c7. The problem for Black is this: if this pawn was on a light square, Black would be winning. But at the right moment, White can keep harassing Black and attacking the a5 pawn. Be careful if you're Grishuk. If White's bishop steps away, do not accidentally allow f5 under the right circumstances. That actually could lose. Although, no, it couldn't, because the a pawn is also the wrong promotion square. So worst comes to worst, Black can give up the bishop for these two pawns. Black is not risking it all here.
You're going full Robert Hess. Even if White is up a bishop and a pawn, it's a draw because this color corner is the wrong one. Nice. But it doesn't mean Grishuk shouldn't push.
No, but bishop a5, bishop f4. Now again, White is... No, Grishuk actually should give up the bishop for the pawn. He should not flirt with disaster here. I think Alireza is calculating f5, but it's all the same. f5, gf, g6, bishop f8. Actually, it's scary for Black. I mean, Firouzja's always doing this. Okay, king f6, but still not over. White could win this. King c3 and bishop b6.
King c3, bishop b6. The a-pawn is pushing, and it's hard for Black to stop it. You're not going to be able to sit on b8 because the white king will get into b7 at some point.
It's close, actually. It's close, and it's scary for Grishuk. Bishop b6, a5.
Oh my gosh.
5 seconds.
Does he have bishop g3 in time? Bishop g3 and f2?
Oh, bishop c7 was a sick move. Now, bishop e5 doesn't work. Bishop b8. Oh, bishop e5. What a move.
And both sides are getting queens. Wow. Given the brilliant symbol for just a second, here comes queen d3 check. Black should have a perpetual.
Yeah. People. King and queen and bishop versus queen is a dead draw. It's actually much, much easier than rook and bishop versus rook because it's literally always going to be either perpetual or even White just doesn't have ways to make progress. It's a dead draw. Yeah. But Firouzja always looking for ways to trick Black. He will keep playing.
This is a good example of how to hold, everyone. Just put the king and queen on light squares, the opposite color square complex of the bishop. You sit there tight. You don't really have anything to worry about. Now, if White checks, you can even just go back and forth, d7 to e8, f7 to e8. So sometimes the only way to lose these endgames, everyone, is to try not to lose them. This type of position is just buckle down. There is no mate. And
oh my God,
he lost no time. What in the world?
And this is why you cannot rely on those last 0.3 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
No way Firouzja didn't win that. Oh, how did he do that?
How did he win that? You got to be pre-moving that. Queen e4, queen e6.
Queen e6 has to be pre-moved by Grishuk.
Just like, when you give a check, you pre-move queen e6 right back.
Oh, now he's on tilt because a4 was a mouse slip. He meant to play a3, and he is not happy at the way that transpired there at the end. Maybe a little
How do you
lag.
know a4 was a mouse slip? Did he say that?
Well, I could just see from his reaction. I know it was the novelty of the year, Danny. It was some home cooking.
But Firouzja gave him a gentleman's draw there.
Gracious.
Firouzja gave him the gentleman's draw, which means they get one more game in the 5-1 portion. Classy move from Alireza. Sometimes the blitz skills, I guess the bullet skills that someone like you would have, just knowing to check and then pre-move queen e6 back. You go from losing on time to actually gaining a couple seconds because you take advantage of the increment on the pre-move. So not great defending that. Looks like they agree to a draw. I think that means they're going to be heading into the 3-1 portion. Indeed, with a 2-game lead for Firouzja. Wow, Danya, that got wild there. advantage Firouzja clearly in the match anyway, regardless of what happened to Grishik in time pressure. But if you were to pick a game or a moment to quickly review, do you want to go back to that time scramble before we head to a break and just show everybody what happened?
I do, because the fact of the matter is that Grishuk should not have allowed the situation to go that far. As we look at the scoreboard here, it's a 2-point lead for Firouzja, Danny, which itself is pretty crazy, considering the chances that Sasha Grishuk had. Alireza's match strategy: play quickly, don't spend too much time in critical moments, and constantly needle your opponent on the clock. It's worked to perfection, and it takes an Alireza Firouzja to make that strategy work.
Well, it's working right now. He's got a 2-game lead, as we can see, and you've got a game to review. Indeed. Use game review yourself. Learn from these moments. Danya, what are you going to teach us here?
Okay, so this was the game in which Grishuk flagged at the end in a drawn position, but let me walk you through the critical moments. We had the Berlin endgame for the umpteenth time. That's been the theoretical battle of the day. Alireza has tried many different approaches, and, well, in this game, he pushes e6, seemingly in a good version, but Grishuk responds quite well. He manages to untangle his pieces, and yet Firouzja maintains nagging pressure for a very long time, whittling black down on the clock, attacking this g6 pawn. But really, Alexander Grishuk played a phenomenal defensive game. At some point, he was in danger, but he quickly got back on track, trading off the rooks and calculating that his king gets to the money square just in time. I'm playing through very, very quickly here because the interesting moments really come at the very end of the game. At some point, it appeared to us that actually black is the one pushing on the board, and he is. And I think Grishuk should have played bishop to d6 first and then c5, but he made a couple of risky decisions, and suddenly Firouzja is able to get his king to c3, and Grishuk allows this bishop c3 idea. Black should have taken, and this pawn race would have resulted in an immediate draw. So black did have his chances to bail out. King f5, king b5. I'm just quickly showing that this pawn race results in simultaneous promotion and a draw. But no, Grishuk keeping the bishops on the board, Firouzja breaking through with his pawn. Suddenly it gets very tactical. Grishuk, with his last seconds, finds a brilliant resource to deflect White's bishop and get a theoretically drawn position. And he should have kept checking. He should have kept checking, queen h3, queen e1, but instead gives the initiative back to White. And in this position, after queen e4, checking b5, unable to execute the move queen e6, he didn't pre-move, and he lost on time, giving a 2-point lead to Firouzja. It's a heartbreaker, and a gracious Alireza gave Grishuk the draw in the next game due to the mouse slip. But still, Danny, disappointing for Grishuk. He needs to reset, and he needs to get his time management under control because he will get destroyed in the 3-minute portion with this time management. It's really as simple as that.
Couldn't agree more. And when you look at the time on the clocks at the last position of the game, it was 58 seconds. So basically a minute for Firouzja to 0 for Grishuk. So regardless of mishandling the time scramble, maybe not pre-moving in order to hold on the light squares, objectively, you can't deny that he's put himself at times, at worst, down 3 minutes almost on the clock against Firouzja. Maybe the faster time control will be the kick that he needs to just play faster, but it's not working out so far. Down 2 games against Alireza Firouzja as we head into the 3-1 portion is Alexander Grishuk. But on that note, we still have 2 more segments ahead. That's right, 3-1 Blitz and then 1-1 Bullet. So don't go anywhere. The Speed Chess Championship with Danya Naroditsky. I'm Danny Wrench continues when we return.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I have the privilege of being joined by world number 6, the youngest ever player to cross 2800 ELO, playing in his second candidates tournament, Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, my man, first of all, good to meet you. How's Toronto treating you this time around?
Yeah, it feels great to be back. It's a very beautiful city, so I'm very excited to be here.
Let's start not with chess first. You made a very big mistake a couple of years ago of doing an interview and saying you were into fashion, because now every interview, somebody has to ask you about fashion. So I want you to rate how I'm looking today, 1 to 10.
It's very nice suit.
Yeah? Yeah. My man. Thank you. I like what you're wearing too. Can you take us through the glasses, the outfit a little bit, or?
This is Louis Vuitton glasses. This is Ralph Lauren. This is Valentino. It sucks, I don't know what it is.
Anyway, we're going to talk about chess. I don't want to bring up bad memories, but obviously 2022, the candidates was supposed to kind of be the moment where in the beginning of the year you crossed 2800, youngest one, you broke Magnus's record. Then Magnus was giving all these interviews like he's not going to defend unless you win the candidates. So as an outsider, I was thinking there's kind of a lot of pressure on you to win, and then you'll be playing for the World Championship. So what was the tournament in 2022 like for you? The preparation leading up, obviously going into it, you probably wanted to win, if not win, then finish in the top 2, top 3. Can you take me back to 2022? What went wrong, and then what's going to be better this time around?
Yeah, I think I was just too young for the candidates. I know they're on the same age or younger even than me here also, but I think physically it's very difficult when you're 18 years old to play candidates. 14 rounds is very energy taking, and for 18 years old I was just trying to get experience, but the outside things came into the game. But it was cool because it was good. I was getting advertised so much, so whenever they talk about me on internet I like it, so even if it's negative.
And for this time around, what has changed? Obviously you're older, but that's not the only difference, right? So is the training camp the same? Is it a slightly different approach? Because this is a weird candidates. There's a lot of young players. I don't know where the young cutoff is, but let's say 2021. So half the field is young. We have players that are playing in their first candidates like Vidit, who's almost 30, Abbasov is almost 30. How's this training camp been a little bit different than 2022, than preparation leading up?
Did a lot of sport to be in good shape because it's a very long tournament, so this was my only main focus kind of, because the chess part is very close always, and you have to see what will happen, but I tried at least physically to be in good shape.
Cardio, weightlifting?
Not weightlifting.
No weightlifting? Cardio
mostly, yeah.
You jogging a lot, you cycling,
Yeah.
swimming?
Yeah.
Is that generally what it is? What about like chess specific? What percentage of it is openings?
Nowadays it's probably more than 70-80% openings, I think. Basically out of opening you could understand the game will toward to draw or who will put pressure the whole game. This is the chess we play nowadays. Yeah, it's interesting. Whoever works more gets the results. So.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire? This July, you can think about it every day while you battle some of the ancient world's greatest and most fearsome leaders. Augustus, Hadrian, Cleopatra, Caligula, and of course, Julius Caesar. Play them all on Chess.com.
It's the Speed Chess Championship. We roll on here into the 3-1 portion. Alireza Firouzja takes a 2-game lead alongside Danya Naroditsky. I'm Danny Wrench. We still got a lot of chess today in store. After this one, we will have Wesley So versus Denis Lazavik. So if you're just tuning in, lucky for you, the party is just getting started. We've had barn burners and blowouts so far in the SCC as you look at the bracket. Danya, I'm just going to, as we wait for the next round to start, what was your favorite match so far? We'll talk about Firouzja, but of the 4 that are done, what was your favorite?
Man, I mean, in terms of quality of play, you definitely have to single out Mr. Carlsen. That was honestly one of the most dominant displays in SCC history. He was on an absolute tear. But in terms of entertainment value, definitely Nepo versus Noterbeck. I mean, that was just a wild match with so many twists and turns. You could write a book about that match alone. And this is why people love the SCC. There's just something about it that produces these kinds of matches. I think this match today has the potential to follow that arc, but Alexander Grishuk has to keep his time management under control. His quality of play has been very high. He's played excellent chess. Let's see if he can make the necessary adjustments, Danny, as the gong sounds and the 3+1 is underway.
Yeah, and the necessary adjustment really is speed. Again, if you're just tuning in, he's just gotten himself under time pressure. We see that Firouzja scoring lower than 20% historically in the 5+1, although that last 5+1 performance will turn that around. He's one of the better performers in 3-1 here, above 50%. Okay, well, we've got a weird AF Trumpowski with D4, C4. What? Danya, what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, I'd bet another silver dollar that this position has never occurred before in tournament play. I mean, I actually definitely has. But Grishuk started it with Bishop G5 on move 3, Danny, which is a very... I'm just going to stop talking for a second here.
What is going on in this game? It's a Benoni meets a Trumpowski, meets a whole lot of gone wrong. And I guess White's better, maybe? I don't know. I mean, Jesus. I like black.
I mean, I honestly have no... I'm still counting the pawns. I was just looking at the position. It's equal. Yeah, I mean, total equal. I mean, actually, this is basically they should agree to a draw. I don't know if there's much to debate anymore in this position. H4. Actually, that's a findable move, Danny. And you know what the idea is? I think H4, G4. Let me show this. H4, G4. Wow. Oh my God. You want to hear what the best move is? Rooks.
Is it E4?
It's rooks. This is the first time in the Benoni that White actually puts a rook on C4 rather than a knight. And now H5, the point is to prepare E4 because, okay, Grishuk did find H4, but he went for Danny Wrench's recommendation. Totally understandable. Bishop takes E4, queen takes G4 looks fantastic.
I was going to say, this is why I like it, because after queen takes G4, you're threatening queen to C8 check.
Wait, does black have a move there?
So
oh my God. C4... Oh, King
D8 with rook E8 saving the bishop.
Instantly found by Firouzja, who's got 251 on the clock. What a move, Danny. What a move.
What a move.
Rook H3.
What a game so far. Unfortunately for Grishuk, the game off the board continues to be the same. #rhyme time. The game remains the same, which means Grishuk is down a minute on the clock. But okay, the position has delivered. This is absolutely wild.
Oh my God. I think some liquid courage was consumed here by both players in the break. Rook E8 check, though. Okay, but the rook trade is not great news for White, who needs the firepower to punish Black for. I don't even know how to summarize the character of Firouzja's play in this game. Yeah. This is wild.
Absolutely wild. Freaky Firouzja. You're always looking for an F word that you can get away with on air. You know, if you're in my shoes. Freaky Firouzja works out this time.
Now, what's happening here? Trade on E3, Danny, allows this potential check on G8. But that's not the end of the world either.
You even have Queen F4 if you just want to inchworm your way toward winning back a pawn. Just attack D6, attack F7, attack H6.
This is the move that will be overlooked, right? When people annotate a game, you just pay attention to the flashy moves. Actually, Bishop C6 is phenomenal. Phenomenal chess, because what is the point? The point is he's maintaining contact with his rook so that in the event of Queen G8, King C7, he will be able to complete his development with Knight D7. And the moment he does that, it's actually White's king who's going to be on the chopping block. Firouzja has taken over this game. And he's done it spending less than a minute. He is firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely. What a move. Yeah, bishop to c6 keeps the rook guarded. The king is now perfectly safe. You can win back your pawn. It doesn't matter because the white king is going to be in big trouble.
The rook f2.
Oh,
rook f2.
Rook f2 is
Goodbye.
coming in queen d2 and it's lights out.
Next game.
Firouzja is on fire. Another F word that works. Hashtag brilliant symbol. Hashtag fire on board. Hashtag use the emotes, Danya. Give me some fire. I'm looking for it.
Grishuk raises his hand like, how? How is it possible that I lost this game in under 30 moves? A game in which Firouzja dispensed with opening principles and the need for development. I mean, the cool kids don't do that anymore. I mean, let's leave that for yesteryear. That's what Steinitz did. And now we're going into another theoretical battle as Grishuk changes up his opening approach and plays a French. I've seen Grishuk play this very, very topical line. Danny, this has been debated now for well over a decade. Lots of theory here. Whoa.
Did you do that on purpose?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You're on fire. The French is on fire. Excuse my French while I drop an F-bomb on the board and say that I think this is flirting, a new F word, flirting with disaster when it comes to playing Firouzja. Because, yes, it's theoretical. Yes, Grishuk has played a lot. But normally once you go to the French, it's because you've been put up against the fence, proverbially back against the wall. And I don't know. I'm liking Firouzja's match chances with every game.
Fine Firouzja, freaky Firouzja back against the fence, fending off the alliteration. And this is still theory. But this is the one time where, the meme turns out to be true. Rook c8, both players demonstrating great knowledge. And I guess, Danny, the point is if White's rook swings, knight b1, setting up the pieces. I was going to say rook a7, queen takes b6 is a tactic to be aware of with the bishop returning to c5 and engineering the queen trade. What is this?
Knight to b1 means that if you take everything on c7, black will lose the bishop on a3 at the end, just to point out the obvious. And that's probably what we're going to get. Oh, no, you take a3 first to keep the pin.
It doesn't matter. I mean, black can castle. There's no way to attack the rook.
Yeah. What's funny is at the end of the line, you have to like black, though, because the knight on a3 is just not an ideal.
Whoa.
Did he mouse? What was he doing?
Whoa. I mean, how is this even, under what circumstances would this actually be a move? Even if black played a5, the b5 square is literally controlled.
After bishop takes c7, bishop takes f1 is just, I mean, you can even take back on c7. I think both are fine.
What are you doing? And the thing is, Grishuk should not give him a draw. I mean, when you're down in the match like this, you have to take what you can get. I mean, I get that the expectation should not be that Grishuk gives him a draw. I think that he is completely in the right here to keep playing and to take this point because he needs it.
Well, but what is he even clicking on the b5 square for? I mean, mouse slips happen sometimes via misclick. We've all been there, right? You're trying to castle, you're trying to do something, you think you've unclicked the king, turns out you haven't, you play king f8, you curse chess.com, you move on, you write a bug report, etc. But that doesn't even make sense, Danya. Why would you be even thinking about knight to b5 as far as a misclick goes?
And Alireza is one of the most accurate players that I've faced, in Bullet. He rarely mouse slips. He's got very, very good command. I mean, everybody does at the top level, but compared to someone like me, I'm mouse slipping left and right. That was uncharacteristic, enigmatic moment, but the consequences here are that, the lead is reduced. You never know, Danny, when the momentum turns, and you never know what causes the momentum to turn. This is an important game. Grishuk has white, another win, and he whittles this down to a single point. Let's see if he can capitalize.
Yeah, agreed, Town. Population us. Couple of kids from nowhere, USA, huh? That's us.
Right.
We're just here.
Queen c2?
Yeah, I'm racking my brain with that. Doesn't make a lot of sense. And agree that it's a little bit of a different mouse slip in a critical moment versus clearly a4 in the opening. Again, if you're just tuning in, Grishuk made a mouse slip in an opening and Firouzja extended the gentleman's draw. But I'm with Danya that I think it's okay that Grishuk does not return the favor there. So either way, we have a 2-game lead, and somehow the French has a plus score in this match. Every time I wear this shirt, no matter how they get there, by hook or by crook, the French actually doesn't score nearly as badly as it should.
Ugh, this is a very bad opening for Firouzja. I would go h4, and this Grishuk just has to play his style, right? He's got to play tactically and go for Firouzja's throat, punish the dubious play. I am not a fan of the way that this is moving along. Now, black is the d5 square, Danny. Look at the rook h3, phenomenal play. f5, Firouzja trying to open up the center, but this is a very, very difficult position for black.
Computer agrees. Always en passant. Grishuk does too. He takes. If you could just put the queen on e4 here, black resigns. If you could flip the order of the bishop and queen on that battery.
Yeah, rook g3. And bishop takes h6. Now a huge threat. Knight can establish itself on e5.
Yeah.
And long castle, by the way. I would not rule out, Danny, the possibility that white castle's queenside. Not so much to ensure the safety of the king, but to involve potentially the other rook. Wow, Firouzja, he doesn't care.
I want things like bishop h7 and bishop takes h6 and queen g. There's no mate that I can see, but you think you just take and then castle long?
I would take and take c7. I mean, I hate to be the guy. Okay, rook g4, excellent move. Also, bishop f6. He wants bishop takes h6. And black's position is on the verge of collapse here. He could also establish a presence on e5 to shut down this bishop on c8. 95.
Agreed. And now that the rook guards d4, you're not worried about queen takes d4. So 95 ever more possible. Oof. By the way, 95 is a concrete threat, which is bishop h7 check, and then you come into g6 in a lot of these lines, exactly as Danya highlights.
Yeah, people forget that Danny Wrench is pretty good at tactics, and he let a lot of people know that in his OTB career. Bishop takes h6, though, also winning.
Well, a lot of young kids from Northern California know that from my OTB career.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, bishop takes h6 is played. This is going to be a one-game match after this game. I'm knocking on wood. Don't want to jinx Grishuk via the commentator's curse, but
rook g3 maybe. I mean, this is the moment where you have to keep your composure. e5 is a nasty little move. I would just go rook g3. Keep all of the assets. Castle queenside. There's actually no rush. White is not in a hurry to start sacrificing pieces here unless you see a concrete win. Do not let yourself get down on the clock.
Knight g5 might be the concrete win, though. Threatening bishop c4 and queen h7 mate, as Danya highlights. So that's a move right there. I like it. Now rook takes g5, and g7 is a problem.
You know, I think I actually don't know what the engine was seeing here. But yeah, bishop g5 is the human move.
Why not just rook g5?
Well, even bishop g5 is winning, but just make a decision. Everything's winning here. You just have
both
to
are winning.
Trust yourself. Okay. Check on h7. Also winning.
Aha. And rook h4 follows. Ouch, down.
Not over. Bishop takes g4. Firouzja gives up his queen. And let me tell you, that position scares me a little bit because white's king is caught in the center. But Grishuk should win this.
Yeah, but white can play f3 and king f2 in a lot of those spots, and because black lacks the dark square bishop, you should be okay there, right? I mean, by the way, f3, king f2 is also aggressive. Here comes the other rook to h1.
Yes, f3 immediately. I mean, you could start by nabbing the pawn on e5. Now f3 is fantastic move. Just give up e5. Safety of your king is much more important. But Firouzja's still kicking here.
But again, if black takes with check, then you allow king f2, and then rook h1 is next. So you almost don't want to take that pawn. Yes, Firouzja is still kicking, and because Grishuk is down to 38 seconds, anything can happen. But I'm standing by the prediction. We have a match here as Danya takes another sip of whatever liquid courage he has in there, preferably San Pellegrino or a recess mood drink. This is not brought to you by the wonderful magnesium they have in those drinks. Calms the nerves.
It's some French vanilla coffee, actually.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Bad news for Alireza. Too late to think, Danny. Rook e5 kick. So annoying that king on f2. Just sheltered by the pawn chain. No tactics here at all. Alireza looking for the tricks. He's always looking for the tricks. Trust me, always.
Always looking for the tricks. Calculating one last chance to see if he can catch Grishuk in a blunder, but he's only got 5 seconds. Move, Grandmaster, move.
Okay.
No, you can just take the bishop or castle long. Castle long, rook c6. Never mind. That would be how Danny Wrench loses the game.
Firouzja was trying to go bishop takes f3 and rook h2.
And then
but
rook
come on,
h2.
Grishuk was not born yesterday, and I would go queen c5 and queen e7 now. Time to use that extra queen and win this
Indeed
game.
he does. Nice find, Danya. If rook e6, queen takes d7, so you back up the bishop. Now rook d1. Okay, f8 is hanging with check, by the way. That's a problem. And just like that, we have a one-game match. Firouzja has a problem. He's got to stop the momentum, stop the bleeding, as they say. The SCC is a game. It's a format of momentum, Danya. We've seen it happen before. People put together these 3, 4, sometimes even 5-game winning streaks because you don't have time to calm your nerves in between. So it's not over yet.
Yeah, Alireza's annoyed, and Grishuk's not the kind of guy that you can play an unsound opening against. He is the worst person. What Alireza played that last game, that ain't going to fly against someone of Grishuk's level of class, because he's been punishing that stuff since the year 1999. And Grishuk literally became a GM in the year 2000 for people to just run that through their mind at the age of 16, I think, which for those, I know now that's like ancient. It's like you've got no hope in chess if you're a GM at 16, but for the year 2000, Grishuk was a child prodigy. He's kept at a very high level. And another French. I like this choice in general by Sasha, but I don't like the French. That's the one problem.
Hey, I wore this shirt for a reason, not just for the kicks and giggles, but the memes. You know,
good choice.
That's right. Excusez-moi. Anyway, excuse my French right now. Right now, so why do you like it from a match strategy? Because I always love these positions for white, you know that. But what is it about choosing the French now in the 3-1 portion that you like for Grishuk?
Well, first of all, he's been playing the French more in the second half of his career, and he understands the positions. But also, the Berlin actually started to go wrong for him in those last couple of games. And even if his positions were okay, you're going to have that bad taste in your mouth. If you lose a couple of games in the same opening, you're going to get into that, here we go again mode, where you're going to find a way to lose, even if the actual positions you get out of the opening are okay. So I like this change of dynamic. Okay, what's happening here? He's trying to set up b6. Alireza could get a rook to c1, but I don't think that's actually going to stop black. In fact, it's going to encourage b6 and make it even stronger. Maybe bishop takes h. No, it doesn't.
Oh.
Actually, bishop h has to be calculated, but no, there's no way that's sound.
No, the Greek gift doesn't work if you don't have a follow-up, especially because black has bishop e2 after rook f3 at the end of those lines. Ooh, b4's hanging. I'm like a squirrel. Squirrel.
Whoa. Wait, queen takes b4. What's the idea? Rook b1. Rook b1 is the idea.
Okay, but queen a3? But okay.
Yeah, or queen c4. I don't get it.
I'm liking black. And okay, even this is a nice move to just point out that every moment of action on the queen side ultimately favors black. You have this bishop on e7 waiting like a ninja for a chance to just pounce. B6 is coming. The pawns have been overextended on b4 and a4. So you could play queen takes b4, but playing queen c6 quickly is a move I prefer, and I like it for black.
Yeah, he's avoiding the complications, and now b6, I think, is imminent. Now, or maybe on the next move, I mean, he's also probably considering a move like knight d7. This is where really class comes in, right? A lot of people would immediately play b6, but Grishuk understands that move has some drawbacks, and bishop takes c5, simplifying the position. I like it. Position is easy to play for black. These pawns are weak, Danny, and black's got the edge here, practically speaking. Absolutely. I
love what you just highlighted
about chance for Grishuk.
Yeah, I love what you highlighted about the pawns being weak. This is a master class in the French here for everyone to take a note of, because you want white's pawns to just keep pushing. Come and get me, big boy. Come and get me, because when you get to the endgame, those pawns are just targets. The space on the queen side is irrelevant that white has gained. So this is just, he's playing quickly, and he's getting himself into a spot where probably black is actually playing for 2 results, even though the eval bar says it's equal. Black is the only one who can win in a lot of these endgames.
But I love this move by Firouzja. I mean, this is just something I probably wouldn't bring myself to play in classical chess, just because it looks so scary to weaken your e-pawns like this. But let me just show this on the board. He's making Grishuk think, right? Because you have to assess this endgame. And let me tell you, the knight comes to d3 just in time, knight d7, rook c1 just in time. And black could slide into a nasty situation here. I'm not suggesting that c6 is going to happen right now. This would be premature. This pawn would become more of a liability than a strength. But hey, white would bring the king up and maybe get the king to f4. And I'm not entirely sure what the roadmap is here for Grishuk. I don't think he should trade queens. I think
don't
he
think
should
so
play a
either.
move like
But A7 is
queen
hanging. That's why it's
yeah.
so. I mean, you're going to have to
this
go
is
for a line
nasty.
like that or go for this. So, wow, what a transition from Firouzja, making me eat my words that black is better in the endgame, but it's because of the transition of the pawns. Suddenly, white has a 3-on-2 pawn majority. Ooh, F6. Good call. That's the move black has got to go for.
Oh, but F6, C6. Can I show another line really quickly? Is that okay?
You can do whatever you want. You've got the
F6,
mouse, Grandmaster.
C6, and okay, I get that maybe that's not great, but I just want people to
Takes
realize
B7.
why knight takes C5 loses. You're like, oh, but this blunders the rook with check. I don't care. King F2
I love it.
and B8 queen is just such an instructive concept when the pawn dominates the rook. So this is going to get tactical, boys and girls. F6 is on the board.
Oh, he took.
Trades first.
Okay, but C6 is still coming. No, Firouzja wants more than that. He's flexing the 3-on-2 pawn majority. Computer says only move, King F7.
Okay, now C6. Ooh, rook takes B takes, can't stop the pawn. Rook C7 coming. Grishuk holding on, though. King E8 there.
Just barely. By the way, King E8 has to be played. If King E7, Knight C5, and the knight is pinned.
Okay.
Okay, time pressure commences. We shallst enter 30-second chess.
Grishuk's favorite time control, as we all know, 30-second. But King E7 now, and the king keeps the knight at bay. Okay. E6, but okay, rook takes A7 is coming.
I still think King E7, you hold the pawns, meet Rook A7 with Rook A5. It's scary, but you're holding on.
Yeah, you're going to clench your teeth and pray that there's no Firouzja tactics here, but King E7 here. Okay, goes Knight C5. He's going after that that A pawn, but it's going to be replaced by a bigger and scarier enemy.
Yeah, but there's also Knight E4, and there's checkmate on the first rank.
Oh!
Watch out. You know I'm a sucker.
Knight G7 check, Danny.
Schmarnet. Schmigadoon.
So easy to miss. 5 seconds for Grishuk.
Yeah, he's got to move. 3 seconds. You got to move. Oh, man. Okay, now King E7.
Bad
Go back to the idea. Oh. E5, D4. Danya highlights it. You got to move quickly. 3 seconds. 1 second. Oh, my gosh.
Well, no, Knight G7. Knight G7 check there was instantly winning for Firouzja, who's got 20 seconds. No need to rush there. Now, Danny, the knight can't move because of Rook E7 mate.
Yep. There's all kinds of traps here. Okay, threatening Rook E8 check. Danya, he has no time.
Oh. Fantastic move by Grishuk, opening up a square. Rook B8 is going to lose the
He's
knight.
going to lose the knight.
And the game.
That's it. White's going to take D4, win back material. This is why Firouzja likes himself a time scramble. It's why he wins events like the Bullet Chess Championship, and it's why everyone favored him in this match as the time controls get faster. So, man, that was a good game for Grishuk until it wasn't. I don't have time to unpack it. My brain has to focus.
Well, the critical moment there was Firouzja's Queen C5. Phenomenal positional intuition, understanding that endgame, despite all appearances, is actually quite unpleasant for Black. And let me tell you, take it from me, I haven't played increment chess with Firouzja that much, but even in 3+0, 1+0, anytime you get into an all-out time scramble, the guy is just, I mean, it's unbelievable how he manages to pose problems and play relatively clean chess using almost no time. Grishuk has to avoid that scenario. I mean, I'm a broken record. Yes, I keep repeating this, but Grishuk just has to avoid those all-out scrambles. And nice opening preparation here. Knight takes C6. Classic Desperado.
Yeah.
Queen D5. Are we going to see some craziness?
What happens on this? If you take E6, you can't take G2 because Queen D5 check. Oh, there's Knight F3. So you hold everything.
Wow. Queen D6.
Wow, everybody's hanging. Let's add another piece into the mix. What other piece can we hang?
Exactly. Okay, Bishop takes F6. Let's go.
Bishop takes F6 is actually not bad because if Bishop takes, you have Knight E4, forking the Queen and Bishop. Oh, he does it. I like it.
Oh, yeah, Knight E4 is Knight E4.
Yeah.
And then Knight takes F6, and White is tiny but better. Classic modern chess.
Fork town. Knight E4 is coming, and if you take F6, is there Knight takes H7 with another tempo, gaining a bunch of pawns? This is actually a ton of fun from Grishuk.
I loved, and I think people in the chat will agree with me. You know, these games where you've got two pieces which are just playing Pac-Man on the opposing side's army. It's like that old game Breakout, where you get the ball, on top of the bricks and you start knocking them out one by one. What was G takes F6, Danny? That was
I think it was actually to avoid 94 lines, the fork that we spotted, and probably Firouzja did a little too late too. So he doubles the F pawns, and that knight is just, look at that F5 square. Can you put a target on F5? Put an emote on F5 just before
How do I get the palette open?
I love it.
How do I open the palette?
Oh, you click on the little settings button. Here, I'll do it. I'll open it for you. I got you, baby girl. We're sharing a mouse. There you go. Oh, how's that feel?
Okay, now let me put this on F5. Actually,
there's all kinds of things to play with. There you go. That one makes sound effects.
Jumped out of my chair.
Yeah. This is a position you write home to mom and dad about. Quarterback Andrew Luck style. You say, hey, the Knights of the West have moved toward the east. F5 is a problem.
Yeah, like a kid in the candy store. C5, Grishuk playing on both sides of the board. Very classy, right? He's not just over-relying on the F5 square. That square is in the background, but Firouzja defending tactically as he always does. Rook C4 tempting, but then you have to calculate Queen B1, King G2. That looks good for white, though. I think that's a dead end for black.
Everything. The knight on E3 guards D1. C4. There's no infiltration.
Rook C4, Rook D4 is his idea.
Okay, you are right, sir.
Bang.
Boom goes the dynamite on C4. Bang goes the rook on D4 in response. But knight to D... I wanted knight D5. It hit B7. It hit F6.
Wait, but F5 here? Grishuk has to be careful. F5 and black rectifies the structure.
Was knight D5 good?
It was definitely better than this.
Yeah, this has definitely become an affair where the bishop can be just as good as the knight, because with pawns on both sides of the board, the open and I guess more aggressive piece in the open board is always the bishop, no matter how well the knight is placed. And in this case, I'm not saying the knight doesn't have a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but this is back to a 50-50 battle.
And okay, I mean, just because black's pawns look good doesn't mean that black is out of the woods just yet. F3 is fantastic by Grishuk, paving the path for the white king to D3. What white wants is a situation where the pawn is blockaded and white has the majority on the king side, right? The 3-on-2.
Yeah.
So E3 is in play here, I think, if you're Firouzja. You need to keep this tactical and keep white on his toes.
I think you should, because if you play E3, E3 would have allowed G4 at some point, and then that knight is totally stuck. So you take and play D3, which is kind of a transposition in some lines.
Could get a draw. If King E1, Bishop B4 check, King F2, Bishop C5 check, but Grishuk surely has some way to play for the advantage here. Or maybe not.
Is he going to go King D1? The problem is that pawn is 3 squares away from the knight. We always say the pawn is furthest away from the knight at 3 squares. So it's going to take time for the knight to go from E3 to G4 to F2. But maybe that's the idea, Danya. King D1, no, he's going to go for the draw. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's a minute down. He's 2 points down in the match. I think it's a reasonable decision and a missed opportunity there somewhat. And I think this game will get aborted. But Grishuk, it felt like he was close there. He was close, but as usual, Firouzja, he doesn't budge.
Wow. Still a 2-game match, though, which means it is still anyone's match. Firouzja maintains the 8-6 lead on the scoreboard as you see both players quickly get up to enjoy their break at halftime in the 3-1 portion. And on that note, we're going to remind you that in a few days, we've got another State of Chess.com coming up. Use the command SOC, get a link to a doc where you can pose some questions. We always end with the Q&A. That's me, I guess. I'm going to be hosting that show. I better get my schedule right. We got some big things to discuss. The world focuses on fair play, as it should be. There's been a big change from Chess.com in that regard. We're going to get into all of it, other major site updates, and some exciting media projects to talk about. But go ahead and use the command. Send us some questions. You know we like to dive in. I like to get myself in trouble. Have to have, post-mortems afterwards. Say, Danny, you shouldn't have said that, shouldn't have said that. It's my favorite show, stateofchess.com. Be there on Thursday, August 1st. All right, Danya and I are going to be right here when we get back because Alireza Firouzja versus Alexander Grishuk rolls on. We might have a barn burner ahead. Don't go anywhere. It's more SCC action in just a few.
people think that chess principles are good to know, but I am smarter than the principles, so I am not really gonna follow them. I'm gonna take my own path. You know, I am guilty of this too. I do it all the time.
So I really like the way that Anna introduced this because I think that oftentimes the phrase chess principles is met with an eye roll by players of various levels, even beginner players, because they're so general as to sound like complete platitudes. And I personally don't have a lot of tolerance for, dumb cliches in real life. The issue with chess is that when you're starting to play, it's kind of like being stuck in the ocean, and you're trying to find little pieces of flotsam and jetsam and debris to grab onto so that you don't drown. And that process will continue for the first couple of months. Eventually, you build yourself a little island in the middle of an ocean. But for the first part, you have no choice but to grab onto whatever pieces of debris are coming your way. That's a slightly violent way of looking at it, but I like the way Anna phrases this because it's important to hear these chess principles out. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about how you should approach them and how you shouldn't approach them. You should definitely not approach them as some sort of, guiding light that you should follow 100% of the time. But definitely don't just kind of curl up your nose and roll your eyes when you hear control the center or bring your pieces out. If you're a newer player, these are very important rules of thumb that can help you get into normal positions that you can kind of build your chess career off of.
There's a shortcut for sizing up any chess position.
Chess structures is how we understand chess quick, and how can you evaluate a complicated position in a second or two.
And giving you the tools to come up with a winning plan.
What I see here is not a weak pawn on d4. One can feel tremendous energy from the white side. Well, we have rooks in open fires. My knights have great squares where they can jump to. Even this one can maybe jump further. My bishop maybe on b3, maybe on d3. You will not see just 12 pawns on a chessboard. No, you will start to see that this is a landscape. And it's a landscape where you can sort of see the hills, or rather the flow of energy.
In any opening you play.
Welcome to the chapter about the isolanding. Caro-Kann formation, the Slav formation, Carlsbad structure, Stonewall structure, King's Indian structure type 1, type 2, the hedgehog structure.
Maroxy structure.
And you can learn it all before your beard grows too long. Grandmaster Peter Heine Nielsen presents Chess Structures, a Grandmaster Guide. Try it for free on Chessable at chessable.com/structures.
It's Alireza Firouzja versus Alexander Grishuk. These two players have been sitting right there. Grishuk usually analyzing, at least we think he is, given his reactions at the breaks. Firouzja trying to stay relaxed. You see him getting some stretch on, maintain that 2-game lead, Danya. It's been a good day, a lot of back and forth moments, but overall it's been Firouzja.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a crucial 22 minutes and 40 seconds. More so for Grishuk, who I think whose goals probably have changed. I mean, he was hoping to have a lead going into the bullet, and right now he needs to try to tie this up. If you can tie this up, erase this 2-point lead, he'll be happy. The French has been working out for him pretty well, but Firouzja has been principled. He's been repeating the lines that he's chosen, and he repeats the advance here, which has seen a resurgence in recent years. It seems to be the predominant weapon now against the French. And knight a5. That is a move.
It's a spice, you know? You go for c4, right? That's some dynamite outpost square. Of course, if you take the knight, the bishop on b2 falls, so that's not a good idea for white. Knight a4, though, as you're pointing out, would attack the queen, and if black takes it, the queen takes with check. So Firouzja a little surprised, that's for sure.
Look at the symmetry of the play. I mean, knight on c5, knight on c4, everyone's happy, or not.
And look at the speed. I'm like, okay, Grishuk certainly knows what he's doing. As you've noticed, he still has 3 minutes on the clock. Gaining 1 second with every move means he's basically maintaining the time he started with at this point.
He's heard us. Wow, rook h4. We saw Grishuk carry out a similar maneuver in a different opening. This is a fantastic move. Bishop e7, rook g4. And black in these types of positions often puts the king on f8 to avoid ideas like bishop takes h6. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, but you're not thrilled if you're Grishuk at the way this is unfolded.
Yeah. Back to the position where even a good French is a dubious position.
Yeah.
White plays king f1, you're castling by hand, and the two bishops are developed right where they stand, just spying down the king side here like snipers. As you already pointed out, the rook will come to g4, g7 is a problem, h6 is hit by the bishop on c1.
Yeah, rook g4.
Rook comes to g4, as we said.
I would go king f1, get the king maybe to g2 castle by hand, so to speak.
That's what I said. Hey, we're the same.
Wow, we're aligned.
We're aligned. Aligned.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Okay.
A4 is coming
F5.
next. F5 is coming next. I tried to anticipate what you say next. F5 is risky, but sometimes you got to do it to get the biscuit. White can en passant. And what's funny about these positions long term is that white still has the bishop here. So you don't look at all the pawns on light squares now as a problem. But if it remains this way and white gets access, there can be endgame issues.
And, you know, we always complete each other's
Sandies.
That's
Sandals.
right, sandwiches. And
That's right.
speaking of sandwiches, this knight on c4, one concept I really like is the idea of working around an outpost, right? Just because your opponent has an outpost doesn't mean you have to pause, your life goals. And look at Firouzja just working around that knight. Yeah, it's an obstacle, it's an iceberg, but it's not a Titanic obstacle. And
icebergs
he's working
are
around
best
it.
avoided, as they say. Icebergs are best avoided. We've learned that. Too soon. Always too soon. Take c5. If the 6th rank opens up with f takes e5, there will be rook g6. Yeah, you're highlighting it before I can say it. And a4 is on the agenda. Oh my gosh, dude. We are. I'm saying things just before he highlights it, everyone. And because if a4 is played, you don't care about the b4 pawn. You might even give up everything on the queen side to open up lines against the black king on b7.
You're absolutely right. Firouzja's thinking about a4 in this position. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, rook. Whoa!
What? The c5
rook
squares a
takes
fork.
h6. Oh,
that's the idea.
No. Okay, I mean, Grishuk's like, what on earth? He is making his best WTF face. Now he could play. Take it away, Danny. I know what's coming.
Yeah, that's what's coming. That's why he didn't take twice, because knight c5 check. Go ahead.
Rook g8. Now, rook g8 definitely not the move there, but I don't know what the move was. Maybe rook takes h6 and bishop d6, something to that effect. Now Firouzja can drop his bishop back. What tactical awareness and whole board awareness, right? Realizing how the h-pawn and the c5 square are linked, that's the hard part.
Seriously, what a move. I think Firouzja wants more. He's probably looking at things like bishop f4 here. I mean, it's unnecessary, but he's smelling some blood. Although you're right. Just put the bishop on e2. The h6 rook is poisoned due to the knight fork. Is he going to take c?
Bishop c2. Okay,
yeah,
now
but
wait a minute.
I'm looking at g3 as a weakness. I'm looking at moves like... Okay, not
Queen
e3.
F5. Maybe e3. Oh, e3. Yeah, definitely e3 in play here.
Yeah.
Queen f5, queen f7. I mean, it feels like white's position very, very flimsy.
I spotted e3 because of what you pointed out about bishop d6. Okay, he doesn't go for it, but I thought e3 at some point bishop d6 and the rook and bishop are having a party on g3, but he doesn't go for that.
Firouzja's the kind of guy who's going to add some pepper, some Tabasco to the mix of the move like a4. No, but the rook on h6 was actually hanging because now black's rook controls c5. So good alertness there. Rook f6. Bishop e7. The rook gets chased around.
Indeed.
But it can park itself on f4. What a crazy position. I mean, this is all going to come down again to a time scramble, which is what worries me. And we know who the favorite is in a time scramble. And it's not Alexander Grishuk.
Yep. You've just eliminated it. There are 3 men on screen, and you just named, and only one of them is playing Alexander Grishuk. So yeah, Firouzja likes the time scramble, getting himself some scrambled eggs. By the way, speaking of Tabasco sauce, never trust a man who puts Tabasco sauce before tasting his scrambled eggs. Always taste the eggs. You don't know what's going on before you just dump a bunch of sauce on it. Like,
I can't relate. I don't like scrambled eggs or any kind of eggs, but a4 is played. Fantastic presence of mind by Firouzja to realize he's actually totally safe. He's got all his bases covered, open the A file. Now he's got many ways to start, screwing in the, tightening the screws.
Yeah, and again, you're not afraid of the b4 pawn being taken. That just opens up more tactical opportunities. Knight c5 check is, of course, a move, and he does it. Yep.
Oh, bishop is coming out.
Yep.
He's up in exchange. Grishuk trying to get d4 in, opening up an x-ray against white's king, but it's too little too late, I'm afraid.
Well, in fact, e3 is a threat right now, though, so hold on. Firouzja got nervous about that. It's a mutual time scramble. Oh, but a7, you pointed it out. Ooh.
How do you even figure out a move here for black? Rook a7, queen e5. It's a fork. 3 seconds for Grishuk. He tries to save the knight, but here comes white's rook or white's queen.
Yep. Queen a7 and rook a6, I think. No, he goes bishop. Whoa, he lets the bishop defend.
I mean, he's just h6. I mean, white is just winning positionally on top of the fact that he might be checkmating black with a check on a7 or a check on g7.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But, okay, hold on. Hold the phone.
Wow, complete pandemonium here. Time
One
scramble.
second.
White's pawn is better.
White's g-pawn is
Bishop
dominant.
d6, bishop d5. Oh, Grishuk's collapsing.
Everything is falling. He is maintaining his time. Okay. Oh.
No, white's winning.
The knight falls. It's trapped.
But okay. Oh, rook d7. He won't even give up the g-pawn. He literally... and he's going to eliminate the b-pawn and win.
Get out of here. Get out of here, Alireza Firouzja, spotting rook d4 with just seconds on the clock. You take your 9 to 6 point lead home. You're probably already at home, so that doesn't work. But Firouzja dominant in the time scramble yet again, extends the lead to 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say Grishuk did a great job of engineering some counterplay there, but ultimately, it's not about who avoids mistakes. Both players are going to make lots of mistakes in time scrambles. It's about who makes the more significant mistakes, and Firouzja almost never blunders. He almost never makes one-move blunders, and he's somehow able to exploit his opponent's blunders with a very high degree of accuracy. This was quite the showing by Alireza, who's up 3, and he wants to put this away right now. He wants to push this lead up to 5 so that he can, play the bullet on chill mode.
You know what they say about 5-game leads heading into the bullet portion?
What do they say about 5-game leads heading into the bullet portion?
They say history has never been done. Only a 4-game lead has been overcome.
Was that Winston Churchill?
After
his first SEC appearance?
Who did overcome the 4-game lead? Oh my God, I just made the reference. I feel like I was commentating on the match, but I'm that old. Where's Robert Hess when you need him? Dude has a memory like an elephant.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good position for Grishuk here out of the opening. At Catalan, he's played d4, and Firouzja, kind of a dubious response. Yeah, this is not looking great for black. Weak pawn on c6. White's got fantastic development. God, the Catalan is so annoying.
So annoying. Super annoying. Firouzja has a advantage on the clock, though. Speaking of super annoying, if you're Alexander Grishuk, you just can't quite seem to get over that hurdle, even in a position here where white has a clear advantage. Spending a lot of time. C5, a good move, by the way, stops Danya's idea that he highlighted. The queen will no longer switch over to the king side.
Yes. However, I thought bishop d2 was better because white had this idea of playing queen a4. And now you're giving black the d5 square. Of course, Grishuk sees that. and he is relying on the long-term weakness of the c6 pawn. But this is not the way to maximize his advantage. I think Alireza is pretty happy, all things considered. Now, if you trade on e5, Danny, very instructive idea I just want to show. If black takes, a lot of people would do something like this, but now white has this juicy outpost. Rook d6 is automatic. And here black is
I want you to know, I didn't say it before you highlighted because you're already in motion, but I wanted to complete the motion with you, but in the end, I was just a bystander. But it was glorious. The d6 square is still available, and it will be available now. Funny idea from Firouzja. You're just giving up the c6 pawn. Bishop c6, rook c8, rook d6. Aha.
Yeah,
this is
but then queen a3, rook b2, and Firouzja just doing Firouzja things. I actually think rook b8 is a high-class move by black. Easy to skip over this moment, but rook b8 is a very annoying move to face.
Hey, I am pressing that skip button. I like it. Queen a3, rook b2. It's also instructive because no one likes passive defense. Dvoretsky rolls over in his grave, RIP. Active defense is the key, and rook b8 is just that. Instead of just trying to defend your weak c6 pawn, look for counterplay. Force a move like a3, and now he's going to continue to look. Is rook b5 on the agenda at some point? c5 is weak.
Absolutely. Bishop b5 also provoking a4 and then simply going back to a6 because Firouzja feels that he needs that b4 square for his rook.
Yeah. He is going to lose the c6 pawn, though. I mean, there's a reason the engine likes white, so while we're applauding Firouzja and active defense, it's a good practical advice for everyone watching. White is better here. I mean, if you play a4 and take c6 and do it before you get under 30 seconds, Alexander Grishuk, white is better. I mean, but he's not doing it before he gets under 30 seconds, so I'm still liking Firouzja's chances.
Here we go. Bishop c6, rook c8, though. I don't see a move there because rook d6 just looks so flimsy. But even an exchange sack on c6 potentially, I mean, that's very scary. Maybe rook d6, okay, h4. But
I agree, but I think it was the move for choice. I think you have to go for the concrete line at this point. The pawn's hanging.
Yeah, now rook b4, rook c4 is nasty. Maybe a doubling on the 8th on the b file.
Yep.
And again, we know how these games tend to go.
Yep. Blue arrows on the board. That means a computer-suggested only move. For those who don't know, Firouzja is good at finding those computer-suggested only moves.
Okay, maybe double on the 8th on the b file. Rook fb8, so that you can move your queen back to c7 if necessary.
And now there's no rook d6 because there's rook b1 check. The queen is hanging on those lines, FYI.
Firouzja's the kind of guy who'll go bishop e2 here, hoping that the rook moves up and allows rook b1 check. He's exactly the kind of guy who's I know what Alireza is thinking about here. Bishop c4.
Also fun. I love that move. You're going to put the bishop on d5. Computer doesn't like it. There's a blunder here. I don't know what it is. What is it?
I mean, rook d4, rook b1 check blunders the queen. That's the key to remember. What is the move here? I would assume bishop takes c6. No, that was not the move. This is what I thought it was.
Bishop to b5 looks good because the bishop is pinned, and here comes rook c1. You're going to force black to sack the exchange, I think.
At some point, you would think maybe a5 to solidify it, but then bishop a6 is a move to pay attention to. Forcing this rook away from the 8th rank, and then white has a nasty, nasty check on d8 to deliver. What a wild position.
Yeah, but only 11 seconds here for Alexander Grishuk. Oh, it just makes you nervous. Makes you feel like you've been here before. You ever have a deja vu, don't you?
All the time.
How come it doesn't help you when you play chess?
Match before.
What?
I feel like I commentated this match before. I'm getting this distinct sensation that Grishuk might win this game. Queen f8, I was thinking, okay, a5 played.
Okay.
Rook d4.
Rook d4.
Queen d4. What a move.
Queen d4, even better.
Oh, God.
Now you're going to take c4.
Amazing. Queen d5. Oh, this is wild. 3 seconds. What do you do? Queen f4. Not the move. And
I think bishop takes c4 was the move. Oh my gosh, what a queen sack.
And now black is going to win. a4, I mean, black is absolutely playing for a win here. Look at this monster of a bishop. Rook b3 is coming.
That mating net was so devastating for Grishuk. He has to move every pawn on the king side and expose himself along the way.
Unbelievable.
The other rook is going to come into c2, and it is
unbelievable.
Over.
Don't go bishop b3, though. Rook a8 and queen e4. That bishop has to stay on d5. Rook g2 wins.
Rook g2. We have to quickly back up. We have to quickly back up and show how Grishuk was winning. And I have to find out. We can't leave the fans hanging like that. Instead of queen to d4, if you could jump to that board, we've got the live board there in lower corner, so fans not missing anything. What was the move here?
Okay, so queen d4 was correct. Now, by the way, queen f8 was the move for black here to keep chances alive. Queen d4 was fantastic. And let me just quickly show what was the point. The point is that the bishop is hanging, and if you take on b5, the rook falls with check, and black loses everything. Yep. So Firouzja finds this crazy move, queen d5. Now queen f4 is a mistake. Queen to g4. He almost got it. What's the difference? The difference is that now queen takes d1. White can recapture with the queen. Whereas in the game, you had to take back with the rook, and now black is able to take on b5 with a discovered attack. So if he had found queen g4, black would have had to move the queen. White simply takes on c4, and now the extra piece should have decided the game. But queen d5. Danny, I just have to single out this defensive resource by Firouzja is why he makes magic on the chessboard.
The queen sack. I bet he already saw it before he played queen d5. The presence of mind to spot that idea. And as happens, sometimes it's a defensive queen sack, Danya. In that case, it was a winning queen sack because white was the one in trouble on the light squares. What a brilliant defensive resource that turns into an opportunity to win. Firouzja does it better probably than anyone in those time scramble moments, along with Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, right? It's why he is the bullet chess champion that he is, because with seconds on the clock, just spotting those things is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, it just speaks to the boundless chess talent. And, I mean, I don't think it was a mouse slip. I just think Grishuk was focused on trying to make a reasonable move. And, you know, the way that they turn the game around, you know, they're never, even when they're losing in these time scrambles, they want to turn the game around 180, not just 90 degrees, pull out some draw in a long endgame. No, they always are looking for swindles. And the psychological effect of this is just crushing. Grishuk down 4. I mean, he loses another one. He's down 5. And that's a huge, huge deficit facing one of the greatest bullet players of all time.
Yep. Well, you want to win this one and bring it back to 3, right? 3 is better than 5, regardless of how good Firouzja is in the fastest time control of the SCC format. Again, if you look above Grishuk there, everybody, 4.5 minutes remain before we head to a quick break, followed by the bullet battle. More than likely, this will be our last 3-minute game because of that. It's possible they can have a quick result here and we get one more.
Another French, and this time another very, very different structure with the queen side closed off. The We Know Open for Business variation.
The Open for Business variation?
We Know Open for Business variation. My friend Peter calls it that.
Okay. It's business time. Let's go. Business time over here on the king side if you're Firouzja. Open up some highways.
Rook on f6 potentially if the trade on g5 happened.
You can even bring the knight to f6, sacrifice it to open up the e5 square. Let's do it. Knight h7, knight f6. Talk dirty. Come on, you like that. Come on.
Oh, talk dirty. I mean, you had me at talk. Now, knight e7, you're right. Knight h7, knight f6. And
but even if the bishop takes f6, you open up the e5 square. Yeah, he goes for it. Come on.
Oh, man. Good call.
It's not my first French.
But it might be your last one if black goes down like this.
I've been bagging on the French before it was cool to bag on the French. Sorry, Anna Rudolph, but it's true.
Go back.
Now
back
go
to H7. He's a back
Look
for
at this.
more. Bobbing for apples.
It's surgical at this point. Going full Marcellus Wallace over there on the king side. Pliers and a blowtorch. Get your tools out. White is going to blow open the king side and go on to win.
That's square better than a big kahuna burger. Or not, because knight g8. And
now that's
no
defense.
Burger. Sloppy move by Firouzja. He didn't see where black's knight was going. He thought it was going to f5. No, it was going back to g8. And black is back in business.
That totally changes things now. White went from dominating the dark squares, owning every highway, owning the entry point to every highway anyway, to now, if you're black, you'd love to just take that g6 pawn off the board. If you could somehow get rid of it.
You can. Rook takes g6.
Self-capture chess, right? One of the variants of AlphaZero DeepMind, Google's DeepMind studies, self-capture chess, one of the variants I could have gotten behind there. Not coming to chess.com soon. Don't even think about requesting that feature. We don't have time. I'll put it on the 2029 roadmap.
Wow, how crazy. The position changes so much when one successful trade is engineered. Now, black is better, but I wouldn't rush to conclusions here because Firouzja does have the H-file under control. Knight F5 check, not so dangerous. It's still very, very complicated here. Black has to activate this bishop. Has to get it around, maybe even to like E4.
I love that idea, though. I mean, you're pointing it out. Why not do it? I mean, let's go.
Grishuk down to 30 seconds, though. Again and again.
B2 hanging. He defends it.
Bishop C1 I would play. Just reinforce the pawn, perhaps.
Yeah. Over defend that critical weakness. Oof. I still love bishop A4, though. I want to get that bishop at least threatening to enter in the backdoor diagonals.
Now, Firouzja getting his king to safety, but maybe allowing knight F5. Okay, queen B3. Difficult move to play, though. He goes knight F5.
That's the more human move.
Now, the rook was hanging. He has to bring it back.
Again, give me bishop A4 or give me death. Finally, here we go.
Wow. Bishop G1. Firouzja curling up into a little ball.
He's inchworming his way to A2, B1, E4. Come on, throw a highlight at me. Give it to your partner. Boom. Bishop lands on E4.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go, Grishuk. Boom goes the dynamite. Not quite C4, but just as good. You have to click it for it to explode.
Get rid of this.
You have to click it for it to explode. LOL. Boom.
That scared the bejesus out of me. Now, bishop A2. This is I don't think I've ever seen a maneuver like this. This is incredible. But it doesn't necessarily win the game with 14 seconds left.
Brings back painful memories. I lost a French on the white side of a French to Vachier-Lagrave in some Pacific Coast, Western, Northern tournament in Southern California that Goichberg was running. You know, I don't remember the title. I blacked out. All that matters is Vachier-Lagrave grinded me down in a French similar to this. I've seen bishop A2 before.
This is just
Dude, this is a French. This is why people play the French right here. Unfortunately, they lose a lot more games than they should, but this is a masterpiece for black.
Amazing. And white can't even go queen G4 because black will take on H2, and white's totally tied down. This is total domination by Alexander Grishuk.
Play something like queen D8 so we can get ourselves closer to a smothered mate on G3. Queen F3 and knight G3 coming at you.
Yeah, that's the threat. I mean, rook takes H2 is sort of a threat. White has no moves. And he's trying. Firouzja trying to keep all the squares covered. Where's the mate?
Rook H7.
Knight H4.
Knight H4. Okay, knight E3 also does the job. Yeah.
Wowza.
And Grishuk, did he squeeze one more in? No, time is up. So that means officially we are headed to the bullet portion. The players have been notified. Firouzja will maintain a good lead, 10-7, but not as big a lead as it could have been. Grishuk remains within striking distance. At least he avoids history, as I said. A 5-game deficit is historical. No one has ever come back from that. 3 games has happened before. Will it happen again? Grishuk down 10-7. Okay, a lot to unpack here, Danya. I know you're getting ready to analyze a game for us. Maybe we'll dive into this French here, the masterpiece that it was. But Grishuk got to be feeling pretty good about that, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a little bit of momentum. Now, let's be clear. It's a monumental task for him to surmount a 3-point deficit against Firouzja, but at least maybe he's proven to himself that it can be done. He weathered the time storm. He played a positional masterclass, and that's the game I want to highlight in the game review. You know, it's not just about the guy who's leading. We've sung Firouzja's praises, but let's take a moment here to take our hats off collectively. None of us are wearing hats, but you know what I mean. For Alexander Grishuk and his positional acumen in this game. Now, this game did not start out in his favor. It was some great maneuvering play by Alireza Firouzja at first in this locked-up French. Firouzja getting his knight back to H2, provoking some weaknesses. And here it was all Firouzja. Knight H7, knight G5, running circles around black's pieces, getting the knight back around, reparking it on H6. But he thought it was 24-hour parking. He got towed pretty quickly. G4 was the beginning of his trouble. Now, this position, he thought the black knight was going to F5. He thought he was safe. I think the correct move was something like queen h2 in order to meet knight g8 with something like queen h4 so that you could at least replace the knight with a pawn. But instead, he didn't sense the danger. He allowed knight g8, and suddenly his knight is evicted from its dominant post. And once that happens, the tide turns completely. From this moment on, Grishuk plays a positional masterpiece. He gets his knight into position, but he doesn't rush to occupy the f5 square. He uses both sides of the board, pressuring the b2 pawn, straining white's defenses. Now he plays knight f5, pushing the rook away, and now it's time for his bishop squeezing its way just through impossibly thin walls to get to the right spot, to get to e4. Just amazing command of positional chess. Firouzja meets him at the top, but this trade exacerbates the situation even further. Now it's the queen's turn to infiltrate. Again, look at the way he uses both sides of the board. Rook h7, threatening queen takes c2. Again, forcing black's pieces into white's territory, and then finally capitalizing with a beautiful knight check on e3, winning all of white's pieces and taking the game, bringing this lead down to 3. Still a big lead, still a huge order, tall order for Grishuk. But what a game to finish off the 3+1 portion, Danny.
And at least there's a chance. Yes, 3 games is a tall order against the reigning bullet champion, but 5 games, as we said, would have required you to break history, right? To achieve something no one has ever done. So at least there's a chance, which means we have a match. 25 minutes of the fastest time control in the SCC format is ahead. It's 1+1. It's bullet. It's Firouzja versus Grishuk. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
We're here in Casablanca for this special tournament. You'll be playing games from interesting positions, from historical games. So this is a challenge we want to give you, the players, to see if you know your classics and also more modern games. And as you see, we have switched the normal pieces out with checkers pieces. And you are allowed to get a hint. I can reveal a specific piece.
Oh, that's easy.
But the problem is, who's it against? This is the problem. Who is this against?
Yeah, Marshall, Yarovsky Marshall?
Correct.
Queen G3, yeah.
Do you remember the year?
08?
1912. Close.
Well,
yeah.
okay,
Very good. That took you only a few seconds. That was impressive.
Yeah, I don't remember, like, somebody against Marshall, the famous Queen G3.
Correct. And do you remember the year?
I don't know, like 1912, 1911?
1912, correct. So it was Marshall with the black pieces against Stepan Levitsky playing the white pieces.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't remember this. This is obviously the Marshall game, the one where they put the coins on the table in the story, but I don't remember who it was against, actually.
But do you remember the year?
The year of this game. No, I don't, actually.
1912.
1912.
And it was against Stepan Levitsky.
There are 2 things that pop into my mind, and it feels like this is either one of those games between, like, I think Botvinnik and Capablanca, or this is Magnus and Vichy.
Yeah, this is easy as well. It's my game against Anand from the match in Chennai, the 9th game.
Feels like my game with Magnus, but...
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
From 2013.
Well, that's the first thing I thought of, but
Yeah.
then I thought they won't be that mean. But they are. Okay. So.
I'll tell my colleague who sent me this.
I'm gonna think that this is Magnus and Vichy. This would have been the match, and I'm gonna say it's Magnus against Vichy. I'm gonna say that that was a match. So he won in 2013. So this would have been the first one because that's when there was all the big cheering and celebration. So this would have been 2014. I'm gonna say this was game 9 of the match in 2014, but maybe I'm wrong. Magnus and Vichy.
It is Magnus and Vichy. Magnus won, but it's the match from 2013. and it's November 21st. So it was.
Wasn't the candidates in 2013? Oh, the match was the same year?
Yeah. So
I didn't realize that. Okay.
they played in
So I was
July
right, but I had the year
2013,
wrong.
And then in Sochi 2014. But you're correct.
Brilliant.
The first of two matches today on this doubleheader for the SCC continues on. It's rolling into the bullet portion alongside Grandmaster Danya Naroditsky. I'm Danny Wrench, and Firouzja and Grishuk have been giving us what we wanted. It's a 3-game match, Danya, which means Grishuk has a chance, but he's going up against Firouzja. Talk about just how good this guy is in bullet as someone who's played him more than maybe you even want to talk about.
Yeah, definitely. Our last bullet championship match is one that I wish to forget. But Firouzja's run at the Bullet Championship was honestly something else. And it was capped off by a final day in which the last 4 matches, right, Sevian against myself, and then 2 wins against Hikaru were all played on the same day. I mean, that really tells you all you need to know. Now, obviously, 1+0, very different kettle of fish. And if the SCC were 1+0, Grishuk would be done for. But as Hikaru has said on multiple occasions, 1+1, Danny, maybe even more similar to Blitz than it is to Bullet. All the same, Firouzja's ability to put pressure on your clock, to maintain a very, very high level of accuracy, even in the Bullet time control, even in time scrambles. You've already seen it on display here. And if he brings more of that to the table, Grishuk will have a very hard time keeping up.
If he brings more of that fruit to the table, I might
What
start
is
getting
that?
hung. It's some.
So
We're going to ask him about it if we do
peach?
end up catching up with him for an interview between our doubleheader matches. I don't know what that fruit is in terms of just spying it. But yeah, 1-0 in the Bullet Chess Championship. An amazing performance by Alireza to come all the way back and win, as you said, so many matches on one day. But 1+1 is also still Bullet, and that guy is so fast. I think Grishuk, there you see, has a better chance than you would in a 1-0 match, but still gonna have an uphill battle here against Firouzja.
Yeah, I mean, I think people might be surprised at how fast Grishuk actually is. You know, I don't think we're going to see a blowout necessarily in the Bullet. The issue is Firouzja's more than happy to trade baskets, right? In this case, trade points.
Yeah.
And a 3-point comeback, I mean, that will require Grishuk to basically be perfect, and he has to get off to a good start. You know, set the tone with a win in the first game and carry that momentum over from the previous game. If he can do that, he gives himself an outside chance. Either way, it's going to be really hard. Let's not sugarcoat the difficulty of this task. It's monumental.
You see Grishuk pulled up his sleeve there, pulled up the get out of my way, hold my sleeve. I'm working Bullet Chess. And we'll see how fast he can play to keep up with Firouzja. Right now, both sides getting it done. More time than they started with.
Yep. Wow, they're going to have 3 minutes on their clock before long. They're going to make this into the continuation of the 3+1 segment.
As I like to say, 1+1 equals 3 for a kid who went to the school for those who don't do math good. C4. Wait.
Okay, Queen E4.
What happened here?
White is worse. White
is
lost.
worse.
E5, F6
Is
and
the
E5.
bishop-
What's going to lose the bishop? Yeah.
Bishop's running out of squares. You saw it was given a blunder by the computer for a brief second, I think because D5 was needed to save the bishop on the long diagonal instead of bishop G5, don't you?
Yeah, he forgot about F6 and E5 and H6 and G5, and that bishop is getting pushed around. And it's not going to get pushed around for very long. He's going to take it pretty soon.
This is the kind of game you wonder if he should just resign. I mean, I know he's already down 3 games, but you only have 25 minutes to get the job done. If you look above Firouzja's head, right now you have 23 and a half minutes left. And every second is precious if you're trying to mount a comeback.
Yeah, but he still has some outside chances here. I mean, you know, I've seen these games take an unexpected turn. You don't want to rush b5 if you're Alireza because of rook c5. If you lose, you know, if White can get rid of the 1-on-2 here, White's got chances. But the problem is Firouzja's not going to let that happen.
Yeah, but I disagree. Just having commentated on so many of these matches, is what's better, Danya? A draw that takes another 3 minutes off the clock, which, by the way, could happen, or just like resigning and not getting tortured here? Because maybe you hold this game, but it's going to take so much time off the clock.
Well, the problem is he's not going to hold it.
Yeah, he's not going to hold it anyway. That's what I'm saying. Is like,
no, I definitely think a draw would be better.
Yeah, but if you did hold, it would have taken so much time, and it's not going to happen. First of all, Firouzja's going to win, and you're going to regret every second you played on instead of resigning. And that's my point. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're obviously picking between poisons. It's a tough spot for Grishuk, and not off to a good start.
He is going to resign momentarily here after knight f2. I think there's just no chance here. Firouzja's technique is too good. I mean, he's, you know, as I've said many times, his endgame skill is thoroughly underestimated, and his conversions are generally quite smooth. There we go. 4-point lead. Very, very bad start for Grishuk. He loses with White, and I think Firouzja can smell blood. We're back to the Berlin, a reprisal of what we started with.
Going back to, oof. Well, not Cali. When was the last time you were in Cali, by the way, visiting the fam?
Just like 2 months ago, actually.
Nice.
No.
Family time.
Family time is good. And
shout out to Big Al.
Big Al? Oh, you mean Alan? Nice.
All right. Big Al watching the show. Firouzja back to the line he liked, which is the threat of e6. Although now he commits to rook b1 and didn't play the a4 line, which worked out well for him, meaning White played a4 to stop a4. So just replaying the games in my head here, if you're just tuning in, we've had a lot of Berlins today, especially in the 5-1 portion.
Indeed. And in every one of them, Firouzja has gone e6. And again, he curiously does not take on e6. I have no idea why, but rook takes e6 had no downside and was just a better position for White. This is strange.
Yeah, he liked the 95 idea a couple of times. I guess his point is that the e6 pawn is going nowhere.
Well, yeah, it's definitely not going anywhere. I mean, maybe to e5, but that would be a death mission. Okay, rook g6.
Eventually,
maybe?
He does recoup.
But okay.
But okay. If you take, Black is happy because the double C pawns are fixed. You get the 3-on-2 going. So this has become much more of a coin flip. I don't think Firouzja thrilled with this Berlin.
You want to see a funny line? If White no analysis board, this will take me 5 seconds. Takes rook b2, rook a1, king g2, bishop a3, and the rook is trapped. So that's actually a big deal.
That's a beautiful line.
Look at that rook trap. Anyway, he goes king f1. Grishuk, it's lunchtime, or I guess dinner time for him, but he's up a pawn. Ooh.
By the way, that line Danya showed wasn't just for kicks and giggles. It was actually important because Firouzja was calculating it. There's a reason he lost the c2 pawn, because lines like that didn't work. So that was actually instructive, Danya, not just for the funsies.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Now rook takes c7. Firouzja says, lunchtime for us both. And, knight is trapped.
The knight runs out of squares.
Yeah, but look at White's pawns. In a bullet game, these pawns...
Yeah.
They're not. It's not over.
It's definitely not over at all. Black would love to play b5 and c4, but White's winning the race.
Yeah, I've lost so many of these positions against Firouzja. I'm permanently traumatized. Grishuk, I think, has to go b5. And we've seen a position like this where White was up in exchange and Firouzja saved that miraculously. Here we go. Rook f5, g5. Close your eyes and pray.
This idea of b5 and c4. Uh-oh. Here goes Firouzja, g6 and g7.
What a race. We might get we might get 2 queens on the board, and the game will continue because White's king on g2 is actually quite safe. Oh, no. Firouzja's going to win.
Oh, man.
Rook f2, maybe.
Rook f2 would ensure the draw if you want it.
I'm not even sure it ensures the draw, honestly.
Although I like bishop f2 because the rook on d2 guards queen d5 check. That was key.
Okay, queen g4. Okay. Queen g1.
Queen g1. He trades queens in h6 falls.
And it's mate.
Just as good. Just as good. Mate was almost as good as the moves I was suggesting. Almost as good.
Not quite, but we'll accept. It's acceptable.
Okay, well, we have a 3-game match, and we have 18 minutes remaining. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? We have a doubleheader. Right after this, Wesley So takes on Denis Lazavik. Oh, man, but this one's not over. Grishuk keeps himself within striking distance.
Absolutely not. And Danny, you're doing the heroes shift today, covering both matches. But Grishuk, I think, senses this is his last chance. He needs to capitalize on opportunities like this one. Firouzja playing a terrible opening. I don't know what he was doing there. But this position is, let's just say it leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah. Okay. The knight is coming to b5 in some positions. I think you're just winning the d4 pawn. That's
or this or that.
Or knight e4 might be even better with f6. But okay, yeah, knight b5, you're winning the d4 pawn. e3 if you want. If Grishuk wins this and we have a two-game match, I mean, buckle up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's doing okay on the clock, actually. It doesn't feel like that's the main deciding factor. But how do you follow up here, right? This is looking so dominant for White as he can through great move. Can't take. Oh, and a great response.
Yeah, knight b4 and a6, a nice little intermezzo in between action.
Okay. Now Grishuk will pick up that deep pawn at the end.
Yeah.
But he doesn't trade Firouzja.
I wonder if there's some world to play knight b6 and then how do you take advantage of black's development? I don't see it.
Rook d1, bishop g4, and rook d8. Black is just in time. Somehow Firouzja's untangling here. This is unreal.
It's unreal. That is the word. It's unreal how he survived that. Still worse in the rook ending, but
I don't know. I think Black actually might find a way to turn this around. But you're right, Danny. King f3, and maybe Grishuk still playing for a win here.
Yeah, but you're right. King f5 is coming. Ooh, hold on.
Whoa.
Hold on. A pawn is a pawn.
Where did that come from?
A pawn is a pawn. Even in nowhere USA, where I'm from. Here we go. Rook to b1 and king d3. The d4 pawn is weak. Not anymore.
Okay. b6, but b6 is a very risky move because White could end up losing this pawn and losing this game, and he will.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Rook
b6
is again the word.
Oh, Grishuk's going to lose. He's dead now. Rook b3 is coming.
And that's borderline match because the lead goes back to 4 with 15 minutes left. So you're literally in must-win territory from here on out, just from a mathematical point of view, and we all know how I feel about math.
I mean, you know how I feel about math. But 4-point lead is a 4-point lead, as Einstein famously said while commentating the Grishuk-Firouzja match.
He sure did, that guy.
Ain't relative here.
The more traditional-looking Berlin now, Firouzja playing for the kingside advance, followed by king g2, king g3. This was almost what we could have gotten the first game, but a messed up move order allowed Grishuk to strike with h5. If you guys missed game 1 of the match, check it out. It was a great game from Grishuk until it got away in time pressure. But yeah, this is a more typical Berlin.
Yeah, 94. There's that a5 move again. Now, Firouzja has reacted in different ways to this move. a4 here allows c4, and maybe he then plays b takes c4 and tries to goad the bishop away from e6 so that he can push e6. No, he goes on the king side. I have to say, Grishuk's quality of play has been very high throughout the match. He's had lots of good positions. We won't see king h5, but Firouzja is just such a difficult opponent. He just constantly keeps you under pressure, keeps you on your toes. He's merciless.
Absolutely. And this is a tough spot to be in because even if objectively the best thing is to play bishop takes f6, as I say it, it's opposite code bishops. Probably White should be able to hold, although I like a4 in the counterplay. I'm just pointing out the match situation is a tough one for Black.
Yeah, rook a2. White might... f5 bishop takes f5 is very important.
Yeah.
Although Firouzja might go for that. Oh, no, he goes bishop e5. He wants to play f5.
I like it.
Bishop takes b3.
He going to play bishop f4 and just go after the h-pawn? Oh, king h5, even better. I forgot the bishop guards h2. There was no mate.
Wow. No fear, Shakespeare. No fear, Firouzja. Will he
He's
take
gonna
on h6?
h6. Okay, now bishop f4, but he will take h6, and the passed pawns will run. Wait, why is it a... It seems like a slight exaggeration from the computer there.
Bishop g7. No, it's. I mean, yeah, the computer needs to shut it. But rook e7 is coming, and white's pawns are just better than black's pawns. It's really as simple as that.
Yeah,
and it's over. It's another game for Firouzja, and another game where what did Grishuk even do wrong? He made reasonable moves. I think bishop c8 was the big mistake. He should have taken b3.
Yeah, go for the race.
Coulda, woulda,
Now
shoulda.
Firouzja is just... He's going to take his time on this one, slow jamming out, light the candles, throw on the Luther Vandross, maybe some Marvin Gaye. Just take his time here. This is a slow jam because every second that goes off the clock ensures the victory.
Perfectly executed. Look at that king. The king's journey, it went around the Cape of Good Hope. I mean, it went all the way up the H file.
Yep.
And around G8 to win the F7 pawn. And now around to E7. It's like Danny Wrench, indefatigable. Jet setting and winning and 5
Don't
points.
Don't use words like that.
Indefatigable?
Yeah.
I mean,
because then I have to look it up and pretend that I know what it means.
I mean, and then you'll get fatigued pretty quickly. This again.
Here we go. This was the best game of the day so far. Let's go. H4. Okay, force the trade first, and then H4, and we'll see if he plays your move, Rook C4 instead of E4. He finds it. He looked it up at the break.
It reminds me the Peruvian GM Julio Granda Zuniga, top Peruvian GM of the early 2000s. He had a famous story where he played a game in the 90s, walked into an opening trap in the Rui Lopez, and lost, where he blunders 2 pawns. Then a couple of years ago, he played Hu Yifan. He walked into the exact same trap, and I saw a photo. He smiled, and he resigned the moment he walked into it. He didn't even continue the game. So it's like, wait, where have I seen this before? Oh, I actually walked into that trap 20 years ago.
That is literally the definition of he's played so many chess. He's played more chess games and forgotten them than most people who will ever play.
Yeah,
or what is it? He's forgotten more chess games. Sorry. Forgotten more chess games than most people will ever play. That is the definition of that.
Or as Emmanuel Lasker said, I spent the second half of my chess career unlearning what I learned in the first. Yep. Very true, actually.
That's actually true in terms of the evolution of the game, though. I mean, it's happened in so many different eras. Obviously, we live in the, open source, machine learning, deep mind, AlphaZero, neural network stuff that has in many ways revitalized so many things, and along with a lot of other just human ideas. But that's really a true thing.
Well, in terms of true things, I think another true thing is that white is calling the shots here. Rook a6, but it might be too little too late, Danny. We've hit the 10-minute mark in the match.
Yep.
Castle's queenside, right in the face of danger. Come at me, brah.
It's a 5-game lead with less than 10 minutes to play, so apologies for the slight digression. We went full baseball commentator mode. It's a blowout. We're talking about, corn on the cob. But, yeah, even if Grishuk wins this game, the match is over. We'll see if he can do it in fine fashion, though.
But he's entered that frustrated mindset where every time he's winning, he remembers, the winning positions that he squandered, and that additional psychological pressure. That's what causes, for example, the Hikaru effect, right? That's actually what causes people to get so nervous when they're winning against Hikaru because you know what the track record is, and here we go again.
Look at that trap, though. He induced bishop e4 because he had queen e8 check at the end, but Firouzja calculated deeper and saw that he could play king c8, and oh my god, Grishuk throws up his hands just like I do. Unbelievable.
Queen b4. Okay, getting the queen away. Nothing remains of white's attack. It was like mate 6 ways to Monday, I should say, not Sunday. Rook e1 and queen h4. Okay, or trade queens.
Trading queens, you can gather up the a pawn, and you make sure you're not going to lose at least.
Mm-hmm.
Firouzja snatches a stalemate, maybe a victory from the jaws of defeat, depending on what happens here.
Or a loss. No, bishop b5. Heads up move. Rook h4, rook b6, and okay, he's going to have to hold rook and knight versus rook.
Knight versus rook. I'm going to go to sleep. Wake me up in 2 minutes when this one's over.
Now, you know what's funny is that we've seen situations where the side with the advantage in the match actually does not want to trade rooks. They want to prolong this as long as possible. And like white is begging for a rook trade. Please, let's end the game. Black's like, nope.
It's the meta of the SCC, going full Hikaru here, just making sure you get all the time off the clock. Like I said, 2 minutes might have underestimated it, unless he blunders into a rook trade. Firouzja can get a lot of time off the clock here. I'm going to check in with chat while we're at it. How's it going, Twitch? How's it going, YouTube? Hey, chat. I'm not going to pay attention to this one for a little bit.
No, this is a very easy hold for people looking to improve their endgame skill. Rook and bishop versus rook requires quite a bit of knowledge to hold. Rook and knight versus rook, there is no set technique. You basically just, as long as you avoid blundering a rook, there's nothing specific you have to know. And even if your king is pushed to the side of the board, it's still an easy hold.
Agreement town. Population us.
Okay, 1 more minute off the match clock in this endgame.
Like, I wasn't kidding. I know I'm known to exaggerate or have been accused as doing such anyway. This is going to be the kind of game that seals the match in the most boring, anticlimactic way possible. We can crown Alireza Firouzja joining 4 other players moving on to the quarterfinals in the SEC, I believe.
He's a scary opponent in the SEC, and you talk about who's got the potential to dethrone, unseat Magnus and Hikaru in their seemingly inevitable path to the finals. Alireza is one of them. His form has been immaculate, and this has just been a smooth victory over a formidable opponent as he trades rooks. He's taken another 2 minutes off the clock. It's over. And the next few games will be purely cosmetic.
The final score, although a little bit of cash on the line, again, remember that an often overlooked important part of the SCC. I always say, time for the annual Danny speech on why more tournaments don't put cash on the line with every single game. I will never understand. I think we need to bring that element to life a little more. It doesn't, part of the reason we don't have the money exchanging hands is like a graphic on screen, Danya. Just talk about it openly with the fans here. It's because in a blowout match, it doesn't look good, right? If you add it, it's hard to take it back. And in a blowout match, when someone is just taking all the money away from the other person, it doesn't look as good as like a close match where every game is worth like a couple $100. So you got to consider the optics of how you present things, both when it's going well and when it's not going well. But what do you think about that? Adding like a money counter to every game on the screen.
Honestly, not a bad idea. I think that for fans, it's just fun to watch, these two players compete. Like, I think early in my SEC commentary career, I exaggerated. Like, even in a situation like this, I'd start saying, it's not over. Maybe in 5 minutes, he makes a 5-point comeback if he, scholars mates him 3 times. I think that you can be honest, but people are not just going to click out of the match because, you're watching absolutely masterful display by Firouzja. Also, there's another match coming up between Wesley and Denis Lazavik. I don't think I even have ever seen this matchup before, and that'll be unmissable. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Denis Lazavik has a shot, Danny, to be a dark horse in the SEC.
I agree.
I don't think anybody is happy that he's made his way. None of the other competitors are happy because he is a beast. And
also
he's got a shot to go far, really.
From a stylistic point of view, it's an interesting matchup against So, who's ultra solid, as we know, one of the most accurate players in chess history as we measure a lot of those things, not just with the accuracy score that everyone has on Chess.com, but with our fair play algorithms. Wesley So is so accurate, almost to a fault in some positions. But Denis Lazavik has a very similar ultra solid style where he gets his same openings over and over again. He's able to kind of make up for maybe some of the gaps against the world's elite because Lazavik is playing a lot of the positions that he knows so well. So I'm like, I cannot wait to see how Wesley rattles Lazavik, because Lazavik is a creature of habit. He's the definition of a creature of habit. So I think you're right, Danya. This is an interesting one ahead here.
Yeah, and of course they have played before. They played in the CGC. I mean, they're no strangers, but still, it's not a matchup that you see every day. As we see, Alireza is somehow, even this position, which was dead lost, he's holding on. Rook D2, and he'll pick up the A pawn. And is he going to win this game? No, bishop C3 on the board. Bishop B5, rook takes C5. Rook takes C5. Okay. And Grishuk will take this one.
So a
But
little
it's-
bit of money back in Grishuk's pocket, back to the conversation we started on. Every game in the SCC counts for some cash. So anyway, back to your point. So you're not close to that idea if we add a little bit of a money counter on.
No, I would certainly not protest. I don't think anybody would.
I think it's a fun element. I think we should do it. I think anyway, even in a blowout portion, it's kind of fun.
Oh, he made a queen. Maybe
okay, it's not over yet.
Rosentrap is in the cards.
Where is mate?
F3.
Oh my gosh, going for stalemate. What is Firouzja doing?
No stalemate.
He's just getting as much time off the clock as he can. Under 3 minutes now. No reason to milk it, but I think at this point it's a mercy. He's mercy milking the clock at this point. Everyone knows it's over.
No,
4
Danny,
games.
230, 4-point lead. I mean, still okay, some chances.
I think it's more likely that this is the last game than it is that we see a comeback.
True statement.
True statement. Those are some true facts you're speaking there, Dan.
Okay.
Anyway, the SCC always delivers, though. I swear, 4 hours just went by. I don't even know what happened.
No, it's unbelievable how quickly these matches go by. It's like, honestly, in the snap of a finger. And you're a hero for taking on both matches. It's not easy. But these are some super entertaining matchups. And, you know, in the SEC, there's no walkovers. Nobody has the kind of match where they can just sleepwalk their way through it. Magnus seemed to do that, but obviously he didn't. He still brought his A++ game.
Yeah, it was fun to watch.
And here we go.
Watching you and Levy commentate. Tomorrow we've got Maxime. Wait, no, that's Wednesday. We have a break tomorrow. No SCC on Tuesday. Title Tuesday gets the show. You've got MVL versus Hans Niemann on Wednesday, along with Fabiano Caruana making his SCC debut as well against Alexei Sarana.
Yeah, I think I'm taking that match against... I'm so excited for MVL Niemann. Honestly, that might be the one I'm most excited about. There's going to be a lot of hype around that match. You know, there's going to be two very motivated players. And you will not want to miss that the action on Wednesday. And the second match of the day, Caruana Sarana. Ana.
Yep. Caruana Sarana.
You're gonna wanna watch Caruana Sarana.
You're gonna wanna watch Caruana Sarana.
It's a good catchphrase.
For show. All right. Well, 45 seconds remain. As I predicted, this will likely be the last game, short of a miracle blunder here. And Alireza Firouzja, impressive. Again, I think Alexander Grishuk played super high quality chess here today, Danya. I think you would agree. But time pressure is both a self-induced kind of problem that Grishuk deals with. When you're going up against Firouzja, it's exasperated. And probably that was what really was the difference in the end.
Yeah, I think we did a pretty good job breaking down how this match had to go for Grishuk for him to have good chances. The 5-minute portion, right? The fact that he was down by 2 after its conclusion, that unfortunate finale where Grishuk flagged, that's what really set the tone. Honestly, 3+1, 1+1, he was right there with Alireza, but Firouzja has been in control of this match from the very beginning. Well done, honestly, just well done by Firouzja. No shame in losing. If you're Grishuk, he played high quality chess. Just wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. He will make the final score look a little closer than it actually was, assuming Grishuk gets the job done here. It will be 10.5, 13.5, with Firouzja taking the match victory. Again, a few bucks back in his pocket, though. A little bit of cash exchanged at the end. But Alireza Firouzja, just like that, punches his ticket to another Speed Chess Championship quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, the final score sounds close. It was a pretty close match throughout. There were always chances for Grishuk, but the games he had to win, Firouzja made some incredible comebacks. We had some high-level opening battles. And really, in terms of the quality of chess, after the Magnus match, of course, I think the highest quality match we've seen so far across the board, Danny. Another great performance by Alireza, one of many that he's put through in Rapid and Blitz chess ever since the candidates concluded. He's been on a mission.
Yeah, and he sends a bit of a message here. Again, if those of you who were with us from the very beginning, at the top of the show, we talked about Alireza being a slow starter, having one of the lowest percentage scores in the 5-minute portion heading into today. but he dominated in the 5-1 portion. Ultimately, as you see, is moving on to the quarterfinals with a 13.5, 10.5 victory. So you may have tuned in at the end and said, okay, this is how I thought it would go. Firouzja would get better as the time control got faster, but it might have been closer earlier. But no, I mean, really, despite, I think, Grishuk playing well, it was a wire-to-wire performance from Firouzja. And again, I think he answered the call, Danya, in terms of how he played in the 5-1 portion.
And if he maintains this form, he is a clear favorite against both Fabi and Alexei Sarana, who will need to put through the performance of a lifetime, honestly, which sets up a matchup that I'm not even going to name. I think everybody can see the bracket just as well as I can. What a matchup that would be. But obviously still plenty of obstacles that he needs to surmount. Yet the form, early signs are very encouraging for Alireza fans. Well done.
What a matchup that would be. It would happen in Paris, France. Rhyme time. No one wants to jinx any of the players, knocking on wood for everyone. They all want to get there. But yeah, I mean, you look at the bracket, you look at what could go down live in Paris there and the semifinals and finals matches. It could be a crazy Speed Chess Championship ahead, maybe the most memorable one yet, which is saying something given how awesome this event is. Danya, given how awesome your commentary has been, it's hard for me to do this, but I have to kick you out for Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. They say he is Amon Hamilton, and he is going to be joining me for Wesley So versus Denis Lazavik. Any final thoughts before I let you go?
Well, Danny, always a pleasure. This is such a great way to kick off the week with a set of SEC matches. Hats off to you for covering both matches. And Amon, I know, very, very capable partner for you. So thanks, everybody. It's been a pleasure. I'll be watching very carefully because this second match is going to be an unmissable battle of two generations and yet two pretty similar approaches to chess. We'll see if Denis Lazavik can make his qualification count. Thank you, Danny. It's been fun.
Thanks for being here. I can't wait. You prefaced it well. Amon and I will get into even more previews, but not before an interview with Alireza Firouzja, who just punched his ticket to the quarterfinals over Alexander Grishuk. It's the SCC. It's Monday. It's quite the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm Levy Rosman, and I have the privilege of being joined by world number 6, the youngest ever player to cross 2,800 ELO, playing in his second candidates tournament, Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, my man, first of all, good to meet you. How's Toronto treating you this time around?
Yeah, it feels great to be back. It's a very beautiful city, so I'm very excited to be here.
Let's start not with chess first. You made a very big mistake a couple of years ago of doing an interview and saying you were into fashion, because now every interview, somebody has to ask you about fashion. So I want you to rate how I'm looking today, 1 to 10.
It's very nice too.
Yeah? Yeah. My man. Thank you. I like what you're wearing too. Can you take us through the glasses, the outfit a little bit, or?
This is Louis Vuitton glasses. This is Ralph Lauren. This is Valentino. The socks, I don't know what it is.
Anyway, we're gonna talk about chess. I don't want to bring up bad memories, but obviously 2022, the candidates was supposed to kind of be the moment where in the beginning of the year you crossed 2,800, youngest one, you broke Magnus's record. Then Magnus was giving all these interviews like he's not gonna defend unless you win the candidates. So as an outsider, I was thinking there's kind of a lot of pressure on you to win, and then you'll be playing for the World Championship. So what was the tournament in 2022 like for you? The preparation leading up, obviously going into it, you probably wanted to win, if not win, then finish in the top 2, top 3. Can you take me back to 2022? What went wrong, and then what's going to be better this time around?
Yeah, I think I was just too young for the candidates. I know they're on the same age or younger even than me here also, but I think physically it's very difficult when you're 18 years old to play candidates. 14 rounds is very energy taking, and for 18 years old I was just trying to get experience, but the outside things came into the game. But it was cool because it was good. I was getting advertised so much, so whenever they talk about me on internet I like it, so even if it's negative.
And for this time around, what has changed? Obviously you're older, but that's not the only difference, right? So is the training camp the same? Is it a slightly different approach? Because this is a weird candidates. There's a lot of young players. I don't know where the young cutoff is, but let's say 2021. So half the field is young. We have players that are playing in their first candidates like Vidit, who's almost 30, Abbasov is almost 30. How's this training camp been a little bit different than 2022, than preparation leading up?
Did a lot of sport to be in good shape because it's a very long tournament. So this was my only main focus, kind of, because the chess part is very close always, and we have to see what will happen. But I tried at least physically to be in good shape.
Cardio, weightlifting.
Not weightlifting.
No weightlifting. Cardio
mostly. Yeah.
You jogging a lot. You cycling, swimming. Is that generally what it is? What about like chess specific? What percentage of it is openings?
Nowadays it's probably more than 70-80% openings, I think. Basically, out of opening you could understand the game will toward to draw or who will put pressure the whole game. This is the chess we play nowadays. Yeah, it's interesting. Whoever works more gets the results. So.
Mate is in 4 moves from the position in front of you. Don't move until you figure it out in your head. Don't look at me for a hint.
I can't do it without moving the pieces.
Yes, you can. Clear the lines of men in your head, one at a time, and the king will be left standing alone, like a guy on a street corner. I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
We are now joined by the first winner of one of our double header SCC matches today. He is Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja. Hardly needs an introduction for everyone who's been watching. Alireza, the conversation heading into this matchup today between you and Alexander Grishuk was really centered around the 5+1 portion. The stats were that you've historically started a little slow. You haven't scored as well in the slowest time control. Did you know about those stats? Were you thinking about that? Did you make an extra effort to really get off on the right foot? And take us through a little bit of your thoughts in preparing for the 5-minute portion, because it really set the tone for your victory today.
Yeah, I thought if I could get out of 5+1 with a decent score, even if I'm down like 1-2 games, I was okay. But of course, still it's I am in good shape, I think now. So it's and I had good openings today, so it was difficult match for him. So, but yeah, in general, it's a tough match. In a way, even if you get up in the Blitz match, then you have to play good in 3+1.
Well, and you did play good in 3+1. Let's talk a little bit about your opponent. As you said, it's a tough match. And Grishuk seemed to play very well on the board, ultimately getting himself under time pressure as well. But what was your match strategy in terms of handling that? Just maintaining pressure and allowing yourself to get in time scrambles? Or were you just thinking about, handle each game as it came? And I'm just wondering what your thought process in facing an experienced former World Blitz champion like Grishuk.
Yeah, I think probably we have similar style. He thinks a lot. He tries to take his time to understand the position, and he plays extremely good in with like 2 seconds, even online. So
yeah,
yeah, he's very experienced in that way. So I try to always be focused, and even if he's down on time, I try to make the best moves. So, but yeah, he's a style I watched for many years growing up. So I managed to adapt with his style, and yeah.
What is that like playing guys? And I'll speak for you because you don't have to say. I mean, you're playing guys and you're beating guys who were your heroes growing up. What is that like now for you?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I was very happy I'm playing him in the first match because at least it's a good training, even if we lose. He plays very seriously always, and he plays his best lines, so it always will be a good training rather than playing a very good blitz player. So I was very happy with the pair in this regard. But yeah, in general, it's a honor, of course, to play these guys, and it's amazing to see that still they are playing in a high level, even online.
Yeah. Good mindset that it would be good for training, I guess, win or lose. But I want to go back to what you said earlier briefly, because Danya and I talked a lot about it. Are you doing something different with your training? Because you have been on a roll. I mean, really, since the candidates, we're talking about you won the Chess.com Classic. You're playing well right now today. You won the Bullet Chess Championship. And I know those are both online events, but just in general, your form seems there. You seem to be always up on time when it matters. How are you feeling right now about your chess? And are you doing anything special to be feeling it like this?
Yeah, I think also in classical chess in Romania, if I would have won the last game, I would have won the tournament. So I think now it's just a good. I don't know what it is with candidates, but whenever it's finished, it's done. I will win many tournaments in a row after. So I don't know what is it that, but yeah, I mean, it's very important for online also to get the feeling of it. It's kind of different with over the board. It seems like same game, but something is different about it. So you have to get the feeling and try to be comfortable.
Well, you definitely seem comfortable right now. Maybe we'll just figure out some way to trick you in the next candidates you play in. I'm sure you have a lot of candidates ahead, but we all want to see the future with Firouzja. So yeah, whatever it takes for the next candidates to feel differently. But congratulations on the play that you've had coming out of Toronto so far. I want to stick on the SCC before we get to a couple fan questions. You're going to face the winner of Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. Your thoughts on that matchup? It's coming up on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think it will be a very tough match. Alexei is a very experienced Blitz player on Chess.com, so I don't think it will be an easy match, but of course Fabiano is the favorite. But I think it will be a close one. And who I want to face, I think it's very hard to say because Fabiano in Bullet, I think I have big advantage, and maybe against Sarana I don't have such a advantage. So it's difficult for me actually to pick which one I want to play.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. So you've got maybe Fabiano as a tougher blitz opponent, but Bullet will tell. So between those two, do you have a favorite? Who do you think is the slight favorite in that matchup?
I think if Sarana plays his best, maybe he's even a bit favorite. I don't know. It's tough to say because Fabiano Blitz is getting better, of course, but still Sarana is a very good Blitz player. He's like always 3,200 in Chess.com, so he's always in a very high level. So I think I will pick Sarana, but it's a very difficult choice.
Okay. All right. Well, some good preview there. We'll unpack that on Wednesday when we have the call. But all right, it's time to unpack some fan questions, and I'm super excited about the first one that came in because I would have forgotten, but we all wanted to ask you this. This is from Procedure Gamer. Wants to know, what was the deal with the Uno cards in the bathtub? Can you explain the training there? What was the tweet there, and what was going on with that?
It was just came and it was just a cool idea. I cannot reveal so much, but it was a cool idea to come up with.
Well, it was
Sometimes you
great,
have
and maybe. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, sometimes you have to spice things up. And
It's working. I don't know what it was. Throwing the Uno cards in the hot tub. Was that a hot tub or a bathtub or a pool? What was it?
it was jacuzzi.
Jacuzzi. Okay. Got it. All right. Well, good stuff. Last question from Cornudo. I can't say the username from here, but just wants to know whether you're watching the Olympics. You're obviously living in France now, and if you are watching the Olympics, I'll give a second question. What's your favorite Summer Olympic Games sport?
Yeah, it's very cool. It's very close to me, the Olympic Games. I will try to go watch the USA basketball game because they have everyone. So I'll try to catch one of those games.
Okay. So basketball, that's your favorite, and you are watching.
Yeah. I am watching, yeah, but I want to go also to see live. So we'll see.
All right. Well, we're all enjoying watching you, man. Seriously, this has been quite a few months, and again, it's exciting to see you play chess like you did today. I can't wait to see what happens in this year's Speeches Championship for you. So, congratulations again on the victory, and good luck in the next match.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alireza. That was the man of the day so far. Alireza Firouzja, as we said, defeated Alexander Grishuk by a final score of 13.5 to 10.5. He's the fifth person to punch his ticket into the round of 8, the quarterfinals. A lot of different ways to say it. There you see Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi above them. And as we noted, Firouzja will await the winner between Caruana and Serrano. But we move to the left side of the bracket. Wesley So is taking on Denis Lazavik. So much to unpack about this matchup. I think a very highly anticipated first-round matchup. Maybe no first-round matchup more anticipated maybe than the Vachier-Lagrave Neiman one right above it. But Wesley So and Denis Lazavik is going to be a wild one. And to join me for it is the man himself, Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. His name is Amon Hamilton. He is the chess bra Amon Hamilton. And there's a million chess games left to play. What's up, man? It's been a minute. How are you?
Hey, Danny. What's up, everyone in chat who just had a thrilling matchup? I mean, I don't even know how to step into the shoes after that match, but also the shoes of Dania with the commentary. So I'm excited to be here, Danny.
Well, we're excited to have you. I think, again, that was great. Love that you were watching. Dania was awesome. I agree. I have a feeling this matchup might even be closer. I know the final score was only 3 games, but really Firouzja was pushing and running away with that, right? I think this one might be even closer down the stretch. Let's jump right into it. Let's dive into their historical record because there's not a lot of games there, and maybe that's why so many of us are intrigued and unsure about what's going to happen here, Amon.
Yeah, and what a youthful picture there of Denis Lazavik that we've got as well. Just shows how long he's been competitive at this level. I feel like Denis is one of those players that's so easy to underrate, but I swear he has so many of these like Title Tuesday wins. He's always finishing at the top of the Champions Chess Tour, all the Chess.com events, Global Chess Championship. So really, really impressed with Denis Lazavik. And I know Wesley will not be thinking of him as maybe an easy pairing, but just a reminder for everyone in the chat that Denis is a very serious competitor.
And what do you think goes through Wesley's mind in that preparation room, right? You know that you don't want to overthink it. You know this kid is a young and up-and-comer. Sometimes you don't know what they're capable of, but you got to know you're the favorite. How do you get yourself in the right mindset? Or are you just focusing on the openings, maybe trying to get Denis Lazavik out of his comfort zone? What would you be doing if you were in the Wesley So training room for this match?
Well, it's interesting because I think Wesley has maybe one of the best styles. He sort of has a universal style. I don't think he gets phased. I don't think he gets too emotional. I don't think he tilts, and I definitely don't think he will be thrown off by someone like Denis, who's maybe more unpredictable. He's had some experience playing Denis, which I think will help a lot. But I'm thinking of other players that might be a little more thrown off by a pairing like this, and I look at Wesley and I just don't see that there, Danny. Wesley just always calm, collected. I think he'll be playing his openings. I think the opening phase is one of Wesley's strongest parts of the game, and definitely an area where he could look to take an early lead against Denis.
I agree, and I love that you highlighted his accuracy. I mean, we obviously look at all the players and the stats, the data, how they compare to themselves, but that really is his calling card, being Wesley So, that he is just so solid. That's where the meme came from, Wesley So solid, and it's how you get three-time SCC runner-up. We talked about it for years. Wesley So has lost to two men in the Speed Chess Championship, Aman. They are Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. That is it, right? That is who he loses to in this format. He's that good, and it is that style of accuracy, not really beating yourself, as you said, well prepared in the opening, that puts him in the finals all the time in these rapid and blitz formats. We see the other events, of course, the CCT, the Chess.com Global Champion. So yeah, I think as long as Wesley, I guess, doesn't get in his own way, he tends to do things pretty well in the SCC. All right, so speaking of someone who might get in his way, let's jump right ahead and look at the pedigree of Denis Lazavik and break this one down. So maybe now I'm asking you, Aman, to be in the coach training room for Denis Lazavik. What is his mindset to upset someone like Wesley So?
Well, this helps because I was recently in the Wesley So training room, so I have some intel that I can bring over
have
to
some
Denis.
inside knowledge.
Yeah, I know exactly what's going on in the Wesley room. But if I'm Denis Lazavik here, I'm thinking back to, basically weekly performances that I see from him. I'm talking about Title Tuesdays, which is, Danny, how long Title Tuesday's been around. It's grown from, just a tournament that people would play in to now pretty much the marquee weekly event. And Denis performs every single time. So he's very prepared. He's played against these top guys all the time, Wesley included. So I think with a young player like Denis, you're just looking to lean on your confidence. I think that's the trademark. We just saw Alireza. I think that's the trait that all these young players have. They're fearless. I don't want to say they don't respect the top players, but you know what I mean. They're fearless. Yep. They don't take it as, they're walking in to maybe have an experience or just get some games in. Go in and believe that you can beat these guys. And someone like Denis, I don't think needs reminding of that.
Couldn't agree more. Love it. The confidence. I remember when he won his first Title Tuesday, he was in FM, and he has come a long way. Let's talk about the Smarter Chess predictions and what they're predicting to happen along the way. I'm actually surprised this is so much of a coin flip. I think maybe some unknownness in some of these matchups. Ultimately, the matchup between Firouzja and Grishuk was predicted as closer. I think Firouzja ran away with it. I'm surprised. Wesley So is one of the most dominant players in SCC history. As we said, he's only ever been ousted by Nakamura and Carlsen. I'm not really a fan of the score. I think Wesley wins this one by a few more games, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, whether or not that happens, it's definitely fair to say Wesley is for sure the favorite going in. But yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that stat because it feels that way. That's like, wait a minute, who does Wesley actually lose to in these events? He loses to Magnus and Hikaru, and that's not in every event. He does beat those guys. He's the Global Chess Championship winner as well. So I'm just looking at this matchup as yet another one that is going to be predicted as close, and then Wesley could just emerge victorious because he just always gets it done in the SCC. He's one of those players that you just expect to see in the quarterfinals regardless.
I agree. And we'll see if Smarter Chess is smarter than both of us and see something that we don't about these particular players. Games should be kicking off here in just a second. We will see the first moves. And as we wait for it, let's do a little more previewing. Because speaking about what we might see between these two players, the one thing Danya and I talked about, Aman, was the openings. We know Wesley So is well prepared. Denis Lazavik, very much a creature of habit, right? He has a repertoire. He sticks to it. What are your thoughts on that type of approach against Wesley So? Does that bode well for someone like Denis, or will that get him in trouble?
I probably, if I had to pick one of the two, I'd probably lean more towards the second one, the latter. I don't feel like that's necessarily going to be good against Wesley. I don't know how much these top guys get into preparation. We see the game is underway, but as I always say in these CC matchups, Danny, the first couple games is usually very indicative of the players feeling each other's repertoires out, seeing what lines work, and we see Wesley going for something ultra safe here as an option just to see how it's handled.
Yeah, and it is a Berlin. We had some Berlins between Firouzja and Grishuk, not the same line here. I don't know which Berlin I like better, the end game that we were getting there or this one. I think I like the end game better, but okay. Wesley So, he's solid. Like you said, he's feeling out his young opponent, and what?
Yeah, I think the thing about this position, Danny, is White just played the move Rook E2 and then played Rook E1. So I'm sure everyone watching is going, what the heck am I watching
What the
here?
F? Mouse flip?
This actually makes no sense. Now, apologies to someone else if they played this move first, but I recall Rook E2 being a Magnus Carlsen move in this line, and it's some like well beyond me type of waiting move where Rook E2 is actually useful in a lot of lines, but then when Black plays B6, it's like, oh no, but in that line, now I want the Rook back on E1. You force Black to commit to this setup, and now he brings the Rook back to E1, so the Queen has some scope on the King side. So definitely some very advanced stuff by Wesley here.
We're definitely going to make sure the lights stay on for Wesley. So sorry, Amon, while you did that, the lights went off for Wesley for a moment and came back. I don't know what's going on there. I don't think it's the camera lighting. I think something was happening in the room. But Wesley not in his normal setup where he uses his chair as a desk and he crouches over. So,
I've seen that one.
We've seen that one before.
With
the Fair Play
success,
cam
right? Did
well.
Wesley, I think he did well with that setup as well.
He's done so well with that setup overall because he's been playing that way with a tiny little board on a huge monitor for years. It's peculiar, but it tends to get the job done. And this move order, I guess, is getting the job done. Amon, you highlighted Rook E2, Rook E1, first kind of made popular by Magnus, and it's made Denis think about what he wants to do next.
Yeah, I mean, the bishop on f6 hitting this pawn chain from b2 to d4 is definitely, that's not a comfortable piece. Previously, when the bishop was on c8, Black has setups where they can go maybe knight f5 and try to push the pawn to d5, maybe develop the bishop that way. But obviously, setups involving d5 don't make as much sense with the bishop now committed to b7. So, the bishop is stuck on b7. You don't want to block it, which means you're never really going to have that control in the center. And White is going to make, the most obvious moves you've ever seen. Bishop might come to f4, knight to d2, maybe a4, a5 as well. And the queen can always jump out to g4 in the future. So it's like Wesley, I think, is just probing here. He's not saying that he has an advantage, but even without saying that, Denis has to be worried about it.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not saying this, but then you say something. It's like, get out of jail free when you say, I'm not trying to offend you, but then you say something offensive. You ever done that with your friends, right? Like, I'm not saying this, but here's what someone might say.
Exactly.
No, Wesley's not saying he has an advantage, but he is saying Lazavik has some things to figure out. Why is it? Why not just Rook E8 here in a typical Berlin to try to get the exchange and maybe force the bishop to go to a less active square if you don't want it?
Yep, the Rook E8 looks like a fine move here. I think he's probably assuming that White's going to take. And maybe queen takes e8, bishop f4. You just already have to answer questions about the knight on d6. Don't think you want those double pawns. So, yeah, maybe something like rook e8, looking to trade, and then play queen f8, and then bring the other rook to e8. But, yeah, again, I see the future of White's moves being easier to anticipate than the future of Black's moves. So, I think that's a really smart idea from Wesley in game number 1 because he's playing a position that he probably feels is not that risky and, he shouldn't be worse at any point. And let's let Denis figure things out.
Okay, it looks like, we have seen a few moves. Okay, there you go. Rook E8 was played, and after bishop f4, knight e4, my apologies, somehow the live position wasn't there. So, as I was questioning time management, Amon, turns out I was the problem. I wasn't on the, hi, I'm the problem.
It was you?
Me. It was me. Okay, so my apologies, everybody. This makes a little more sense in regards to how Lazavik is thinking about it. By the way, he did play Rook E8, and bishop f4 was the response. So, regardless of the time management, which was my problem, this is maybe what you thought we were going to get.
Something like this, yeah. And we see bishop to g5. This isn't something that's bothersome to Wesley, trading pieces like that. But at the same time, I feel like Denis is happy to make that exchange. So bishop on f6 was not really that good against that pawn chain. And in general, Black is looking for exchanges with a slightly more cramped position.
So the queen comes to g4, and if we get an exchange, maybe then this queen will come out next, offer further exchanges. Although, got to be careful. Don't go queen g5, because then rook takes e4, I think. But maybe, but if queen f6? No, you can't take c7. There's f2.
Yep.
So if you're playing Black, you're suggesting more exchanges here, something like that.
Queen f6 looks natural. If we see some exchanges on f6, and then the white knight comes to b5, we get to see, a move that doesn't look like it should be a problem, maybe become one. Black probably has things covered with the rather awkward rook e to c8, or maybe even knight d5. I'm not sure, but yeah, sometimes this knight b5 move is actually a little bit annoying, and that would have been the problem if rook takes e8 there.
Yeah, if rook takes knight to b5, as Aman pointed out, probably just straight up wins a pawn. And so black was avoiding that, but now slightly passive pieces. Here comes a4. So black says, nope, a5. I'm going to stop that idea where it stands. This is just in these deadlock symmetrical kind of structures, you're sort of just poking and prodding for a weakness until both sides get under time pressure.
Yeah, exactly. And you're also not desperate for a weakness. Wesley is probably, let's say, very content with a draw here. He's not, like I said, he's not playing this for a win. He's just seeing how Denis reacts, and then he may repeat the line in the future, or he may not. But yeah, I don't think he's committed to trying to playing for a win here.
Okay. Not playing for a win, or at least not gonna risk anything crazy to get a win. What do you think is the strategy there? Just from you're starting game one, going up against the youngster, don't want to do anything too crazy, or do you think Wesley already has his eyes on, hey, I'm actually fine if the 5-1 portion is kind of tame because I like my chances in 3 minutes? What do you think about that?
I think it's just the style of play that Wesley seems to have. He's one of the best players at capitalizing on a mistake. And, I always credit everyone else except me with this ability. But being able to make a draw and just like not being upset with that result, even as the favorite, let's say, the favorite or the higher rated player, is just such a professional and needed mentality in chess, not to overpress or anything. And I think Wesley has exactly that. So yeah, it's one game out of a huge match. I don't think he's bothered with a draw. He's the type of guy that just takes his chances when they're there and doesn't try to overcreate.
Yeah, I like it. I join you in the club of not being someone who can do that, but I'm not comparing myself to you anyway. But I like how you said that it's hard to not be upset when you feel like you should be favored in every single result. But these guys are patient. They've been there before. It's a marathon, not a sprint kind of thing, right? And
yeah,
that makes sense. I also, for those who don't know, we've shared before, but Wesley is one of the most accurate, I think he still is the best performing 3-1 player ever in SCC history. And he has lost matches, as we pointed out, to guys like Nakamura and Carlsen in the format, but he's often entered the bullet on with a lead in those matches because of his accurate play in 3-1. So obviously a little early. It's game one. We're taking a breath. I don't want to lean too much into the meta, but I think Wesley really does like 3-1, and his performance shows so. So patience is a virtue here.
Yeah. So, jumping sort of to the other side, I think that Denis has neutralized things beautifully. And I think Wesley's already in, I'm fine to make that draw territory because, there's really no targets for the bishop. The knight is definitely easier to play with. The d5 pawn moved up, so obviously that can be targeted, but it can't be hit by anything meaningful as well. We can try b3, c4, but that might hand a pass pawn on a5 to black. So I don't see anything in this position for white, really. I think Denis has done a great job just going toe-to-toe with Wesley in game number one.
Yeah, good point. And Wesley might just settle on draw because, as you said, if he gets frisky, the b5 pawn is a weaker pawn than the d5 pawn is objectively. And so, again, they repeat moves. Wow, we just got through with this Firouzja-Grishuk match, so I'm like a little bit of, just need to calm down here. I'm like looking for something to calm me down, and I have nothing. I just have to control myself.
Yeah, I think this is a great calm down. This is a cool down lap, that game right there, for everyone, the audience as well. Curious to see what Denis does with the white pieces. His first exposure. Is he, going to do anything significant? And, you've already mentioned he's got his systems, he sticks to them, and so I don't think we're surprised.
Yeah, he's sticking with his Catalan, these positions. If you follow Denis Lazavik's games on any level, he had a great run in last year's CCT, as Aman mentioned out of the gate. But if you watch his chess on when he plays in Title Tuesday or whatever, you've seen this position before. That's the point. And he doesn't really change up for anybody. No man, woman, or child gets Denis Lazavik out of his openings.
And that's, I always have a particular admiration for those players because, they're maybe stubborn to a fault, but they're always working on that opening. You feel like nobody could really know it better than them. They could definitely be surprised by preparation, maybe something new that they just haven't quite got to yet, but they'll internalize that and, immediately patch it up. So, just a systematic approach here. Knight e5, knight d5 from Wesley, blocking the diagonal, and immediately pressure on with knight c3.
Yeah, and you see what's happened there. A little bit of time taken by Wesley first highlights Amon's point that this is Lazavik's opening. He typically knows it better. In some cases, and this is not to disparage Denis, but when you're a system player to some degree, and I'm not, shout out to the London system players, I'm not calling Lazavik a system player and that he's avoiding growth. But what I'm saying is that you can sort of close the gap, or if you will, hide the gap of knowledge that might exist between a young player and some of the world's best when you're getting positions that you know better than them, because it's all you're getting. And so the gaps of knowledge that might appear otherwise don't. But as you said at the outset, you might think that could even backfire a little bit. If Wesley does figure it out and you refuse to change him on, that was your point. That's when your stubbornness can get you in trouble.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a good point. And that's why I think that systematic openings in the hands of an already highly skilled and talented player are the most dangerous. And I think we've basically got something to that effect right in front of us.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, he's got a minute advantage on the clock, does Lazavik. He's got f4 and f5 to think about if you want to really get going. You got a big majority here for Wesley So on the queen side. It's a 4-on-2 in some ways.
Yeah, and I think you do, Danny. I think you do want to think about that f4, f5. That's not just a Danny highlight arrow. That's
Wow.
a real scary idea.
That is a great compliment. Thank you. That is, Danny, there will be many moments during today's match where Amon says, that was just a Danny highlight arrow. But you're right. That's probably an idea maybe he should have gone for. Instead, he wants the D file because he wants E4, but E4 can be met by D4, excuse me, for highlighting too fast. Speaking of highlight arrows, I wonder if maybe he should have gone for that idea, Amon.
Yeah, it definitely would have been simpler. This is quite double-edged. I'm also looking at like bishop takes D5 and E4, but I guess black has bishop takes on E4 in that position, which kind of, he can lean on that. And obviously Wesley wants to play bishop E7, kingside castle, and then just start mobilizing things with D4 and then C4. Everything is kind of supported. That bishop could go to C5 in the future, and the pawns are just all protected.
I'm going to show Amon's line real quick. Bishop takes, D5 takes, and E4 looks fun and would be winning, but for this move, very nice tactic. If the queen takes, the rook hangs, and if you take the queen on C2, black wins the lady on C2 in reverse. So that idea might have... it's too early to call out a blunder, but you see that he did play rook D1 and then went for a think, Amon. I wonder if he maybe quickly misstepped there or perhaps underestimated f4, f5. Either way, here we go. Nope, it's back on the agenda.
Yeah, so it's on the agenda. This time white could just recapture on E4, so that's why Denis is happy to go for it. But also, to your point, him playing this a move later is almost like, okay, I kind of wanted to do it initially. Now I've made it work because I spotted that. And, with control over the E6 square, this always feels like it should be quite okay for black. But so I'm used to these positions going like, rook D5, rook D1, because black has to spend time castling. And, white does establish control over the D file pretty nicely.
Yeah, and that's kind of key, right? Because black's 3-on-2 is better, or at least more efficient than white's 4-on-3 over here on the king side. And so white controlling these open lines, A4 also a way to kind of undermine the majority, maybe get some more highways open for the rooks. White needs those types of active pieces in order to make up for the slight positional disadvantage of black having this better majority.
Yeah, if the pieces just all trade, I think black is doing quite fine. B4 is played, I think, mainly because the C4 square is under black's control. But I'm curious about white playing for that with, I don't know, rook C1 and queen C4. For example, I feel like if white can control C4, then you drop the bishop back to E3, play f4, and the c5 pawn is an easy target.
I love that. That's positional chess there from Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. If you put a piece on c4 and black is just positionally busted, this bishop is stuck behind the 2 pawns, and white is just ganging up on the weakness. So b4, an ultra committal move, is kind of what you're saying by Wesley, because if you play b4, you better get c4, because if white starts blockading, you're in trouble.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way. Although, the prospect of castling and allowing a takes b5 and the rook down the a file was not appealing to Wesley at all. So he had to pick one of the options. And yeah, I would say queen c4 looks like a pretty decent move here.
Yeah, maybe I got a little too excited about what happens when a piece is on c4. The computer says, nah, chill, Dan. It's still equal, and Wesley's up a minute on the clock. I guess what happens if you overcommit him on is that then the d file is up for fighting, right? So that's kind of the key, is you get that square, but now here comes the other open file that we're battling over, and black has counterplay.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the queen left on e6 and just rook d8 here. And now, rook takes d8, rook d8, and some sort of long variation. Black will always have rook d1 check and rook b1 if the queens get exchanged. Like if white tries to maintain that blockade. And so I can just see the future where this exactly happens. White goes after the c pawn, maybe loses their b pawn, and lo and behold, these guys know how to make a draw.
Yeah, indeed. And not to speak too soon, probably a draw might be in store again for the second game in a row. If you're just tuning in, we had peace in game 1, as you can obviously see in the scoreboard. But okay, maybe a little too early to call that. If you're black and you could somehow, complete the hero's journey before white got there, you'd be happy, because this bishop is stuck on all the dark squares. But likely white gets there first. And we have equality. Equal.
Yeah, g4 looks like a nice move there. Just keeping the f5 square, and as you said, maybe e4 for the king as well. But yeah, black will try to execute that. White, meanwhile, can play b3, rook c4. Could also go b3 and rook d1. But I think in that case, black is happy to leave the rook on d5 and offer the exchange. And I was just going to say, black is going to play h5, h4, and you almost get nervous letting that pawn go to h3, dark square pawn on h2 as a target later. So h3 first could be just an accurate move.
Yeah. No, that's a heads-up play. I think that's a elite class move there. Really nice call out, Amon, that if you didn't play for that, Wesley had this long-term kind of second weakness, so gets rid of it just in time. Even if he's not getting any advantage, the black bishop is holding all the squares together. I think h3, a key move there from Lazavik.
Yeah, and wouldn't be surprised to see this, just basically fizzle out in the current position, because the king on g7 keeps the rook out. You can go to h5, but that's kind of it. I'm not sure if you want to play for f5, because e5 will be loose, and I think both sides are having difficulty making progress.
We talked about Wesley So being one of the most accurate chess players in the history of the game in terms of how we measure that stuff. Just both doesn't take a lot of risk and also just plays so much like a computer in all the legal ways he does. And it's amazing when you look at the score. He's at 99% accuracy right now. But Denis Lazavik also with his ultra solid style right below him. It just shows you what we're in store here. I think that today's matchup is going to be very technical, neither side wanting to blink, and the mistakes will be very few, so very precious to capitalize on.
Yeah, and if you think stylistically, I mean, Wesley is so consistent in his matches, but I wouldn't say that he's responsible for insane blowout wins. So I feel like even when he gets the job done, he gets it done in such a controlled manner that might be why the initial sort of prediction was more around 50-50. Just because of the style that we've seen in these first couple games.
Yeah, agreed. And again, the accuracy only improves here with these moves that are just shuffle puck chess. Like neither side is going to budge. These guys are too, I don't know what you want to call it. They're budging, they're locking heads. It's not going anywhere for a while. And Although eventually when time becomes... Okay, I was just going to say, is there enough time taken that you go for it? Okay, this is what we're waiting for. Here come the fireworks. Is someone going to push now that we are in the scramble?
Well, if we're trading pawns like on g4 and e5, absolutely in white's favor, just due to the c pawn being blockaded there. So beautiful job. Any kind of bishop endgame should be lost. Rook e4.
Yeah. Okay. King e6, rook e4. If rook e4 happens,
I was just finishing
it.
saying that those bishop endgames are lost. That's a shocking move to me.
And Denis Lazavik leaning in. He smells blood in the water. This is his chance, and this is what he does. We see him do it all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you can give ground with king d3, king d5, because you will always be able to kick that bishop out or simply take the a pawn.
And it's Zugzwang, everyone. The bishop can't move but from that square because white will then get in and advance, which is why, as Amon said, white was able to give ground to the black king. Wait, but it's still winning. Did he blunder b3?
I think one issue that he's having is the bishop's the wrong color.
Yeah.
The a-pawn.
So what was the win there? We might have to back up quickly at the start of the next game and just see.
I think what was needed was king. I'm trying to remember the position, but it's not even over yet.
Wait a second. This has been a game of back and forth. Wesley literally living on the increment here. Has to move. Made that move with 0.1 seconds.
Oh my goodness. Bishop to a3 and takes on b2. Wow,
And
that was
Denis
an incredible game of back and forth. It just goes to show you can never just blindly trust that engine eval, because these guys probably had no clue what was going on until the very end. But Danny, I think what was needed there was white had to bring their bishop to that long diagonal to kick the bishop
I'm going to bring up the
out.
game real quick. Let's bring up the live board just so we can show real quick. Go ahead. Tell me in this spot here.
Yeah, I think it was back when white had the pawn on c4 because it ended up being a draw. So I was referring to maybe earlier. Yeah, back here, I thought the plan after king c6 was bring your king to b3 and then bring your bishop back to c1 and then to b2. And that way you guard your c pawn and then you eliminate the bishop and play g7, and that looked very straightforward.
Okay. 100%. Yeah, this is definitely the winning line, everyone. Amon is right. Computer agrees. King c2, followed by king b3. You trade off the bishops, and the g-pawn marches on. So that was the accurate way to win. In the game, that didn't happen. Instead, bishop e3 allowed b3. But again, we have the eval bar knowing how this got crazy. Probably for the players, this felt like a win for white the whole time. So difficult to deal with these two split pass pawns, and ultimately Lazavik did get it done. So, okay. We'll come back to the game in progress.
I'll chime in as we get back to the game here. I'll just have a final point that I do think that position at the end was simple for Wesley. All he had to do is leave his king on a6 and then shuffle his bishop. I'm not sure.
No, you're right, because then or at least stop a6 when he allowed pawn. If he keeps the king on b7, a6, it's a draw.
Yeah,
but
that's what I mean.
You're right.
Because white's plan of bringing the bishop to the long diagonal is only effective when you have other pawns that you can win the game with, because the bishop will just sack. So I just mean that king c6 move from Wesley is kind of out of character. Maybe he's a little panicked there at the end. And also, Denis doing what we talked about in the pre-show, which is leaning on that confidence. I think that a different player would have, maybe someone from Wesley's generation just would have maybe made that draw. But this younger crowd, Danny, they're like, man, I don't have time for that. Like, I think I could win this position in a time scramble. I'm going to go for it.
Agreed. And also the presence of mind that Wesley had gotten himself under 15 seconds. We were just talking about it when he played f5 and chose to go for the win. I think that if you're drawing this up at home, if you're Lazavik, that's the kind of game you want to rinse and repeat, right? Get the game in those spots where you've played your accurate style from an opening repertoire, and then take your chances when you're given them. And Lazavik has a 1-game lead.
There you go. And I've also mentioned that I don't think Wesley is the type to, tilt in the next game. So probably that's on display here. He's clearly started with just an e4, e5 game. But also, I'm not sure who deviated because we were looking at that bishop endgame, but we did get somewhere different. So yeah, I'm not sure if that was Wesley or Denis.
I'll quickly run through. It was e4. It was a Joko piano, which means Wesley chose a different route. If you're just tuning in, game 1 was a Lopez with bishop b5, a Spanish. So Wesley deviated, to answer your question, Aman, and
I think he just probing in different variations here.
Such a weird game. This is apparently White had a chance here to just take the a6 pawn, and Wesley didn't do it. Anyway, that's
I'm not sure I would take that a6 pawn.
I'm not sure I would either, but apparently that's why the computer thinks White was better. Instead, we're going to get a big Joko piano exchange, which is kind of typical of the structure, the d3 for the e5 pawn. So whether that's true or not, that was a bit of a surprise opening blunder. Maybe, maybe not. Either way, this is typical.
I think that the tactic that was being leaned on for rook takes a6 to work was that knight takes the bishop on c4, which you would never feel comfortable giving up, was actually met by rook takes the knight on c6. So kind of like a tricky, everything's hanging, the computer doesn't see anything wrong with this type of position. Yeah. But yeah, it actually felt very normal that the game continued as it did. And you already said it, but things have really liquidated here, and definitely does not look like it's troublesome for Denis, but I would not underestimate this position. If you imagine that the queen on d3, queen on d1 trade, and maybe the rook on e1 and rook on e8 do as well, that position I actually think White is doing quite decently. The a6 pawn is weak, and even though the bishop on c1 hasn't developed, the rook on a1 haven't developed, it still feels like both of those pieces are quite good.
Yep. Oops, bishops don't move like that. They move like this. And the rook on a1, as you said, already developed where it stands because of a6 being weak. So, yeah, good call out that this is an equal position that is deceptive because White has a lot of the long-term cards due to the a6 and c7 pawns both being targets. So, okay, well, wow, that's a really funny line if indeed it was a computer line. So counterintuitive to be able to give up the bishop like that. But this is more what Wesley cooked up if he was preparing for Joko piano positions.
Yep.
And we'll see what we get here. But yeah, I'm maybe Smarter Chess is right. Right now we have a Lazavik lead. A lot of people said this was going to be a close match. And if it continues this way, we could be in for a thriller.
Yeah, bishop e3 just played. At some point you need to challenge these pieces, but I think Denis is approaching the position correctly. Like, he's not just blindly trading queens, trading rooks, because that would actually enter a position that I still think favors White based on the structure. So he's still making heads-up moves here. He's not just blindly trading and getting himself into a position where Wesley can slowly push for an edge. He's leaving his queen on d4 and still forcing Wesley to calculate here.
Good to make Wesley calculate. You want time pressure. I wonder which of these guys is favored in just the pure scramble. Again, like, instinctively, I always favor the strongest player or the stronger player in their career, Wesley So. But knowing the fact that guys like Lazavik and his generation have literally grown up with a computer as a second dad at home, like literally the computer is like where they're spending their time, and so it's like you don't know what's going to happen in these scrambles.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I default to the opposite. I default to the more experienced online player in time scrambles rather than the stronger player. And if it happens to line up to be the same person, then so be it. And that's probably we're talking about one of the best players in the world at that point. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Denis was probably a slight favorite in time scrambles.
Okay. All right. Well, there you have it. Yeah. Well, I kind of said, I announced my bias in terms of Wesley So, but as I spoke, I was like, yeah, I think I agree with you as well. And anyway, we're not there yet. Wesley does have a time advantage in this one. Bishop d4, I guess we should have been shouting out. What a move that was, by the way. Pointing out that the knight was so key to holding the queen's position and kind of scared that queen out of the hole, right? Black didn't want to trade and blink, so that means she had to back up.
Yep. Yeah, queen b5, I was wondering how White was going to react, but again, you'd never want to play queen takes b5 because you're just fixing the structure for no reason. So again, White is just eager for these trades to happen in the right order, and Denis, I think, is still playing the position properly, like keeping as many pieces on the board as he can and only offering trades when it's on good terms for black.
Yeah. So how do you make trades on your terms if you're white? How do you offer the queens to be traded but keep the a6 pawn as a target? Not so easy.
Not so easy at all. I mean, as soon as you play b4, there's always a5. This looks like an interesting move there. Preparing what after queen b2? Just taking and rook takes a6.
Yeah, I think so. Just going to trade and take a6 and head to the endgame where all is equal.
Yeah, I guess that is still kind of an advantage. I was trying to see maybe could you just take it anyway, because there's, you could just retreat the knight. But I was thinking rook a8 and what happens here. But yeah, I guess you can't play bishop a7 without the knight on d2 hanging.
Yeah, and both sides have back ring problems to worry about a little bit, but rook a8 still seems like the best move. And okay, Wesley does go for it. Denis Lazavik down to 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Is there how do you give your opponent problems in this spot, right? Take advantage of their time pressure.
Well, I think you have to start with some kind of g3 move. King f1 I wanted to do, but instinctively I was like, I'm not sure I want to leave h2 loose in the future. But yeah, basically deal with back rank, then play knight c4. He's done exactly that. But his advantage is so minimal here.
And you called it. H2 is being spied. Got to be careful. Never go full Bobby Fischer. But if you take this pawn G3, the bishop might get trapped. Although maybe it gets out with the rook on the first rank.
Mm-hmm. This is a very surprising. This almost looks like a time pressure type of move, but the H pawn is not being defended.
Yeah, Wesley could have taken the knight, but then we would have seen H for C3 traded in the end. And so he takes D6 to go for the pawn, but he invites the rook and the knight tango here. This is going to be two pieces taking advantage of the white king.
Yep, but while it is maybe riskier for white, it also affords better winning chances, and you're playing a little bit on your opponent's 7 seconds.
Yeah, I agree. I highlighted bishop D4 before he did it because I'm like, now you could at least go to the rook ending if you ever need to, and you're certainly playing for 2 results there. Plus, your opponent has 6 seconds.
That's right. Rook e3.
Ooh.
Tricky move, but the idea to just play back rook e2.
Now will he take and try to use the c-pawn? That's okay. He doesn't. He likes the bishop where it sits. I don't know enough about rook endings, Amon, to say whether that was winning, but that's the kind of rook ending that you think might have had winning chances with the c-pawn.
Yeah, I feel like the strong players generally have a pretty good grasp on rook end games, and I feel like they always teeter on like, this doesn't give me enough chances. Whereas even myself and maybe the chat watching are like, oh yeah, I lose these all the time and I win these all the time, so they're more naturally going to go into them.
Right. Okay. You said maybe the chat watching, very polite, but I agree. No, just kidding,
Maybe.
chat. We love you.
Well, who knows?
Who knows how many super GMs we have in chat hanging out. Shout out to all of them. Okay, Wesley playing for a win, kept the bishop on the board. The knight is pesky. Uh-oh, don't get the king mated. You could literally mate yourself in this endgame. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure which king you're talking about, but everyone needs to be careful here.
Yeah. Okay. Now you can run the king to d3, I think, because f6 is hanging in a lot of these lines.
Yeah, I was also thinking about g5 as a move. Denis has, I'm pretty sure, just outplayed Wesley in this time scramble to a minimum draw. Black almost has the preferable position there at the end, but yeah, that just was once again a time scramble moment where I think Denis prevailed from a weaker position.
Agreed. And unpacking it, obviously, we liked White's chances and he was up on the clock, but Wesley unable to get it done, made the choice to keep the bishop versus knight dynamic rather than play for kind of the safe 2-result rook ending. But again, I think you're right. These guys have the knowledge to know whether they have winning chances. I just think about it from a practical point of view and wonder if maybe he should have tried to grind that one down.
Mm-hmm. I actually have the same feeling myself, but I also know that I'm wrong. It's just it's that feeling where you're like, if I trade the bishop for the knight, I have more winning chances than I have losing chances. I'm definitely going to draw. I'm not going to lose, you can tell yourself. But if you keep the bishop and the knight on the board, you have more winning chances than that. You also could lose. And these guys almost always take that risk on.
Amon and I both get the same feelings, Chad, but he knows he's wrong when he gets them, and I that's the reason why I'm an I am, because I don't know I'm wrong. And so I love that, though. I always try to think WWMD. What would Magnus do in those spots? Because it really is a bit of a North Star in terms of how he approached it. I mean, jokes aside, right? And you're probably right? He would have kept the pieces on the board, and would have been the right way to continue to probe. So, all right, well, here. Am I on the live position again? I'm making sure this isn't a me problem. I am. Wesley was just indeed thinking for almost a minute on the clock. So a bit of a surprise there.
Yeah, that one was a Wesley problem. He, against Denis in these openings, I wasn't sure whether he would have all sorts of different things ready to go against his openings, because Denis is probably among the easier players to prepare against. Doesn't mean that his openings are weak, but they are predictable, a bit more predictable than others. So I thought, maybe he would have something prepared in the openings. But if not, I think it's natural that Denis's openings are going to afford him that early time lead, because he's familiar and probably played these positions all the time in an online game, if not a tournament.
Yep. Yeah, and in tournaments too. I guess that's a good shout out, because we think of him playing in these online events as the kid has grown up online. As I was sharing at the pre-show, I remember when Denis Lazavik won his first title Tuesday, he was an FM and he shocked the world. And I think but he's also playing these repertoires over the board, right? And so it's getting better for him in every tournament he plays, especially in these positions he knows so well.
And I mean, I don't think the positions are going to be that exciting from this point, because White probably should trade and play Rook C1, King F1, King E2. Again, I think we're in an equal position. I default to liking the Knight's chances, but truthfully, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the Bishop, and Black's King will reach E7 as well.
Why do you like the Knight's chances in this endgame? Let's asking for a friend. I know why, but chat might not know why. So educate the chat.
No, I think what I'm saying is that I default to, preferring the knight just on a taste level, but the knight is not better in this endgame. I would start with that. So I guess what I mean is I tend to prefer white, just because the knight's easier to reach positions that the knight is better in. And the positions that the bishop is better in require a little bit more understanding, a lot more delicacy. Like if you mess one move up, all of a sudden the knight's just hopping around everywhere, taking all your pawns. You have to be so careful with the bishop when you put pawns on what color. Like the H pawn here is on a dark square. So if the rooks would trade off, maybe that's just a pawn that doesn't bother white in the future. And there's another pawn on a dark square. But with the rooks on the board, then you're playing rook g8, f5, g4, and there is stuff to play for. So I just think it's definitely harder to play the bishop properly, and so I default to preferring the knight, because it's oh yeah, if I trade the rooks, put my pawns on light squares, I'll be good.
Okay, that's helpful, because I educational, and also from a practical point of view, they always say the knights are better in these fast time controls, right? Just because they're tricky and hard to calculate. The pesky problems they create. But I was asking because, my chess knowledge or chess theory would be that with pawns on both sides of the board and the ability to poke and prod still on both sides of the board, right? We have g4, you already mentioned. Now here comes b5. The bishop is to be preferred for classical chess theory when you have pawns on both sides of the board. So that was helpful, because I thought the bishop was better, but now I understand what you're saying, that especially from a practical point of view, it's easier to play the knight, and it's hard. It's easier to go wrong with the bishop. Maybe we'll see that here.
Exactly. And I mean, that's not to say because this position could be one move from Wesley and the eval bar is going to shoot up. But if Wesley is, and so far it looks like he's done a reasonable job, the 8 pawns under attack, well, Black would love to play rook b2 or just access the second rank somehow, because the g2 pawn is what he's kind of worked towards. For example, rook b1 with a bishop on g3, and then rook g1 is how you would create some problems. And then after that, black plays g4, and immediately that h-pawn just becomes a queen.
Yeah.
So that's how black can win this game. But in doing so, in trying to achieve that position, you got to make sure that you're not just hanging the rest of your pawns and the knight's not jumping all over you. So that's why I say the bishop is so delicate to play with, but rewarding when you do it properly.
Well said, yeah. And he does play a5 to guard the pawn. I like this idea of bishop g3, rook b1, rook g1 is something to keep your eye on. But will Lazavik allow it, or will he? This is risky. If you exchange, black plays rook takes b4, and the a pawn falls for sure. So time advantage Lazavik, but now tough decision for Lazavik in terms of how to play this one.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, so f4, g4 from black, and then you do have your rook that can swing over to h7. So you could take even on g4 and then play rook h7. There's rook h8 as a threat, and obviously the h-pawn loose as well.
Well, the computer was saying black needed to take f4, but that's a hard move to play to let the knight recapture. So Wesley doesn't find the only move, quote unquote, according to the blue arrow. And will he regret it? Because now the knight is threatening e6, and there's no way to guard it. This is becoming very tough. By the way, you can't play rook b6. There's a fork on d7.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge problem. So he definitely has to move like his king, for example, and just allow knight takes e6 check. But this is sort of what we mean. Black's got pawns on a5 and h4, and it's kind of what I said. One bad move by Wesley, and all of a sudden the eval bar is like, sorry, you just like lost the whole entire endgame, and your pawns are all on dark squares. There's 0 targets, and you feel like, man, was the knight just better the whole time?
Yeah. There you go. I mean, that was instructive, and it proved prophetic, right? You're not Danya Naroditsky, but call him the prophet. You were right. The knight ended up being better than the bishop here, and case in point, the e6 pawn is on the light square. The bishop is helpless to defend it. The computer saying that's a double question mark is a little high. Why don't you calm down with the judgments, computer?
Yeah.
That's hard. Back off with your judgments. At the same time, the computer is right. This position is slipping fast for Wesley.
I think sometimes, like, if this was a viral clip and we were maybe judging what someone was saying in the clip, then you could always say, well, put yourself in that situation and you would have done the same thing. But the problem is the engine would have absolutely not played king e8 here. So we can't even say that.
That's why the computers are so judgmental. They're
just know better. They really do.
The judgy friend who also ends up being right all the time. That person typically has no friends. Okay.
Yep.
So that's why the computer has no friends.
Such a tough position to even make a move in, because you know exactly what White's gonna get up to here. And I mean, you want to take on g2, so go for it. f5 falls if you want maybe knight g7, but I'm also definitely looking at rook g7 type of things. Yeah, rook g7, rook d2, rook g7, rook g3 is going to happen. Because knight g7, king d8, you need a few more moves there. Like, you'd have to play rook f7 after that, and then try to push your pawns. So we're definitely still not clear. This isn't like an easy win for White yet.
Yeah, the eval bar is a little bit deceiving here, and because the bishop is better than the knight, if we do get a pure race position, back to those endgame principles, everyone, White has to be careful. If we get like this pawn racing for some other passed pawn, typically the bishop is better at dealing with those issues than a knight is. Computer doesn't like this. Ooh, rook d2 instead of rook g3 check, maybe.
Yeah, I was definitely looking at rook g3, but okay, Wesley just, I think, wanted to get out of that pin, because there's also, he's kind of lower on time, and this is a position that he can still squirm in.
Yeah, and now he prepares the rush of the f pawn, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, computer says rook b7, but that's like, get out of here, right? It's not a human move to understand the details of why, at least with seconds on the clock.
Absolutely. Knight d5 runs into maybe rook d4 check, because knight d5 I would love to play. I'd also love to play maybe e6, but rook c2 is also available. So
yeah, and he's just
I
going to
could
take the
definitely
draw.
see a repetition
Wow.
happening.
Wow. This is one of those endgames where you can unpack it at home with the computer. I'm not going to dive into exactly why white was still winning here. I'm going to say that the artificially intelligent overlords who are here, whether you like them or not, know how to play it. But human beings do their best. And Wesley So, Amon did his best to only be down by a game heading into the second half of the 5-minute portion. But we're going to go to a very quick break. Before we do, let me remind you, the State of Chess is coming up this week. Everyone who wants to talk about the big topics in chess, fair play. No one wants to talk about fair play, cheating accusations. That's not an issue happening in the chess world at all. No one wants to talk about that, so no one will show up and tune in to see Chess.com's latest updates on the matter. But some people might tune in for some big media, Amon, and the Q&A where they get to troll me. So, all right.
That's true. I would show up for that.
You would show up for that. All right, jokes aside, use the command SOC. Throw some questions our way if you want to be involved in the conversation. It starts now on social media. We gather your threads, and we try to discuss the big topics every State of Chess. All right, we got a big match ahead, though. Amon Hamilton is with me. Danny Wrench, don't go anywhere. It's Wesley So versus Denis Lazavik. It's the second half of the 5-1 portion when we return.
My king is a little open, and I need to develop my pieces. How about pawn to a3 with the idea of pawn to b4 and then bishop b2, pressuring the e5 pawn? Hey, I need your help with this puzzle.
Yeah, for sure. It's knight d5.
You think so?
Yeah, you either get a beautiful knight on d5 or black captures and gives you a strong fast pawn.
No way, the little guy will never survive without active pieces protecting him.
I'm just saying, I win positions like this all the time.
Hey, coach, we need your help.
What do we do in this position?
Oh, play bishop e3, develop the knight. This is a textbook case of a bishop-knight imbalance. You play b3, restricting the knight, and that sets the stage for a later pawn a4 while gaining some space on the queen side.
Oh, that's great, thank you.
No worries. I'm International Master András Tóth. I'm presenting to you Jeremy Silman's masterpiece, The Amateur's Mind. In chess, in order to win games, we need to come up with masterful ideas, and that is exactly what this course is going to teach you about. We are going to weed out the faulty amateurish thinking, and we are going to replace it with masterful habits. And today, you are welcome to start this journey for free on Chessable. I'm super happy now to announce the Create Your Own course for 2024, where we encourage everyone from the Chessable community to participate, to write their own course, and maybe become the next winner. And winner, chicken dinner, that's what you want to be. Of course, there is a lot of joy in creating a course, but even sweeter is when you are standing on the podium, because winner, $5,000, and also second and third will get $3,000 and $2,000 respectively. So this is looking like an ultimate deal as far as I'm concerned, and you can tell I'm super excited to get through those courses to pick out the winner, which I am going to present very, very proudly. So what's there? What do you need to know in order to get started? First of all, you need to have a Chessable Pro membership. Kind of goes without saying that Chessable Pro membership has a lot of perks already. I am sure that many of you already are Chessable Pro members, but if you are not, here is now another reason for you to upgrade your membership to access all the many perks of Chessable. Be mindful of the fact that there is a deadline associated with this Create Your Own course contest, and that deadline is the 19th of October. So you definitely would like to get the ball rolling. Go to chessable.com/create, and I can't wait to collaborate with you.
The 2024 Speed Chess Championship rolls on. The second match of the day. It's a doubleheader SCC Monday. Denis Lazavik currently with a 1-game lead as the underdog against Wesley So. How long will that youngster be considered an underdog in matches like this, Aman? That's a big question.
Well, I think we're maybe at the exact breaking point of that possibility, because what was that Smarter Chess? Like 51% to 49%.
Yeah.
So we might actually be at the tipping point. So I'm excited to see maybe his next SEC appearance and what those odds look like, Danny, because just the young players are always improving.
You called it. I guess I answered my own question with your Smarter Chess prediction answer. 49% is the literal definition of the fringe of being an underdog, right? Before that, you're a 50-50 coin flip or better. So Denis Lazavik showing why he's so tough to beat, so accurate. Yes, the end game that went his way, for those who maybe are just tuning in, was kind of self-inflicted wounds by Wesley So. It was a draw in the final moments, and Aman, you called it almost uncharacteristic Wesley So to blunder away that one. It's still early in the match, but we'll see how that bodes for the future here.
Yeah, the thing is with the match, especially the way that it's gone, although I think the players and the commentators and fans could have anticipated a match of this nature, but in a close match like this, those mistakes, unfortunately, are going to matter a little bit more than a more tumultuous match with lots of wins and blunders. We're looking at a high accuracy match between these two competitors where, a blunder in an endgame that throws a draw into a loss will actually be very relevant in the final score.
Yeah, well, we'll see if we're still talking about that one at the end. Right now, it's relevant because it's the only decisive game of the match, and it's why Lazavik has a 1-game lead. But by the way, we're talking about the game within the game, always Aman. We talked about openings of these two players. This is the third opening we've seen here from Wesley So. All E4, but a Spanish and then 2 different versions of kind of a Joko piano here.
Yeah, he's pushed this A pawn all the way up to A5, which is usually a move you see connected with knight c3 and knight d5, because the knight on d5 is a little bit difficult to remove with the move c6 because you've pushed the a pawn to a5. So yeah, white likes to put the knight on d5 and just kind of leave it there. It exists pretty nicely. d4 can happen in the future, and I see he's just gone for that plan.
Nice. Look at you. You've gone full Danya. Your prophet a few times here. You called the plan. Wesley goes for it. Knight on d5, and as Aman highlighted, it's nice because it can never be kicked without the b6 square becoming available. So that's why you see these two things often combined. And now we see Lazavik. Are you going to make a trade here next if you're Denis? What's the idea there?
Yeah, you do want to, you definitely want to clarify things, but the bishop also sits very well on d5 because, first of all, the knight can't even get to e7. The bishop can't even get to e6 to kick the bishop on d5 out. But also the b7 pawn is loose behind the knight on c6. So there are many layers to actually even removing the bishop. So yeah, maybe in the future you want to take and then bring this bishop to e6 with queen d7. But obviously that's where, a move like d4 kind of comes into play, because if the queen ends up on e6, maybe d4 is well timed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, your lines are proven true here. Black would love to get rid of the bishop, but as Aman pointed out, d4 and the rook on the file. Sorry, I won't make a blue arrow. That confuses us with the computer engine. How much of a kingside attack does white have to be worried about in this pawn structure where the f file has been open? Have enough pieces been traded, or are you worried at some point about black's pieces coming to life over here with knight e7 and in some weird positions where, whether the b pawn is taken or not, black tries to bring the house to the king side?
Well, I think it's important to realize that those are two very different questions, as I think everyone in chat can appreciate. How much does white have to be worried about it? Probably close to 0, but how much will they be worried? Much like myself, probably a significant amount. I think kingside attacks are always pretty menacing, especially with that open f file. But the nice thing about the open f file, strangely, is that it means there's no f pawn. So there's no f4 move that's going to happen to hit your pieces in any way. And it's quite difficult to imagine g5, h5, g4 at so many moves. And I still don't see the breakthrough after that. So I think black's kingside pressure might be a little bit more slow moving. maybe g5 and dropping the bishop back to g7 and just kind of using the f file, maybe knight e7 to g6 to f4. But I don't think it'll be like a King's Indian pawn storm.
Yep. Yeah, 97 g6 f4 is a journey you see from time to time in these Italians. But again, the b7 pawn, I kind of dismissed this quickly, but of course it shouldn't be dismissed. It's a huge thing to consider. And okay, speaking of the b7 pawn, Wesley brings the queen to b3. An immediate question of how to deal with it.
Absolutely. And the pawn on a5, it doesn't seem like much, but it makes losing the b7 pawn more significant, because that pawn is just one step closer to a8. And quite literally, I'll take on b7, take on a6, and while you're doing whatever attack makes you happy on the king side, I'll just be making another queen.
Yeah, Wesley couldn't quite go bishop takes b7. d3 is hanging in a lot of those lines, everyone. So instead, he trades the light square bishops and plays rook e3. But the queen's still doing a good job of tying down the knight to this weak pawn. And maybe now Wesley tries to improve other things and goes back to Amon's idea of d4 at some point.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that white can play the position. Rook e1, as you highlighted, with d4 to follow. You could also bring that rook up to a4, where who knows where it's going to end up, but rook b4, rook c4, rook ge. I mean, I could name literally any square, and it feels like I could find justification.
I like that. Put the rook on the lift. Do it. Although now the queen trade is offered. Wesley wants none of it. Moves the queen to a4. One of the consistent things that we've now seen with a few five-minute games under our belt, Amon, is Lazavik has been a little faster than Wesley overall.
Yeah, I've noticed that. That's a good point. A little bit faster, which I think probably has to do with his confidence. I think his confidence just as a younger player facing Wesley here, but also in his own openings, that he doesn't feel like he's outclassed in this stage of the game, and he's certainly not playing like it.
Yeah.
You know, one shift, Danny, that I've noticed is it feels like stronger players used to take those slight edges against younger players and just were able to turn that into an advantage. I feel like Magnus still does that, and I'm like, wow, every time. But yeah, I think the younger generation of players has gotten a lot better at seeing the 0.00 the engine gives and just justifying that on the board.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, we've talked about it every once in a while. We talk about it in a more broad sense. Here we've got plenty of X's and O's on the board to focus on. But at the last panel we did at Sloan, MIT, we talked about the difference between a generation, Amon, who learned to use computers versus a generation that literally was born inside of them, like Neo. You know what I mean? Like, they think like the computer. And not only are they less rattled by positions that we would feel nervous about because they just know that the math checks out, but they're also, you know, they persevere a little better, right? They're just used to being in the game because they've seen what computers can do. And so I agree with you. It's a younger generation that doesn't beat themselves like I did a lot growing up, like the players did when you play a strong grandmaster, right? They beat you because you just sort of beat yourself.
Yep, exactly right. This game has been a great example. I mean, just look at the accuracies on the bottom of your screen there. This is incredible. The whole match has been like this, Danny. I bet like +3 or something is probably the total aggregate advantages of every game added together in this whole match.
That's actually going to be a great... Somebody should make a note of what Amon just said. What will be the aggregate of the difference in eval between Wesley So and Denis Lazavik at the end of this match, regardless of the results? Because, you know, certainly blunders are made in time pressure, but the overall difference in terms of accuracy is got to be super close.
Okay. So at the cost of a pawn, which could be temporary, there's also like knight h4 that immediately presents itself here. And yeah, knight h4, king g8. There is queen d5 there, but the h4 knight is also loose. So I look at like king g8 and I'm like, okay, knight g6 comes in. There's queen d5 in the air. I'm a little bit nervous for Denis. Like, this is a position I would second, triple guess myself before playing knight a5. But he's already got knight a5 on the board, and he's just confident he can deal with this. So let's see what he can find.
Speaking of the ability to play under pressure, because they were born inside the computer generation, we'll see how Denis Lazavik handles this pressure. I got to analyze real quick, everyone, to just show this. Queen takes f2 check is just staring us in the face. Like, how often do you allow that? The point is, when the king moves, you actually now can't deal with all the threats of knight g6 check. If you play queen f4, by the way, we just trade and then fork on g6 at the end. And so actually, you don't really want to take that pawn. Okay, Mon, I guess you can, according to the computer, but this just looks so scary with all the threats coming here.
But this is what I mean. It looks so scary. Like, I would just assume there's no way out, but I believe we have this on the board, and this is just a testament to, like, what gen of chess are we watching here? He's so comfortable. He's still got a time advantage, and I would be sweating bullets in this position.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible to be able to stare down this kind of variation. But maybe white has nothing more than a perpetual. White can check on e8. Okay, Wesley goes for more. King h7 is the only move you have to walk into the face of the double discovered check.
And king g8, I'm wondering what variation we see there. But
is it queen e8, and at the end you check on h8 and rook g3 maybe? I don't know. I mean,
yeah, the king goes to f5, and then I don't know. I guess you're saying you're too exposed. I guess king f5, rook f3, so you do win material.
Okay, yeah. So that does it. So yeah, so if king g8, everyone, oh wow, Denis didn't see it. He sacks the exchange, gets nervous, and that's what time pressure will do to you. Will Wesley even the match here?
I mean, Wesley has just been putting the pressure on the entire game. At this point, if Denis makes that draw, finds all those moves, not even Wesley can be upset. You mean, tip your hat. Like, you can find every move, but Wesley has been putting the pressure on. And to be honest, I mean, I feel like at some point you got to crack as the defender in some position, and he has.
The young generation plays more like computers than any generation, but they are still human. Lazavik doesn't find the best defense there. Now he's got to defend down the exchange. But don't turn your back on the queen and knight and what they're capable of with h4 and the dark squares becoming a problem.
Yeah, queen f4 to prevent queen e4 is such an uncomfortable move to face. Queen b4, maybe.
Only move?
Yeah, but that's literally the only move. You have to, like, hit the queen, it feels like.
Oh my god, he just takes c7?
Yeah, he was threatening mate, so knight g4 became forced, but knight g4, h4 found in a heartbeat.
And it's going to be another draw.
Amazing.
OMGzer snaps. Denis Lazavik stealing stalemate from the jaws of defeat. Apparently, maybe queen b4 was better because of this knight g4, h4. What a resourceful way to defend down the exchange.
Yeah, and at that point, it didn't even, like, I'm not even sure if queen b4 was found that, you know, white had amazing winning chances there. I think at that point, the knight was providing really good compensation for the rook. So even while Denis doesn't find maybe the best defense, he definitely finds a defense, and a defense that not only provides great drawing chances, but even winning chances as well. A lot of us might panic and not even find the moves that Wesley needed to find at the end.
Yeah, no, seriously, that could have easily flipped the eval bar could have gone all the way down, not just halfway. That's a really good point, Amon. And again, this match remains one of very, very few mistakes. Yes, you see the score 3-2 for Lazavik. If you're just tuning in, it was an endgame blunder in time pressure by Wesley So. Other than that, these two guys have just been locking heads, accuracy through the roof. We're in for a nail biter.
Yeah, as the chat has proclaimed, Danny, our most exciting draw yet.
Thank you, chat. That was a value add to the show.
Yep, and that was, honest. I think the chat is nothing if not honest.
For sure.
We see, I'm not sure if this is the exact same position, but I almost think that it is. And Wesley maybe didn't like that position that he had earlier. But I'm trying to remember how we got here, because I remember that Denis played knight e5 previously. And instead, we've got a position that may simplify here. And once again, I mean, I don't think anyone's surprised by the, pretty much 0.00 eval as we're right back in Denis's wheelhouse with this Catalan.
He knows these positions. I mean, at some point you start saying better than anyone. It's a little too soon to say that just because he's young and I don't know, it just feels wrong coming off the tongue. But I'll be honest, like he's played a lot of chess games in his young life, right? Online chess will do that to you. And he's played a lot of chess games against the world's best players. And so he's definitely the world's most active expert in the Catalan right now.
Wow, this looks like fun. So I don't know what is happening after this move, but what I will say is it's possible that Denis might not have looked at this as much as it needed to be looked at.
But isn't the bishop going to get trapped? I mean, the queen moves, you take h1, and he's going to play f3. I'm not disagreeing, and obviously the eval bar says it's closer than a blowout win for white, so you're probably right. He didn't look at it closely enough. But doesn't it feel good for white? Because I feel like I'm going to get that bishop.
Yeah, the way that I would be curious about extricating it would be bishop g2 and hiding on h3 and playing h5. But I don't know if black should commit to the full-time like recovery of that bishop, or if they use the time that it takes you to claim it to then maybe develop the rest of the pieces and be way ahead.
Wow. Well, Lazavik on the clock, he's up a queen. You're right. I was so focused on complimenting Lazavik's Catalan prep, I didn't give the queen sack the proper hype. It was not a Botez gambit, everyone. I'm just going to analyze real quick because I went so fast. It was Catalan theory right here by Lazavik, and Wesley taking his time before capturing on g2. Yes, the computer doesn't like it, but forget you, computer. You get a minor piece and a rook for the queen for sure. Will you end up with two minor pieces is the question. That was what Amon and I were just debating, whether that bishop is going to find its way out. But Lazavik does go for the f3 I suggested there, Amon, and he's going to try to trap that thing.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think what he might actually be going for is stuff like bishop e3 and b4. He sort of wants to pseudo-trap it. He wants to pretend like he's trapping it, but when the bishop goes to h3, I don't think he's going to commit to g4, king g3. I think if he was going to full-time trap it, he would have played queen e3, f3, and then brought the queen back to g1 or something to hunt it down. But then I'm not sure that would have been the right course of action. Instead, he's played what I'm guessing the engine did agree with, which is you prevent the bishop from just retreating, but then you actually plan to undermine the queenside pawns, and black still has to spend moves on the bishop in the corner, has to spend moves to castle, has to spend moves on the knight being hit with b4. And meanwhile, you take these pawns and you just start motoring the A pawn, B pawn down the board.
I love it. And again, it takes advantage also of the fact that black is a couple developing moves away from playing with a full deck of cards. So you may have a bunch of pieces for the queen, but you're not using all of them. I love that idea very much. And good technique. It's like, you're being paid for a full-time job here, but working part-time. You're not actually going to go full bishop trap. You're going to pretend like you're trapping it with bishop e3, which threatens king f2, by the way, and traps it with the rook. But it also goes for the other stuff you talked about. I love it.
Yeah, so bishop e7. This plays against the g4, trapping the light squared bishop pretty well with bishop h4 check. But as we know, the plan is bishop e3 and king f2. And I'm not sure if Wesley is actually going to save that bishop, or if the pawns are going to drop. King f2 feels like definitely ready to be played, along with b4.
Yeah, and in the end, it's going to be a funny position, because I think black will end up with a rook and two minors for the queen. Normally you love that, but white's probably winning both of these pawns. And black is still struggling with coordination. Even if it's on the board, doesn't mean it's that well placed. So whether you throw in king f2 or play b4 first, Lazavik taking his time, I think both of these pawns fall, and we're going to have a mess of it.
Even Alireza Firouzja, with all the talent that he has, he certainly, I don't think is competing for like the 99% accuracy prize. Love Alireza. I think his games are definitely provide a little more excitement than this, to his credit, but he's not in that like 99% range. So it's so interesting to see such a young player in Denis already have that like boa constrictor accuracy style. You mentioned that no one's been playing more accurately than Wesley, but we're seeing someone like go toe to toe with him in accuracy in this match so far.
Yeah, agreed, Town. Population. That's the first time I've said that in this. Danya left, so I get a new clock.
Okay, it's once per.
Once per, and before I start getting made fun of, that's the rule. All right, Queen to C7 played. Computer no likey, but from a practical point of view, it keeps the Black King from castling. And look at this pressure that he's now bringing on the D file.
Rook D1, Bishop H3. I mean, at some point, you're so threatening to get your bishop out that White needs to contain it. I'm not sure if we're there yet. G4, H5 is always on the cards. And for the moment, Black can't castle because of Rook takes D7. So
yeah. It's funny, computer says that Black had better, but it's like, what do you do in that position? The Rook and the Queen ganging up on the Knight. The Bishop is the only hero. Whether you deserve that hero or not, he's needed. And now you have to play for E5, I think, and meet G4 with H5 and hope that it works.
Right. Yeah, Bishop B6 starts to enter the picture.
Uh-oh. We're going to have 3 pieces for the Queen, but a lot of pawns are falling in the process.
Because if you move the Rook, which looks like the way to go, is it just
now
Bishop?
G4.
G4, right.
And the Knight's just falling. We could have solved it ourselves, but our trusty blue arrow made it easy, right? Trusty backpack. Yeah. Thanks, Dora.
That's a good point. G4, because if you had done it in the different move order, G4, H5, you wouldn't have moved your Rook.
Yeah, it's over. Your only move is check and hope that, well, you're going to lose the Knight anyway, even if Black just actually brings the Bishop back, because when you trade on F2, if you defend the Knight, you lose the Bishop with King G3. So it's 6-1, half a dozen the other, potato. At this point, Lazavik is about to take a 2-game lead. Wesley shaking his head. And we're maybe only going to get one more 5-minute game before 3-minute is on the table.
And I think the problem is Wesley was relying on Bishop H4. The King should have to go to the D file, or the Bishop will need to block. And if the Bishop blocks, then theoretically the Rook should be able to access the D8 square. But just the move order that Denis chose was didn't allow for that.
Super precise. Wesley down under 20 seconds. It's not over. We should point that out. H5 is still coming, by the way. So this isn't like, resign. You have a Rook and a minor for the Queen, but White should win.
Yeah, it definitely is Denis's game to lose at this point. If the history will repeat itself, he's always been pretty solid in these time scrambles, but I don't think he's ever been quite this comfortable, this far ahead when he's got there.
And he's shaking his head. He's nervous, actually. He doesn't quite know what to do. He plays Bishop C7, but Rook C8 quickly from Wesley. I love how you said he's never been this far ahead. He's maybe better when he just feels solid and maybe the underdog. Now he's got to convert.
Yeah, Bishop H4 check, I think. Yeah, just to stop Queen G3. That looks right.
Wait a second. Oh, wait.
Bishop F6.
This is just completely turning around. Wesley finds Bishop F6. Lazavik blundered. Oh my God.
Yep.
I know I'm OMGing. Obviously, that was a lot harder for humans to play, or Lazavik would have found it. But Amon, what happened there? Okay, we got to focus here. But this is just like an easy exchange now for Wesley.
It is, yeah, and he's also got the Rook down on the second rank with the other Rook joining if needed. So he's really, really in control here, and the King can always run away. King E8 if needed.
He's threatening mate in a couple different ways. Check again. That should do the trick.
That's a professional move there. Now the King is completely safe.
Wait, Bishop E... Oh, did he have Bishop E5 check? I think you might have missed that.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I think King D6 allowed Bishop E5. That's why the eval bar was creeping for a second. Eval bars always be creeping.
That's such a funny maneuver by Wesley, putting his king down on h1.
Yeah. By funny, it feels a little unnecessary, but okay, he did manage to do it. Now he's threatening to get a queen, so Lazavik parts ways with the bishop.
Yeah, I think this is pretty smart. These positions are significantly harder to win than you think. Obviously, trading a pair of rooks is so easy, but it's hard to force that to happen.
Yeah. Harder to force than you think. Okay, this is good technique. You separate the pawns, double on the b file. Now you should be able
Yeah,
to do
the
what you
way
need
that
to
I
do.
thought that it was tricky was actually, I mean, it's still tricky, don't get me wrong, but was actually to just almost not move your pawns and just kind of leave your rook defending one of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he's got this now.
As long as he doesn't fall for a stalemate trick. He almost did there. If you took the pawn on a6, by the way, we would have had a renegade rook. It didn't work out. Maybe I'll bring up some analysis as the next one kicks off. I feel like running back quickly to that position. What was the move? Wesley So, by the way, big moment. Strikes, gets his first win of the match, and we are deadlocked. But what was the move instead of what he did when the queens were still on the board?
Interestingly, I'm not sure, like, there was one move. Maybe the engine is hunting for one move. I mean, at this point, I think it's already like you're very unhappy, but he played bishop c7 a couple moves ago.
Yeah.
Instead of that, I wouldn't be surprised if there were a number of reasonable moves, like a few moves back from here. Yeah, like around here, he's done everything perfectly correct, and bishop g5 was played, and you just start second guessing everything because you can't really get king f2, king g3 to work. You know h5 is happening. I would be very interested in trading a pair of rooks. I'm sure that bishop c5, just couldn't be a bad move.
Yeah, and if rook c8, rook c7. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we don't have to overthink it. I was just, I think it was harder, as we pointed out, especially in time pressure, to coordinate when your king is in danger. And ultimately, Wesley gets it done, comes from behind, down a queen, go back to the live game. That was more fire on board than we've had in every previous game combined. We had a queen sack. We had a king get in big trouble.
Yeah, I'm actually really impressed by a number of things from that game. First of all, that Denis found the right way, seemingly, to proceed after the queen sack, because I thought it was a really interesting queen sack by Wesley, and maybe Denis would, proceed incorrectly, but it looks like he went exactly the right way, totally engine approved as well, which must be frustrating for Wesley. It's just like he even plays a queen sack and the guy seemingly handles it perfectly. But then it's like when things got going so well, then Wesley's resilience just kicked in. Like he was able to make easy moves, play with the bishop pair, and capitalize. The number one thing I think Wesley does better than anybody is, as soon as there's a mistake on the board, he's like pouncing. Like as soon as Denis was not handling that position properly, every single move went in Wesley's favor.
And no mistakes down the stretch. I saw a question in chat about the renegade rook stalemate idea. Who knows? We'll have a game to choose for game review depending on what happens here. Maybe we'll take an even closer look at that one more time, because so far it's kind of been the game of the match, right? A queen sack, brilliant play by Lazavik, but ultimately it did get away from him, and Wesley, as you said, kept his foot on the gas. So
that's right.
We have a match.
That's what speed chess is all about, Danny. Those comebacks, even when your opponent's just outplaying you the whole game, Wesley stayed in there, stayed fighting, and it's funny from his perspective that is the game that he gets as one on the board for him.
Gets the job done. Maybe that's the key. Take on a lost position against Lazavik, and then he gets nervous because he's much more comfortable in the underdog chair. I mean, I'm partly joking, but it worked out there. And now Wesley back to this Gioco Piano Italian, although a little different than the ones we've had so far, for sure.
You've given hope to everyone out there, Danny, because at least all of us have 50% of the ingredients to beat Denis Lazavik now. We're all capable of getting a lost position.
Everybody can do that, you know. Even the worst of you, chat, are capable of getting a lost position. You hear that?
Yeah, this opposite bishop position, something that just routinely gets said is opposite bishops are drawish, but when queens are on, not quite. But you see both sides kind of putting the pawns on the opposite color of their opposite color bishop. So white's pawns, ending up on the light squares. Eventually, there might need to be f4, e5 to really break things open, but clearly we're seeing that bishop arrive to c3. And black's got the pawns on dark squares to just anticipate all these breaks. c5, e5. Everything is, at least handled for the moment.
Yeah, putting pawns on the opposite squares of their opposite colored bishops leaves the maximum mobility, as you said, and controls the breakthroughs that may come. I like b5 there from Lazavik, but the computer didn't. Wesley just simply plays b3 and says, no, I got you. I'm just going to hold on to the space here.
Yeah, good understanding. Again, if he had just rushed forward with c5, it may have conceded a little too many light squares. Like if you imagine white's position, all the pawns end up on dark squares. The light squares are just impossible to control, and black has a light squared bishop. So that's why both sides are putting their pawns on the same color as their opponent's bishop to restrict the mobility.
Queen to d3, Wesley maintaining a bit of a bind here on the center. f5 not possible, d5 not possible, so white is kind of in control over the space. But is the plan, as you said, is f4 and e5 on the agenda at some point, or maybe you just sit tight and see what black has to do?
Yeah, I think it's a at some point plan, but queen d3 makes it at least possible to consider, because f4 immediately would have run into knight e6 and actually would have lost the pawn on the previous turn. So queen d3 was requisite before even playing the move f4.
Yeah. Okay, well, he plays king h8 now.
Yeah, h4, h5.
Yeah.
The knight goes to e6 and f4. So I'm not too sure about that. It would be kind of an ideal position for white to play knight f5 and rook g3, but it's like you can't do all these moves when your e-pawn is under attack. So you're forced to play in this way where, you don't lift the rook in front of the king or anything, but instead just drop back so the bishop is watching the f4 square.
The knight willingly drops back now before forcing h4 and unattacks the e4 pawn, which means the white has the protection that he was looking for. So kind of an interesting move there. Note that Wesley is up on time in this one I'm on, maybe for the first time in any game this early. So what a tale of a couple games here. Lazavik moments away from taking a 2-game lead, loses up a queen in that position. Again, that's a little disingenuous. He wasn't fully up a queen, but loses with a significant advantage. And now he's taking more time than he did ever before.
I think we've all had that experience, where we're just really excited about a Chess.com Blitz game we've played, and I'll absolutely be delivering the report that I won down a queen to my friends from Wesley's side of that game. So yeah, I can definitely understand there.
And again, he had material for the queen. This isn't a full Botez gambit. Don't get too excited. But white was better, and it shows you how tough those positions are. Now Wesley up a minute on the clock, roughly, trying to find a way in.
Yeah, again, really good players know in these positions that if there is a breakthrough, you don't utilize it when your opponent has a minute and a half, 2 minutes on the clock. You probe around, not because you're making progress, not because you are failing to make progress, but because you'd rather break the position open when both of you have, a minute less on your clock. Like Wesley with 50 seconds and Denis with 5, then it's time to play f4, e5. And it gets really scary. He's just waiting around, but I think he will absolutely play this position for something at some point.
I love that point. I mean, you say everyone knows this. I think that's actually really useful advice, and where a lot of players would be impatient and push too quickly. When you're the dictator, right, you just don't want to change. Just let your opponent suffer here and just control everything that's going on. And as you said, just take 30 seconds off of both players' clocks, then go for the breakthrough.
That's right. That's right. And look here, he's just going knight c2. Not because knight c2 is a particularly good move, but he'd rather just keep the knights on the board for the moment.
And Lazavik kind of senses that, so he plays c5. It's Denis who's forcing the action, and if he trades on b4, at least he gets a pass a-pawn, but it's coming at a price. The d6 pawn is now very clearly the target White will focus on.
But clearly, what we were talking about, and you made a good point there, he felt that if nothing was happening, his time was just getting lower along with Wesley's, not in his favor. So finally, he was like, I can't have this. I need to make something happen, clarify things, give myself easier moves to make, and tougher moves for my opponent, maybe a passed a-pawn. And instead, there's weaknesses everywhere now.
Yep. Yeah, so the same advice Aman was giving about, squeeze the position when you're the one in control. Don't be in a rush. The advice for Lazavik to change the position, don't let yourself get ground down. You get to see that on display here. And at least you're in a spot where everything might get traded. And even if you're down a pawn, you might have better chances there with a 4-on-3 to hold than you would with 20 seconds on the clock in a crazy middle game. So we'll see how Wesley handles it now. He's got a big decision to make. No, he keeps the c4 pawn.
Yep, that seems smart. Knight on b7 just to hold things, but although the knight looks silly on b7, absolutely everything that could be a target in Black's position is covered. Now the action is on the c-pawn.
Yep. Black is focused on c4. Boom goes the dynamite. And Wesley, he may have more pawns to target, but his pawn is the one under fire. Okay, what is Lazavik thinking about here? He can't take c4. Wait, he can. I thought b7...
It definitely looks risky to take on b7. Yeah, I was going to say, imagine he'll probably just take and move the queen. I don't know, queen b3.
Yep. b3. You're right. I forgot the bishop was hanging at the end of the line. Sorry. I thought rook b7 was winning the piece, but at the end of the line, bishop hangs. Oh, and
super
we're going to see it on the
variation.
board.
Yeah, we might see it because I think something you pointed out is that White will be able to win that a-pawn with rook a6, rook a7. Because you're so worried about rook d to d7 that your e8 rook is kind of tied to g8.
Yeah, White is holding all the cards here, despite what looks like equal material, everyone. This pawn is... White can double on the a file and pick it up at any time. So Wesley is smartly Wesley So over here, trying to make sure that the Black king is stuck before he goes and gets the pawn.
Yeah, you feel like you've maximized here with White. Like you've got that H pawn, Black's pawns can't move at all, and yet still, in its raw evaluation, it's likely still a draw.
Yeah, the eval bar is going to like White from now until Kingdom Come, everyone. And I'm not saying Wesley may not win. I think this is actually a very good start-to-finish game. But sometimes very good start-to-finish games are still held by your very accurate opponent. So we'll see if Wesley can trick Lazavik.
No, he's done absolutely everything right, Wesley. I think the most annoying thing is he can never play e5 and take with the f-pawn. Because his king can never move without losing the f-pawn, so... that's probably really frustrating him.
Yeah, and there's no way to trick the rook off of the f-file. I almost wonder if White wants moves like g4 back and just keep the flexibility to poke and prod.
Exactly right. I think you wanted the pawn on g3, king on g4, and then you could orchestrate e5 with the assistance of your rook and at least have a passed pawn to make your opponent concerned, because this is, while still a tough defensive job, a more manageable one.
Well, with that, we're going to have, I guess, what the people expected, or at least what Smarter Chess predicted, in a 51% to 49% pre-match breakdown. This one is about as close to a coin flip as you can get, and we're going to be headed into the 3-1 portion deadlocked at 3.5 games apiece.
Yeah, this is probably a pretty fair result considering the chess that we've seen from these two and how it's gone. F5 played, and still good defense from Denis. But the thing is, you could play good defense the entire game, and then one move gets you. So you can never count on it till it's over.
Heads up move by meeting f6 with rook f1. I mean, obviously these guys, I might have blundered that. I'm just being honest. But he finds it instantly, which means he finds the draw. As predicted, we are headed in to the 3-1 portion, tied deadlock of peace. It's Wesley So's favorite portion up ahead. We'll see how that goes. But there you go, man. The youngster taking a big sip of water there, Amon. He's confident.
He is. I mean, some chances for both sides there. I honestly think that Wesley will be pretty happy just being tied 3.5 in the 5+1, considering the types of positions that he found himself in. The time pressure early on. It did feel, though, like he really improved and just got his confidence, speaking about Wesley here, towards the end of that segment. So I wonder if that's going to carry forward into the 3-minute, which you already mentioned is sort of his preferred segment in this format.
Yeah. I mean, preferred because he's done so well. And even though people remember him losing to guys like Carlsen and Nakamura, again, what a lot of people don't remember, I mentioned earlier in the show, is that I think he was leading heading into the bullet, at least in both the matches versus Hikaru. I forget the one with Magnus. So it just tells you Wesley is very good at the 3+1 time control, and he's going to need to be because it's deadlocked. Amon, I'm going to do a quick game review here, my best Danya Naroditsky impersonation going back to Wesley's win, because as predicted, if this last one we saw didn't give us enough fireworks, I think I'm going to look at the queen sack one more time, because I want to give Wesley some credit that with the momentum of the match going Denis's way, really, if we go all the way back to the queen sack, I know objectively it was good for white, and of course we're going to say that Lazavik blew the game later on, which he did. But it's interesting that it was playing for something that was completely out of Lazavik's element. We get this crazy game where Amon and I were breaking down all kinds of ways that you have plenty of pieces. You have a rook and 2 minor pieces for the queen. The problem is you lack coordination, a bishop that's trapped, a king that's not castled. And while Lazavik played super accurate chess to make it impossible, it seemed, for Wesley to get out of dodge without losing material, in the end, he did have to get himself in a spot where, from a practical point of view, the white king was never going to be safe. And that's exactly what happened. And because it was Blitz, it was solving those problems that Lazavik really couldn't do. Amon mentioned maybe bishop to c5 instead to attack the rook. I just want to point out that he was right. Good job, partner. That was the best engine move. And the point is, you can meet things like rook c8 with rook c7. And often what ends up happening when you have a queen versus pieces, it's all about keeping the pieces uncoordinated, reminding your opponent that every trade helps you. And so he didn't go for bishop c5. He tried to solve the problem by taking pawns. And one lesson I learned early on is that if you have a queen versus a bunch of pieces, the last thing you want to do is open up lines of coordination for the pieces. You basically need to realize material is less important than keeping those pieces sort of at bay. And what happened when you took this pawn was now the bishops and the rooks are going to quickly get coordinated on the open files and diagonals, and the open board leads to blunders. That's what happened. So just a little bit of if you want to say from a practical point of view where he went wrong, it was trying to go get material rather than forcing trades. And Wesley So opened up lines. Ultimately, once material was won back, this was pretty much it. So I just want to jump ahead to the final moment because I mentioned the renegade rook as a way to go wrong. In this position here, if you take a6, oh, I thought it was going to be a draw. Actually, it's not. So maybe there was never a renegade rook idea, Amon. LOL, I was wrong. Looks like white
well,
was...
that's what game review will help you find out, whether or not Danny was telling the truth.
That's why you use game review. And so, by the way, the renegade rook is when a king is stalemated and you can sacrifice it. But if you take on a6, there's actually no way, even if you check, because the king gets out. And when you get out, you also give one more square. So there's no sacrifice. In the end, Wesley So was cooking. He got the job done.
Yeah, this was an exciting game, Danny. Probably the most exciting, I think, that the people can remember from that 5-minute segment. And it's crazy to think that there were so many draws because they've started to ramp up in excitement and intrigue towards the end.
Agreed. And I think that means the 3-1 portion has all the excitement we're going to handle. Don't go anywhere, chat. A quick interview with Wesley So for our subscribers at the break in case you've missed this one. This was a really fun one to do in Toronto. But all right, Amon and I are going to be right back. We are in a barn burner of a match. It's Wesley So versus Denis Lazavik on the second match of the day. The Speed Chess Championship returns in a few.
All right, first game we're going to play is rapid fire.
All right.
I'm going to name a sport, and you're going to tell me who the greatest player is. Basketball.
Kobe.
Kobe, all right. Baseball.
Shoot. Well, the ones who play at the St. Louis Cardinals, they have some Young players. I think
Pujols?
was Mike Matheny a player?
Mike Matheny?
Yeah, I like him. Yeah,
Okay.
I meet him all.
What about soccer?
Lionel Messi, because he's very consistent.
Okay.
Also, since back in college days, he was already number one, and he's still until recently number one.
Football.
Mahomes, I watch him. I watch also his commercials.
Okay. Tennis.
Djokovic.
All right, I love it. Golf.
I guess everyone says Tiger Woods, but there's this very pretty girl, Paige Spiranak.
All right, I like it. All right, what about poker?
I only know Jennifer Shahade. yeah, I only know her and Grishchuk. So.
You hear that, Jen Shahade? You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT of poker. All right. Chess.
Danny Rench.
Okay, come on. You're the best. I appreciate it. I'm going to say Wesley So then.
You said favorite, right?
The favorite. Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT?
GOAT?
Yeah.
Hard to choose. I'd say Fischer for now. But I suppose the right answer is Carlsen, but I'll say Fischer because he's American.
Okay. Chess boxing.
I'll pick my boy Kanti.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, he hasn't done it yet, but I think he might be one of the greatest ever when he's done.
Probably, yeah. He's pretty good.
Your favorite movie?
Well, say Lord of the Rings first comes to mind.
Okay.
Classic. I can watch it over and over again. But I like the newest the Batman.
Okay.
3 hours long, the latest one. So
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's the best Batman movie ever.
Okay. Favorite TV show?
Is The Crown a TV show?
The Crown? Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna go watch it right after this tournament, the latest season. I love it.
That's great. That's great. Favorite author?
I'd say Sam Shankland if he writes more books. Okay. Well, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Like, I really want to read Levi Rosman's book, so I'll get there one day.
Well, on Levi, I'll ask you, who's your favorite chess creator?
Well, Hikaru. I love his Twitch streams. Although since his Twitch websites, I've been following him less.
Yeah.
But when he was in Twitch, like, I enjoyed watching his Title Tuesday stream, especially. Like,
Blitz or classical?
Classical.
Online or OTV?
Over the board.
E4 or D4?
E4.
Fischer or Kasparov?
Yeah, hard question, but I go with Fischer at the moment.
Closed or open positions?
Open positions.
Searching for Bobby Fischer, the movie, or The Queen's Gambit on Netflix?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but I go with The Queen's Gambit.
Okay.
We are back. It's our second match of the day. If you haven't been here all day, shame on you. He's Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. I'm Danny Wrench. We're in for a thriller right now as Wesley So and Denis Lazavik are deadlocked headed into the 3-1 portion. But Amon, we got a little bit of a stat at the break. I'm going to let you take us through the Wesley So scoreboard. The man has never lost in the round of 16 at the SCC. What do you think about Wesley's history here and just how good he is in this event?
It's amazing, and people need to become immediately familiar with this statistic. I mean, we're talking about the round of 16. That's where we are right now. And historically, he's never lost. I mean, you've been talking about how he's lost only to a couple individuals in Hikaru and Magnus, but talk about round by round. There's a reason I said you expect to see Wesley So in the quarterfinals of nearly every event that he competes in, especially the SCC, because look at this, the guy does not lose, and there are some big names that he has taken out in the round of 16. We know how strong the SCC is, Danny. It's not like round of 16 is a walkthrough pairing, not at all, but Wesley gets it done every single time. So here we are in this match, and absolutely everything to play for Denis, who's, not only got his chances, but could have been up 2 games in the first segment. And then it's like, well, wait a minute. Somehow Wesley always gets it done.
Agreed. And he might be living to regret that he let that game that we broke down in our game review segment right before the break get away, that being Denis Lazavik, because Wesley So winning all those matches often starts to make his mark in this portion that we're entering right now. The 3+1 format, just that much faster than 5-1. Your opponents have less time to think, and those accurate players, the ones who don't blunder very often, tend to do really well in this format. And Wesley So tends to define that type of chess in his generation over the last couple decades. So what can Lazavik do? We're going to find out. We know it's a time control he also likes, playing a lot of Title Tuesday. So who knows? Maybe we're going to be shocked, but Wesley is very good in the 3-minute segment.
Yeah, I'm interested in that 46% statistic that I see at the bottom of the screen. And I'm reminded that, when I joined the Blitz pool, I'm, up against all sorts of players on Chess.com. And when Wesley So plays the 3-minute portion of the SCC, he's playing like the top 10 players in the world exclusively. So I've never really had a stat made about me of only games containing top 10 players, but I think I'd be maybe around 0.1%.
Oh, I'd give you more than that. No, dude, come on. You're great in time scrambles. Come on. You're great in time scrambles.
Danny, your words mean a lot, but the statistics, they're very loud.
Danny, your words mean almost nothing to me.
The statistics are loud. I can hear them echoing.
Well, at least we have something a little different here. A deadlocked queenside because of a closed Catalan, a different move order in the Queen's Gambit there from Wesley So with Bishop E7. So, okay. Not the Catalan affair we're used to seeing when Lazavik is taking the white side.
Yeah, not exactly. I have to say, usually it feels like some kind of achievement when Black is able to reach this position, because in the future, Black is playing for E5, let's say. And if it gets taken, it does clear up the D4 square for White. But with Black having control of the A file, at some point, White kind of has to give in and say, okay, like, I have to trade rooks with you. I can't just let you have the A file forever. So we see Queen B2, likely Rook A1, and mass trades on the A file will happen. And it looks like maybe Wesley's going for Knight F8, Knight G6, maybe Knight D7, and trying to play for E5. And the Black bishop sort of watches the A5 square, maybe for the knight to go there, or also Bishop C7 to trade the dark square bishop from White.
But that's kind of a risky trade as well, because now A5 will permanently belong to the white knight. You can never trade it. And if the knight is on A5, the C6 pawn is also a target. So a very double-edged decision, right? You get rid of that beast of a bishop from White on the long diagonal and secure your chances of breaking through with E5. But you also risk this A5 square. So yeah.
Yeah, you actually, for example, if the rook captures on A5, I think what will actually happen is B takes A5. I'm not actually sure yet, but if you play B takes A5, you can bring the other knight, as you're highlighting, to the B4 square from A2. So I'm actually a little bit shocked that he not only didn't capture that way, but it's like, wait a minute, you played Rook A5. If you wanted knight on A5, you could have had that. So what was the whole business with Rook A5 there?
The computer agrees with you. White definitely should have taken this. White was given a miss, and then the idea I was highlighting with the knight remaneuvering itself to B4, which also hits C6. So I think that was Lazavik's best chance. He doesn't take it. And, well, we're in a bit of a deadlock game here, aren't we? Lazavik back to his old ways of being up on the clock. For the most part in this match, everyone, Denis has been a menace for Wesley on time. And other than the last couple of games of the 5-1 portion, Wesley has been, I don't want to say overthinking, but he's gotten himself under time pressure a lot.
Yeah, I agree with that. This is a more familiar time format for both of them, but especially for Denis, I wouldn't be surprised to see him, at least on the clock, be very comfortable managing the 3+1 time. It's vastly different from 5+1. It's not like you're playing a 3-minute game within a 5-minute game with 2 extra minutes. It's just a totally different. Usually you disperse those 2 extra minutes over the entire game much differently. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle it. But I'm not thinking that Denis has done too much with this position. The lack of B takes A5 shows me he's not ready to take on risk in order to maybe get reward in his position, because that would have handed Black a protected pass B pawn that he didn't seem ready to hand over. But I think it would have given him better chances as well. Instead, he takes the stable slight edge with the knight on A5. But now I'm like, okay, so how do we really break through?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And that sometimes happens with the style of players who are very accurate. They don't beat themselves, not a lot of blunders, but maybe from time to time you look back and go, they're losing games by missed opportunities, right? Now from blunders, but from not converting or putting pressure when they had the chance, which is a way to lose games or lose a match. And so Lazavik now kind of just playing tickle with the position because he didn't take A5. And Wesley maybe wants more. Knight E4. You see the trade would open up the D5 square for the black knight, and now whose B pawn is weak. So that's an interesting move from Wesley. Shows he wants more.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see like knight E2, because I have to say, taking on E4, you can then play queen C2 to hit the pawn. Black would play F5, but that knight on G6 will go back to E7 and then to the juicy D5 square. So that did not really look appealing.
Now it's up to Wesley to decide if he wants to keep playing. He does have a small time advantage. Lazavik got his only win in this match, everyone, in a very different position, but basically an equal endgame where at the right time, he opened up the board because Wesley was low on the clock.
Yeah,
pointing out
it might
that
happen
if
again.
Wesley keeps playing. Yeah, go ahead.
No, exactly what you're saying. I think it might happen again. Like, we've got the makings of the scenario you described. Queen A6 and knight A5 can happen to gang up on that pawn, but that's at the risk of, I don't know, queen G5, and maybe Black's queen just goes all in.
Yeah. And again, you've highlighted E5 as the breakthrough. Maybe you haven't gone for it yet, but, you know, slow jams are there for a reason. You know, you build up. And he goes for it now. I was wondering, because if you take on C6, he doesn't go. Wow, okay. What is going on here? He's going for the attack. That's the point.
There was some kind of queen F6 move hitting F2. And
dude,
wow, this is an incredible sacrifice.
Piece sack that the computer loves, calls it brilliant. OMG, the D pawn is running. Black has at least a draw if he wants it.
And it's such a good sacrifice from Wesley that it's double exclamation mark to give it right back.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. He's going for more. Wesley doesn't want to draw this one. He's looking to take advantage of the king, but will he lose in the process?
Yeah, G5, and then how does Black make a threat if you take that pawn?
The C7 pawn is just running. Oh my gosh. Wow. Pure chaos. It's bullet. Here we go.
Yep.
G2 is under attack, and Wesley loses his attack, but gets the B pawn in the process.
This is the most convoluted draw that these players are trying to get.
Oh man, we all feel like we got robbed if this ends in a draw. It's not over yet. Blunders happen, but yeah.
Maybe G4.
Okay. Wesley somehow found a way to keep that extra pawn advantage, but now it's just going to be some ponies dancing, you know. He Who Dances with Ponies. Shout out to Kevin Costner. The sequel coming your way to He Who Dances with Wolves. Just kidding. That's actually not true. Although Hollywood could consider it. We have a draw.
Yeah, all that to say that the game was drawn.
Yeah.
I definitely think that the players should be given a lot of credit for how they handle these time scrambles. It's such a difficult thing to navigate those endgames even to a draw. But these guys are so good that it becomes routine. And I see, even myself, I just see a position like that, and I just know that these guys, for the most part, will not mess it up. And it'll end peacefully. But for everyone else, myself included here, that doesn't happen. Like, you will make a mistake at some point during that time scramble, and these guys don't. And that's why it looks so boring when it's like fireworks and then it ends in a draw. But it's actually an incredible skill to be able to navigate those positions to a draw.
No, you're totally right. I mean, just to highlight, just literally playing knight f7, knight h6 when you have like 2 and 3 seconds on the clock is hard for your nerves, right? You end up panicking. You want to push a pawn, but just sitting tight, recognizing the moment for what it is instead of hitting the panic button. As someone who almost never does that, it's crazy. But all right, despite multiple brilliancies from both sides, we have a draw, and we have a deadlocked match at 4 games apiece. And now we have an attack on the king side. What's going on here?
Yeah, if you back up like just 2 moves, you'll see this really. I mean, white played f takes e5. So f4 looks totally normal. Black captures. Then we see h5, peculiar, and then you capture on e5, expecting any recapture. Queen takes, maybe bishop f4 or rook f5. Pawn takes, bishop g5, and instead you just get hit with this knight g4 move, which I don't know, like it's somehow so unexpected, and the time was pretty much at 3 minutes when Lazavik played that. So you start wondering, is this prep? Like, what's going on here? Already, I love Denis's position.
Well, and apparently if he had taken f4 here, just to stay on the analysis board because we're here, if he had taken rook takes, now white is in trouble. I'm not sure what the move is here. Maybe it's queen e5. Yeah, okay. It's queen e5, just hitting the rook and the h2 pawn, which, check the computer, it agrees. He doesn't find it. Instead, he castles long, and the position is back to a mess.
Yeah, the one thing about that position that you put forward, taking in queen e5, it actually is down a pawn, but I think you have to be willing to just exist down a pawn there, get yourself castled, know that the bishop on c2 is terrible, but by not covering the e5 square, you see that Wesley was able in the live game to come up with this beautiful move, e5. Now, I don't know if it's the best move, but practically speaking, I love it because it activates that light squared bishop on c2, and all you've done is put the material back to level.
Totally agree. By the way, the computer did love Wesley's e5, and looking at the position now, white's down a pawn, but it feels like white is just much better. You've got the bishop pair, every piece is open. It's almost like a reverse Berlin to some degree. You have the doubled c-pawns in the bishop pair for white instead of the doubled c-pawns and bishop pair for black. I know, different game, queen's on the board, opposite side castling, but I've got Berlin on the mind from the Firouzja-Grishuk match.
But so, yeah, this is what I mean, is that white gave back a pawn, but they're actually not down a pawn here. Which is why
they were
it's
up a pawn and gave it back. You're right.
Yeah, that's why it's so good, because even if we were down a pawn, as you were saying, like, I still would take it. But that's why I just feel like it's such an achievement for Wesley, who, by the way, needs to be slightly careful about trading dark squared bishops. I could see some endgames being a little unpleasant if that knight on e5 moved and maybe the bishops traded.
Yeah. Yeah, the dark squares are the one long-term problem white has to watch out for. Whether you traded for the bishop, and of course you would never trade for the knight, because that would also lead to some dark squared mating attacks potentially. So Lazavik trying to get the queen out of the way, probably to move the knight and offer that trade that you talked about.
Yeah, but b5, rook b1, he's going back on the offensive here. And in spots like this, I mean, I definitely always consider ways to trade the queen as a first reaction. So yeah, queen d2 is my top response to b5, because I'm like, okay, with the pawn on b4, queens can trade, and white's still structurally sound. But as soon as you extend maybe a bit too far, all of a sudden queen trade might benefit black, especially with dark square bishop trades always on the cards.
Yeah, agreed. And just highlighting the pawns, as you said, once you play b5, you no longer have this pretty little kind of inchworm setup where they protect each other. You've got some pawns that are overextended and maybe weak, and so Lazavik gonna try to prod, but the bishop pair is still bringing pressure. So Wesley, maybe with best play, should still be able to have enough activity.
I was thinking about the move knight d7. It looks a little unremarkable, but it would have offered a trade of dark square bishops and maybe hit the c5 pawn. I just feel like trading those dark square bishops needs to be black's.
No, I think you were right. I think that was the best move for black instead of rook e2. Now he's no longer going to get knight d7. Wesley doesn't have to be asked twice to guard that square, and Lazavik might have missed that chance.
Interesting. Rook A2. So I wonder if there's any way to activate for white. It feels like every open file is just blocked.
Well, you see, like, yeah, the computer said it was equal, but every natural move just continues to make the position worse for Wesley. So this move, bishop e5, what a move. This is like just closing the center. White will get no super highways, and Wesley only has 20 seconds.
It's funny because I actually hate the move bishop e5. I thought black
Really?
should have taken on like h2 and then just got those bishops off, because in my head I'm like, oh man, now I can't have that beautiful knight against bishop. So it's one of those moments where I think he actually played the most accurate move to his credit, but I look at it and I'm like, oh man, all right, opposite bishops. I guess this is better for black, but it feels like more work.
Yeah. No, I feel you. And from a practical point of view, you also have mating net potentials, I think, with the knight and the rook. So now you have to win an old-fashioned, boring obstacle bishop ending, which may not be winning at all anymore. Black's advantage disappearing. Yeah. Draw.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That kind of slipped away from him. And interestingly, it was not the opposite bishop position where it was completely lost. He was still winning there, or at least great chances to win, especially with white's king position. But I do think it just became harder. It was not as easy as playing like a knight against bishop position instead.
No, you're right. And Wesley agrees with you from a practical point of view, because as soon as he got a chance to take on c6, he did it. So you're right. I think keeping that knight versus bishop dynamic was revealing, given how quickly Wesley took on c6. Yes, maybe black was still better there, but all right. We have another draw, another fighting draw. If you're just tuning in, we've had a lot of draws today. Only 2 decisive results to speak of. Lazavik won early. Wesley So won a game that was probably the game of the match so far. It was a queen sack gone wrong, and somehow he got it done. But we're deadlocked.
And Danny, because I'm always in the the positional camp here, I've been appreciating these games. I know they're not to everyone's taste, and a lot of them end up as draws, but I've been enjoying these positional struggles from both sides here. We see another one developing. The queens have disappeared, and there is a weak pawn on d5, an isolated pawn, so white is probably going to be working towards covering the d4 square, perhaps strangely with a move like knight b5 to play knight d4, or you could just immediately go and attack the pawn instead with bishop c2 to b3, but good chess principles tell us to first blockade the pawn and sort of make sure it stays put, and then bring our pieces to attack it rather than try to rush.
Agreed. And knight b5 wasn't chosen. It was knight e2, but your idea is the same. Good positional principles tell you to take your time against the IQP and build up. Yeah, hey, I'm okay with the draws. Don't get me wrong. All right. Draws are people too, Amon. Draws are people too. Okay. Let's stop banging on the draw. Draws are people too.
Sorry to everyone out there that identifies as a draw.
Yeah, that's right. Draws are people too, and the draws matter here because ultimately it makes the wins that much more precious. And in this match, we may have very few decisive games at the end, so we got to remember them. And right now, Lazavik is trying to grind a small IQP advantage. Not anymore. These positions are always funny to me because the bishop I know is worse than the light squared counterpart because it's classically worse, right? It's blocked behind its own pawn. But really hard to prove anything as an advantage against that.
Yeah, I think at this point, even though I think a big reason is because of that double pawn that just happened on g3, it just means white can not play h4 and then open the h file and just have another avenue of attack as easily. So yeah, I think Wesley is kind of happy with that, but still we see that white's bishop is better than the counterpart. If the rooks were to trade, look, the evaluation would be a draw. So I don't think Wesley's concerned about that, but still, there's just not enough. You need more weaknesses if you want a chance to win.
Yeah. Even imagining a dream position where your rooks are off the board and the bishop is in some spot where it's, manage to infiltrate behind the pawn structure and the bishop is stuck.
Yep.
There's not another target. So more than likely that will not be enough, which makes you wonder what's going to happen here, because as time ticks away, I know the eval bar still likes white, but if this becomes a scramble, maybe Wesley tries to use this advantage to steal one.
Yeah, it could be, especially because if white is playing in a way that needs the light squared bishop on the board. So if the bishops were to trade, then all of a sudden white's position is just significantly worse. Doubled pawns for no reason. Black with a double c-file control, and you have to be very careful. Bishop f5 doesn't force a bishop exchange.
I love how you pointed that out, that white is playing in a way that requires the bishops on the board because of how reckless he's been with the kingside pawn structure, and I think that's instructive. Wasn't really thinking about that, but this idea feels nice when you were attacking, but in the end, you've actually made these pawns more isolated and weak. This pawn is out of your way, which means your bishop is better, but it also means your bishop can't defend it, right? So if somehow the other rook gets active, this d4 pawn could be weak. So this is becoming one that could turn from dead equal into a surprising result. Okay, not anymore if the rooks are traded.
Shock.
Okay, shocker. We are describing positional intricacies that maybe would have games be lost at my level, but are not going to happen in this game. I don't know.
And it's only because the players are just so understanding of what's required in the position here that this game is going to end immediately. Black goes a5, b6. Pawns on g5. f6 can be played at any moment. White goes a3, has a pawn on g3, pawn on d4. It's like everyone's putting pawns on squares that avoid the bishops. And obviously black has a d-pawn, which had to be there, and white has a g2 pawn, which had to be there. So both kings are defending them, and then we just have kind of a null position. If anyone could play for an advantage, I would say it's black, but it's definitely just going to be a draw.
That was an interesting comment from Quick Jash, featured chatter in Twitch. Shout out to all of our chatters, making the show a better place. Is this going to be the match with the most draws in SCC history? I'm saying it out loud so that our team working hard behind the scene might already start getting on those stats. I'm not sure who's crushing our real-time stats today. Shout out to the crew, but I don't remember, but I know we've had matches, Amon, with very few decisive results before. But that might be an interesting stat for us to look into and ask someone on the team to research.
And I think at some point, Wesley and Denis here might have been accuracy farming, Danny. I think they were just, they saw 98 and they said, I think we can make that a 99. Let's play maybe 20 more moves of this end game. Every move is going to be the best move, and look at them go.
We said that these two guys might be about to play the most accurate SCC match collectively between them, meaning not just one player, like together, the least mistakes in SCC history. I'm going to go on a limb and say that this does end up going down as that, the style of these players and the way they play. And yeah, to Amon's point, Denis Lazavik, speaking of accuracy farming, is currently sitting at 99.9.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like in the openings, sometimes Denis is just up at near 3 minutes because he's just recalling theory and he's moving super quick and confidently and at 99.9 accuracy. So that's always pretty scary when your opponent is playing rattling off the best moves in the position. Yeah.
Now we have it's not an IQP, but the close cousin hanging pawn structure. Means a couple of IQPs, basically, a couple of isolated pawns, but together they are friends. Oh, what's going on here? I see checks, but it's nothing to it. The imbalance of bishop pair versus knights, though, Amon, makes me excited about the future of this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a more exciting position because there are going to be a lot of decisions that these players make that are contradictory to one another because both sides require completely different plans and ways to play. The way that both sides play an opposite bishop position will be very similar. So you'll see them trying to accomplish the same things, but relative to their own positions. Here, we're going to have way different game plans. White is playing a4, a5, would love to open things up for this bishop pair. Black needed to play the move e5 previously just to get the d pawn to move to d5 so that there'd be some weak dark squares or light squares, and then try to pick off one of the bishops. So to Wesley's credit, he's advanced the pawns on light squares and he still has his dark squared bishop, so that's the best possible combination. But still, I do feel that Denis has achieved things pretty nicely for himself. The pawns are no longer going anywhere. The knight's watching everything, and you really feel good about your e-pawn as black, a protected pass pawn that you have for later.
Well said. Breakdown. The knight has the squares that it wants. The c4 pawn is weak. Typically, they say that's how you attack the hanging pawns. As you said, you attack one of them with e5. You get them to separate so that you have squares available and targets to gang up on.
Mm-hmm.
But the bishop is good. I assume b6 will also be a target at some point. Obviously, black will never take, because then you get two pass pawns that are rolling.
Yeah, that's not a decision that he wants to make, but it could actually happen sooner than you might think, because b takes a5 with the knight covering c5, then you start to really... I mean, can you even get that pawn back? Like, bishop takes c5, rook takes c5, guards the a pawn. By the time you go take it back, it could be too late. So he's definitely thinking about it, and I guess he's saying, okay, b takes a5, I can take the knight on c5, and then maybe play king d3 and swap some rooks to the a file. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I mean, you're down a pawn, but you'll have two pass pawns in those positions, blockaded or not. So is he going to go for something like that? If you take and take here, is black taking with the pawn? Because that might be ugly. I don't think so. I think you have to take with the rook.
Yeah, you take with the rook so that you always have that b5 move available to undermine the c4, d5 pawns. So I definitely expect something like that. But Lazavik should be the one who's a little bit ahead here. Just if there's an advantage, it feels like black might have it. But I do see some endgames where I'm like, okay, hang on. If black's king goes to the queen side too far, maybe king e4, king f5 can happen.
And you win in the end. The g7 pawn is weak. You're also kind of bluffing at this g5 idea. I say bluffing because I think black can take with the h pawn and play f5. Yeah, exactly. No, you're playing h5 to lock in the light squares as a future entry point for the white king. But I don't know. This is going to become one of those mutual time scrambles again, where one side decides they have just enough of an edge on the clock to play for a win and make it spicy.
Yeah, I'm wondering about... Yeah, so this h5 move fixes the pawn for bishop f8 in the future. So if any situation happens where all the rooks trade, you've got huge targets. And this is actually a good example of a position I was thinking about. Knight b7 takes, and I was wondering if there might be a way for black to try to get b5 in the future. And any kind of rook trades on the c file, bishop f8 hits you.
Yeah, I wondered if king e4, if you could trade, and I don't know, there's probably no real winning chances in any of these positions unless someone blunders, but now we have weird tactics where b6 and c4 are both hanging. If rook takes b6, knight takes c4.
Yeah.
So what, no?
That was a funny position. Looks like he's just bringing the bishop back to e3. And knight c5, takes. And this is what white wanted. Rook b3, king e4. Feels like great achievements for Wesley here.
Yeah, and the rook on a6 is exactly where he doesn't want to be. Okay, computer says we're in an only move territory, but it's not found by Lazavik. Wesley immediately plays g3, by the way, which defends this pawn so that you're not worried about it. Here it comes.
Yep.
Aman, shout out to you for calling this idea moves ago. You talked about this was a long-term thing to not turn your back on. You said if this king gets too far to the queen side, white will dart, and it's happening. That's the third profit prediction you've made. You're coming for Danya Naroditsky's job. I can feel it.
I have my third profit norm.
Third, you just got. We'll talk to Danya about what it takes to become a PM, a profit master.
Got it.
Wesley maybe have blown his winning chances here.
Yeah, I know this move doesn't make any sense, but I was almost thinking, only in retrospect, not on the spot, that G5, insane move by White, might have been needed to like create a little shelter for White's own king on G7. But that's in the past, and this looks like a textbook theoretical draw. Things are never as easy as they seem.
Did we just have another game that stole a draw from the jaws of a decisive result? I don't even care who wins at this point. I just want a decisive game. Wesley So was so close to getting it. I don't know what game we're going to review from the 3-1 segment, but if we don't get anything spicier, we will back up to that rook ending, Amon, because I think you're right. I think that G5 idea was an umbrella method, a brilliant one, where you guard the king via the opponent's pawns, right?
Yeah, but to be required to play that move as like the only method to win means that it was just never as simple as it seemed. And I definitely point out that I only latched on to that thought. I don't even know if I'm correct, because I saw that the eval went right back to 0 after he just played a routine king takes pawn move instead.
Yeah. We have the advantage of the eval bar. Wesley is trying to take as many seconds off the total game clock as possible. Not sure what the meta is there, if he's just frustrated. Okay, Lazavik gets the rooks off the board, which means we're in a king and pawn ending. Stalemate helps if you're trying to draw. All right, the players are going to have their next rematch aborted. They're figuring that out right now on camera, as you can see. Wesley leans back. Lazavik going to take a sip of water. Time for a break. 5.5 games apiece as we head toward the back half of the 3+1 portion. This is going to be crazy. The only thing crazier might be the live finals in Paris, France. Get your tickets now. Use the command TIX. September 6th through 8th. It's going to be lit, as the kids say, Amon. It's going to be lit. And
yeah, I don't use that terminology anymore myself, but I've been to this venue, Danny, and it's going to be insane. Like, people will definitely have a great time at the live show, because I've used the venue before for an event that I hosted with Blitz stream that Chess.com helped with. So I think people are going to love it.
There you have it. Endorsement from Amon Hamilton himself. Use the command. Do it now. Take a vacation. It's also right next to the Louvre. It's in a great part of town. It's going to be amazing. This match might be amazing all the way down the stretch, so don't go anywhere. We are deadlocked heading into the back half of the 3+1 format. It is the Speed Chess Championship, and it returns in just a few moments.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
In recent years, we've had a lot of openings in chess that have become meme openings. So it could be strange, silly openings, and we want you to rank these different openings from brilliant to double question mark. And then number 6, the orangutan or Sokolsky opening.
Brilliant. The orangutan, yeah, it's playable.
Yeah, so I think for 1b4, it's another opening that I've played a lot. Magnus also has played it quite a bit. I think it's completely reasonable, and yeah, it's in the middle. Very, very, very solid opening, and no reason not to play it.
Sodium attack.
1 knight a3.
Yeah.
I think that's bad.
Good. I think that's. I can't give too many brilliants, so I'll give it good.
I would say it's not the worst. Maybe it's playable. I'd probably put it in the second to last tier though, which is just bad. I don't think there's much value to the opening itself. It's just fun to move the knight, but doesn't do much else.
And then number 8, I believe, is an opening invented by Anna Crumlin. which is called the cow.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so I think as far as the cow opening goes, it's an opening that I would put probably in the second tier of good. I think much like the hippo, it's something that you can play and get to a very high level with it. At a certain point, of course, it's not particularly good if your opponents know what they're doing, but I also played it recently in a Blitz match online, and I did well against the GM, so I think it's probably in the good tier, second tier.
I'm tempted to put it in double question mark, but I think it just barely makes it into bad.
Yep, those are the words of Magnus about the cow.
Then we have a favorite, the Norwegian rat.
Yeah, I really like that opening, but unfortunately I think it's also bad.
Yeah, I think that's in the middle. I don't think it's horrible, don't necessarily think it's great. Somewhere in the middle, I would say. So I'll put it in playable.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
For our second Speed Chess Championship match of the day, he's Amon Hamilton. I'm Danny Wrench. Amon, the fans want fire on board. I say, teach a man to make fire chess moves, and you get a lot of good chess games. Light a board on fire, and you never get to play chess again. Your thoughts?
Oh, that's very profound, Danny. That's actually
I just
so
came
beautiful.
up with that just now.
I can tell. It's so beautiful. I don't even want to add anything to it. I think we'll just let that expression speak for itself.
Yeah, you know what? We need some things to speak for themselves. But my made-up expressions may not be one of them. Let's get the chess to speak for itself with these moves on the board. We all want action. We're deadlocked. By the way, we are on pace to crush the record of total draws in any SCC match. Someone asked in chat earlier. I think it was Quick Jash. Shout out to you. We'll get that guy a diamond membership for the great question that added value to the show. Yeah, we are on pace to have the most draws in SCC history in this one.
Wow. And I mean, no surprise, because if we were not on pace, then I would be immediately wondering what match did I thoroughly enjoy commentating in the past. But it seems like five and a half. I haven't really seen anybody getting like super lucky. Even positions that, yeah, there's been blunders or people have messed up in this match. I don't think that it's fair to, be that critical that, it was such a crazy mistake. I think back to Wesley's king move as one that stands out to me on that side. And then Denis up that queen, although it did get messy later, I do think it was under control enough that I think himself, he'd be the first to say like he expects to win positions like that. So it feels like one large mistake on both sides. And here we're just in a bucket load of theory for us, Danny.
A bucket load of theory, a truckload of things to think about now, because e5 is a brilliancy on the board according to the computer because it hangs the rook for the bishop. But it's a very principled thing to do. I mean, if you take the rook, I'm only down the exchange and I am massively accelerating an attack. This is the kind of move we want to see. Speaking of fire on board, we're in for a crazy one right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this, I've seen positions quite like this. I'm pretty sure if I have the opening right, I've seen Hikaru play this theory a decent bit, and sometimes white castles long, but sometimes you're also like playing knight f to d2 and then developing, playing rook d1 and still castling the other way. So I'm not sure the state of the theory, but I do know that it's generally not something I would touch with the white pieces. It feels like I'm living on the edge with white more than with black.
It's crazy, though. A brilliancy on e5 met with a brilliancy by Lazavik. Not exactly given the symbol, but he just laughs in the face of danger and sacrifices the piece. What a crazy move.
Yeah, and seemingly has no interest in taking the rook on a8 because black's pieces just develop so quickly. So instead, I mean, he's given up the knight on c7 in exchange for the bishop on c5, and every single move has been spot on from Denis Lazavik, who's making his case, Danny, for #1 most accurate player.
He is. Bishop to d3. I mean, handling e5 with that kind of precision, laughing in the face of danger, refusing to take the rook on a8. Now he's up a pawn, and it's a borderline just clean pawn. Yes, the kings are on opposite sides of the board, so there'll be an attack. But this is a pawn that's happy right now, and Black's king is also in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, and if black played g6 instead of f5, which might have felt slightly more comfortable for our viewers, I think queen takes e3 would hit h6, and that tempo is just a little too much to hand over. But I can't say that this really looks that much better. Queen c3, very, very comfortable square for the queen. Can't really be harassed by any of black's pieces. Rook d1, rook d5. So I think bishop e6 is a reasonable try. Just trying to make the rook on c5 uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's super awkward and may get super trapped there if you're not careful. And if you have to play b4, you're just exposing more open lines to the king. So bishop e6, a very nice move, especially in the 3-minute portion, because Lazavik may be up a pawn, but he's about to be under a minute.
Knight d4, queen f4 is a big problem. Knight e5 does make some sense, but okay, what are we doing about b6 here?
That's exactly why the computer didn't like king to b1, gives it a double question mark, and Wesley finds it. Wait, but now you can't take it because there's a pin. You have to find the move knight a5, and Wesley does. The best computer move is on the board.
And c4 is hanging here. It remains to be seen what happens after, but I think the bottom line is you get to play b5 no matter how the knight gets attacked, unless b3, which of course drops the a3 pawn.
On that note, Lazavik plays king a1 to try to threaten b3. So Wesley defends the queen.
Yep. Bishop to f7. Wow, rook f6. What a strange way to protect that bishop. That would have been barely top 3 if that.
He invited the exchange sack. The computer wanted to take and then I think play bishop takes f5, but he didn't go for that. Instead, bishop e3, and now black is still holding everything just barely.
Yeah, that exchange sack actually doesn't look too tricky as well. Like it's just kind of more of an exchange, less of a sack.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, that blew my mind with that. More of an exchange, less of a sack. I will use that one forevermore. Lazavik's going to wish he had more time. Speaking of things that you wish were more, he's under 30 seconds. If Wesley can find accurate moves here, this is an opposite sides of the board king position, which means we always get attacking ideas down the stretch.
Yeah, and the time situation absolutely plays a role in how this position will get played from here on out. It does feel like Wesley is kind of creating a little bit more here with the rooks aimed at white's queen and the king in the corner for white. Somehow it feels like Wesley is pressuring, even though, just according to the raw evaluation, I don't think that's true.
Yeah. And again, I agree. And not only that, I'll disagree with the evaluation further. I think black actually has some things to be very worried about in the future with the f-pawn being advanced and the open diagonals. So, okay, accurate play is a thing that these guys almost always do. And by the way, they're doing it again.
Yeah.
But it's this is still a 3-result position. Blunders can happen here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unclear to me who is favored when the queens disappear. Very tough to say. Black's king activates very quickly from g6, and especially the move h4. I actually really don't like h4.
Oh,
seems weird, but wait a minute.
He just blundered this, and he shook his head. Can Wesley trade queens and be winning? No. No,
Wow,
it wasn't the
queen
king and pawn
b7.
ending.
Look at this.
Rook a1 is
What?
mate, and queen a7.
That's
Shake and
amazing.
bake, and I helped.
Oh my goodness. That was such a slow checkmate. Like, it was queen b7. You think, okay, what's the big deal? Rook a6, you still are at what's the big deal? And then, boom, the game's over.
And then your opponent makes a move, and puzzle rush starts, right? You have 3 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Rook a1. Like, forced checkmate on the a file. Wesley So squeezing a bit of water out of a stone there, but we did call it in that there were going to be attacking chances down the stretch because both sides have kings that are a little bit open, and Wesley gets the better of that one.
That's right. And now I think this is an important game for a number of reasons. I actually don't even think we're in any kind of territory where Denis has to like bounce back with a win. But what I will say is he needs to not keep losing. That's very, very key here, because that's where things can get away. So I don't think he needs to bring it back right away, but even just a draw, stabilize is probably what the doctor ordered.
Yeah. And sometimes that's the best thing, as you said, right after. Well, what's funny is you could make the argument for both sides, right? Draw and stabilize after you've lost. Don't panic. You could also be happy with a draw if you're Wesley to just say, like, all right, I'm not returning the favor. I've got my 1-game lead, and I'm happy that I'm not giving you chances to get back in the match right away.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, hey, if draw makes everyone happy, then maybe that's why we're seeing so much of it.
Like we said, as long as we're not lighting the chessboard on fire, that was the metaphor I made up, and then no one gets to play chess anymore. So it's good to root for fire on board, but be careful how far you take that.
There you go. And I seeing the the draws in classical chess are boring comment there, but Blitz and Bullet, it makes it much more exciting because I can think back to numerous games in this match, which actually have been draws, but it's like I don't even recall the final result. I just remember the queen being sacked, or I remember the eval bar swinging up, swinging down. So definitely exciting.
No, I agree. The amount of draws in this one do not tell the tale of not just the fighting spirit from both players, but the moments of drama. And yes, they are very accurate players. It'll probably go down as one of the highest quality in terms of just chess moves compared to engines matches we've ever had. But yeah, it also has meant a lot of craziness down the end. By the way, this prediction chart of who's going to win this match is one of the most interesting prediction charts we've ever had, Amon. Both sides at some point have been favored in the high 50s. Wesley So at one point was down, and now he's back up. This is a wild one.
Yeah, it's basically just very volatile because it's supposed to be dead even the entire way. So the second that someone takes a lead, it's like, whoa, okay, huge winning chances for them.
Yep. And that does speak to the accurate chess that both of these guys bring to the table. Every advantage is a huge one, and that's why Wesley So with a 1-point lead is so heavily favored right now, because we don't expect these guys to lose a lot of chess games down the stretch. All right.
And in this game, I've been looking at the position and thinking, okay, white looks pretty nice here because they always have that outside B pawn potential. But at the same time, the bishop on B2 is not that good. It's hitting this pawn on E5, well defended with the pawn on D6. And the knight on D2 needs to stay where it is. Can't really get ambitious with knight C4 just yet.
Agreed. And as long as the queens stay on the board, there is like a sneaky attack that could happen over here because white has no minor pieces to protect the king, or at least only one that is close. So it would take a blunder. Obviously, it's close to equal for a reason right now. But yeah, this is dangerous. Has to be pawn, though, for Wesley. Now that he has stabilized the forces, I think his plan is kind of clear.
And I wonder about rook C7 with like rook C2. Because if queen d6, maybe rook back to d7 and rook takes d2 could work. I don't really know what the lines would be after that, but I definitely like rook c7 at minimum for rook c2. Just eyeballing absolutely everything on the second rank there. But yeah, maybe even coupled with some kind of rook back to d7 idea.
Ooh, there was something there, but you were right. We might have to back up and take a look at that one with our game review segment, although there's plenty of others to break down. But Black apparently had something. White gets away with the pawn and then offers the queen trade on a6.
Yeah, I think it was just rook c2, probably.
Okay.
I'm not too sure. I have to think about that. Knight e4, I'm just realizing, the more I think about it, could have been on the cards because the knight on d2 is overworked there.
Oh, wow. That's what it was. I'm just going to quickly show to the analysis board real quick. We got to solve this mystery. If knight takes e4, the knight is overworked. Okay, maybe that's not it. I think your initial suggestion of rook to c2. Yeah, the computer says it's just too many pieces, not enough time for white to defend them all.
Got it. And some sort of combination of like everything we just put on the board splats itself on the board in the correct order.
But we got to get back to the life position because Wesley is down a piece, but the pawn on a7 has something to say about that. Here comes bishop takes e5 as well. And we're headed for an endgame. Does Wesley want more? No.
Yeah, rook b7 looks... That looks pretty good.
He's thinking about it.
Rook b7.
He settles on the pawn advantage. He can play rook b4 now and guard everything. Yep, that's what we expected. He's up a pawn. Lazavik is down on the clock.
Yeah, bishop d6 restricts. This also does the job.
Is that rhyme?
Bishop d6. That feels like a Kantiism.
It feels like a Kantiism. G5 and we live, you know.
Bishop d6, we restrict.
Restricts. Yeah, hey. Where is Cantu when you need him? Shout out to that guy hanging out in chat somewhere. He's somewhere hanging out in chat somewhere.
Knight f8. This kind of reminds of that endgame, right? The rook endgame that we saw already.
Yep.
So you take the bishop and knight off the board, and it's almost the same position.
It is the same. Okay, pawn on f4 instead, but yes, it's pretty much the exact same position. So Wesley does not want that. We should point out that the knight are pretty good defenders here, right? With all the pawns on one side of the board, with best play, time being excluded, and he is under 5 seconds now. Oh, well, we're going to find out if he can hold the rook ending with no time.
Yeah, at least he does get a rook endgame, does Lazavik. So overall, I think he can be a little bit happier with that. Because at the bare minimum, you can tell yourself that it is a draw going into it. And, it's in front of you whether you can maintain that.
Yep. Yeah, I'm surprised Wesley settled on that, but he missed rook e4? No. Wait, what happens here? Why? He's winning the g-pawn and the king is misplaced?
It's interesting. Yeah, if you play rook check and just take on g6, basically on that rook check, king takes pawn, rook takes g6. I think you're right.
Yes.
That f4 check.
So maybe rook g7. Oh, he plays f4 first, but yeah, that's a rook and pawn ending where you're winning with traditional sort of, whatever you want to call them, the chain of Philidor idea.
Problem. Yeah, it's king g5 that's the issue. Because, you can always defend that f4 pawn with rook check and rook f6. And now you, I guess, try to bring your king in. King g7
Little
with
Zugzwang there.
Zugzwang.
Very nice. The rook can't hold the 4th rank and the g-pawn at the same time, which allows the king to get in without the rook taking with check.
Yeah.
And just like that, Wesley So has a 2-game lead.
That was weird. That said Denis Lazavik won. Did it not?
That was a weird. That was a server mistake. Wesley So won that game as white, yet it gave Lazavik the victory.
No,
we gotta update the scoreboard
he must have
on that.
Flagged.
Wait, what?
He flagged.
Wait, Wesley So flagged?
Yeah, Wesley
What?
flagged that game at the very end, and that's why Denis won the game. Denis Lazavik just won that game, Danny.
What in the world just happened?
Yeah. No, it was the most beautiful conversion, but it's almost like he got so into the conversion he forgot that the clock was a thing. I mean, remember it's +1 here, Danny. I'm so serious. He really.
I'm realizing
really
you're
flagged.
right, and Game Ops confirmed in my ear. No, Wesley just fell asleep at the wheel and
Yes.
flagged.
In one of the best conversions, even though it was from a draw, just the chess gods would have this match tied, Danny, one way or another.
No, but I'm like shocked. I was like literally claiming Chess.com bug in Wesley's defense. I'm like shocked, and he had plenty of time.
Yeah, I think what was it like 3 seconds,
He had
something like
3.9. He had 3.9,
Yeah.
so 4 seconds basically.
The reason that I was still a little shocked was because Wesley didn't react at all. Like I would be so upset messing that position up into a draw, but nothing from Wesley after that.
I am absolutely out of my mind shocked about that. And if this match goes Lazavik's way, we are never going to forget that game. Like,
yeah, that's the most shocking thing. We've talked about games that could have gone either way, points that have been left on the table by both players, but this is the biggest half a point, full point that he left out there.
Aman, not only was it a model game, at one point Wesley had a minute and Lazavik was under 10 seconds. Like, that was a lopsided affair in Wesley So's favor for a 2-game lead in this match, and he falls asleep at the wheel, literally, and loses on time with 4 seconds. I mean, that just doesn't happen to these guys.
It doesn't. I really don't know what his experience in those final seconds looked like. I would love to know, because now with the clock expiring in the 3+1 segment, he could actually be down going into bullet, which did not look like a remote possibility during that last game.
Yeah, I'm just absolutely shocked. Crazy stuff. I mean, obviously, if we have a chance to catch up with Wesley in an interview, if he does go on to win the match, if not, I'll definitely do that personally anyway. But I'm just blown away by what happened there. But
this reminds me of a moment when Eric was playing on stream, and he was playing Firouzja and trying to flag him, and Firouzja had just a couple seconds, and then all of a sudden the game ended, and he just thought it was a routine flag, but he had repeated 3 times with 0.1 seconds on the clock. And so he was celebrating like he won, and I had to be the bearer of bad news. I was like, no, dude, I think that's a draw.
Oh my
anyhow,
God.
I saw you. You were actually in shock. Even to now, I think you're still, you haven't accepted yet. You're still in denial.
I'm still in shock. That is absolutely mind-blowing. And we're now Wesley. Okay, well, shouldn't lose this game, which means more than likely we are headed in to the bullet portion deadlocked, which means we have everything that this match said it was going to be. If the match could speak, it said, hey, I'm going to be a barn burner. You want to buckle up? Don't watch anything else this Monday afternoon. That's what this match would have said in so many words, and it's delivering.
Insane that we've been tied after every portion. Nobody's had a 2-point lead. This match is the closest that you could ever ask for, really, in a round 1 matchup where, I mean, statistically, the SEC creates matches that are supposedly the most imbalanced in the first round, but absolutely neck and neck. And Danny, I mean, Smarter Chess, 50-50 pretty much. That guy knows something.
Apparently he does. Darn that guy. I hate you, Smarter Chess. No, I'm just kidding. He's right all the time. And this match was predicted as a coin flip. It seems to be delivering as much. And even if somehow someone wins by a few games in bullet, you got to love entering the fastest portion, on the edge of your seat, right? In a tied match, because this is what the people pay for right here.
Yeah, because are we going to see the draws continue into the bullet? I mean, draws and bullet would also be extremely, extremely rare. So I'll be shocked no matter what happens. If it does, I'll be incredulous. And if it doesn't, it means we're going to get some decisive games for one of these players to eventually win the match.
We are. And before we get to it, we have some game review to do as we bring each segment to a close. We always want to break down one of the best games, or at least the game that caught my eye or someone's eye. I'm going to go back to Wesley's victory as black. Even though that rook ending is I'm still having a hard time letting go what just happened, because we could have been reviewing just a model victory, but since we already know the climax is that Wesley lost on time. I want to go back to this one, Amon, and we can do it together, but it starts with e5 after the opening, because what happened here was just a brilliant move, which now that the computer's had time to think was the best move according to the computer, and it was just one best engine move. Okay, I guess taking the piece is not the best engine move, but from a human perspective, what we get here is just such accurate chess to be in a really weird spot with kings on both sides of the board. And it was up till right here. Okay, before king to b1 with best play, Lazavik is still going to be better in this position up a pawn, probably just bringing the rook to the center again. Although, by the way, even then, the b6 pawn maybe traps the rook.
It's interesting because he could use that rook d5 idea maybe ahead of allowing b6. Like, he could have just gone for that same plan again, but it was him not realizing this beautiful knight a5 resource. That, credit to Wesley for spotting that.
And again, this works, everyone, because after takes, white will always take with the pawn and the knight is pinned. But instead, he plays king b1, maybe not because he missed the rook d5 idea, but as Amon pointed out, it's knight a5, which makes this a threat and ensures that if you save the rook, the c4 pawn would fall. The c4 pawn is almost irrelevant in terms of what it did for black's position, because it opened up play on the queen side, and as we move into time pressure, that was pretty much the tail. I think Lazavik's last chance was right here, this sack we talked about with rook takes e6 and bishop takes f5. As Amon said, what'd you say? Go ahead.
I said this exchange sack was more of an exchange and less of a sack.
And no truer words have ever been spoken. This is kind of an easy thing to do, I guess. That's what we're saying. And Lazavik doesn't find it. Once b5 is played, the position suddenly becomes a lot easier for Wesley, I think, as the end game ensues. You asked a question at the time where we weren't sure, who the position was easier to play for. In hindsight, I guess Wesley had an easier time advancing the pawns, which makes play against the white king so dangerous. So what was it here that white needed to do instead of playing b4? Apparently it's this.
Yeah, I mean, you can play to obviously just stop b4 because now you know how strong b4 is. Maybe even like the rook on c2 kind of feels odd, so it's possible like rook c1, b4, take queen c4. But already we don't like it because black can push pawns against white's king much easier than white can. White tried to do it with h4, but I mean, it's just not in time.
Not in time, and that's what happens. We get things run away quickly. This was the last intermezzo that Lazavik probably missed. You can't take d5 because black takes with check, and then you're just up a rook. Because of that, the mating net was real, and Puzzle Rush was on with rook a1 check. At the time, we thought that might be, the backbreaker. Wesley was then winning in the next game. Ultimately, no. Lazavik struck back, which means we're going to be headed into bullet, deadlocked after Wesley loses on time. Amon, we need to throw to a break because we got to get bullet going. I don't even know what else to say, man. This is going to be an absolutely wild finish. Are you ready?
I'm ready, Danny. We've seen brilliancies, even though we've been getting draws. I can't wait for bullet because, as I said, if we get more draws, that'll be incredible to see how that happens. And most likely, we're going to get a ton of decisive games.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to get another interview with Wesley at the break if you're a subscriber. Otherwise, enjoy the Twitch ad, which helps supports the show, and we appreciate your support. So it's bullet, it's SCC action when we get back.
We're going to play blindfold blitz. So I'm actually going to get up right now and I'm going to blindfold him. All right. This is, nothing weird's going to happen here. Trust me. There you go. Close your eyes, right? I'm going to move the pieces for you. So all you got to do is just say the move, and I'm going to move the pieces for him. I'm going to start your clock. You just say your move and hit your clock.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
Play 1b3.
Okay. Okay, so he plays b3. I'm going to play knight f6.
Bishop b2.
g6.
Knight f3.
Bishop g7.
c4. c4.
Yep.
You got a good position.
All right, knight takes d4.
Queen takes d4, check.
Knight to f6.
Queen e3.
I think you're doing great, just so you know.
Oh, thank you.
If you're worried.
Yeah, that looks like a very boring position.
Why am I struggling so much with the right thing to play here?
My plan now is just to try to flag you.
Queen to b6.
Yeah, that's a good move.
I have 2 minutes and 24 seconds. You have 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Maybe I should have given you 10 minutes.
All right, I know. I'm old and slow.
You're not 40 yet.
All right, I'm gonna play rook to d8.
I'll play rook fd1.
You play a lot of good chess moves. Has anyone ever told you that?
No.
How am I gonna hold a freaking draw here? Come on, Dan. All right, rook takes d1.
Yeah, rook takes rook. I gotta do what I need to do to win.
You gotta do what you gotta do to win. I respect it. Knight to f6.
What are you doing? You training something? I'll play king to e3.
Why did you have to see it? It was just one. rook to d1.
D?
D1.
Yeah, I see you, Danny.
Okay.
I'll play rook to c4.
Okay, bishop to d5.
I'll play rook to c3.
Wesley, this is your chance to blunder. You can do it. Rook to g1.
Push a5. No more mate.
Rook to g1.
Pawn to e4.
Oh man, it was an accurate move. Bishop to b7.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I like going a8. I can't do it. I can't take advantage of a blind man. I'm getting mated. King to g7.
Why are you running?
That was a good move by me. It's not over yet.
Knight e8 check. I'm gonna play the most boring.
King to f7.
Rook takes bishop a6.
Run it, Wesley.
Yeah.
King takes e8.
King e6.
King to f8.
King to f6.
Oh wow, that hurts actually. That's a big time. Oh, I lost on time.
Oh,
that was a big time. I lost track of time. Wow.
Good game.
I almost feel okay about myself. Almost.
Yes. Yeah, you're doing good for your first game after a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can Denis Lazavik be the first person ever to beat Wesley So in the round of 16 in the Speed Chess Championship? He's young, but that young man wants to get it done against the favorite, Wesley So. Says it was almost a coin flip for a reason, Amon. I think I have a chance. That's what he's saying in his head. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Denis has, we're well beyond the point where there's favorites and there's underdogs in this match. I think if you get to the bullet and, it's not like a Hikaru match where you get to the bullet and you're like, oh, but Hikaru's so good at bullet that now he's a clear favorite. I think at this point, no, you're like, both sides have proven themselves to be just worthy adversaries. They have a similar style. We haven't seen any huge advantages, no big leads in the match. This is just a well-fought match, Danny, between two guys that seem to be on more or less even footing. They've both slipped up. It hasn't been perfect, but as much as Denis has been so picture perfect and these engine lines that he's able to spot have been amazing. Wesley has still found his moments to handle Denis's chess pretty effectively, because he's put him in spots that he's been uncomfortable in, and he's found a way to get him to blunder.
Couldn't agree more. And again, it's been closely contested, super accurate for both players, but it feels if anyone should have a lead, it kind of feels like it should be Wesley, just given the recent memory of what happened in the 3-1 portion there in those final moments. If you're just tuning in, lucky for you, we're deadlocked and the bullet will be dramatic. But yeah, I think you'd agree that it feels like Wesley should have a game lead or so, but he doesn't. And now you got to get the job done here in the fastest segment.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see again, A5, because it feels like we're back in that position again. A5, bishop D5, but this is bullet. We might see players even bring out a certain style that they haven't played at all in the match yet, but knowing Wesley and Denis, I feel like these are maybe the two guys of any competitor who would absolutely play their normal repertoire in bullet as well.
Creatures of habit, and confidently so. Confident creatures of habit. And I think you have reasons to be in both players' camp if you're a coach and say that that's the right strategy. You're like, Wesley, you should be winning right now. Just get the job done. Don't lose on time in that game. and Lazavik, you're like, hey, man, you're deadlocked. Don't change a damn thing, right? Just keep at it.
Yeah, truly. There's a lot of good to see from both sides there, because Wesley put in that same spot is not going to mess that result up. So just do everything the same and try to put yourself there again.
It's funny, computer doesn't like this position for black. Lazavik takes the pawn. Wesley says, I'm happy with this exchange. You pointed out, Amon. It's not just B7. It's A6 and then maybe A5, and that's why Lazavik plays C5 to try to get that pawn.
Yeah, for some reason, this position looks like definitely very, very loose. Like A6, D6 are all under attack, but it's more so the black king that is concerning. So I imagine that white would want to keep the queens on the board.
Yeah, agreed. Queen E4 almost looked like it wins because it double attacks, but black has bishop G8. The queen drops back, and she'll pick up the A6 pawn.
Okay, 20 seconds here. Of course, there is that increment, but black with the pass pawn here, you feel like it should be only black playing for something, but the problem is the black king is not out in the position at all, so remains to be seen.
Yeah, probably should be yet another draw. We've been talking, if you're just tuning in, we've had a lot of draws today. These guys, it's been amazing. We're on the edge of our seats, but these guys have found the best moves when it matters most. And sometimes it's just that means you don't get a decisive result. As we said, draws are people too. Don't judge the result. Wait, this turned around. What happened?
He was maybe just expecting that everything would be a draw and just careless. That's a loss out of absolutely nowhere, Danny. He was just like liquidating pawns, but you can't catch that H pawn.
I'm asking Mittens what happened here. I don't know. Like you, me,
anything, nothing.
Nothing.
Wow.
Anybody got anything? How did that just? I was just about to go down the draw line. Draws are people too. Don't judge the fact that we're starting the fastest portion with a peaceful result. Turns out Wesley had other ideas.
Well, I think what you meant to say was if you just joined us, you picked a fantastic time, and you have actually brought the decisive results with you.
The suspicious sports fan in me says, whatever you are, stay right there, fan. Whichever one of you just sat down in that weird position where you've got the remote, don't move so that we have decisive chess for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're posturing in that, like, I'm not sure I want to sit down and watch this show position, kind of leaning on the couch, just stay there.
Stay there. Back problems be damned. Hold the fort. All right. Now Wesley is back to facing the Catalan from Lazavik. He's been here before, but I like this. I'd like this one a lot for white. Queen E2 was not to be favored, but feels like a good space advantage for Denis.
It does. The D pawn is the concern here. I'm kind of wondering about Queen E3, but the move C5 is just so quick. So I'm trying to figure out how to play this properly. Like, I'm almost looking at knight B3, but then I'm never taking the E pawn back. So I don't know. This looks uncomfortable. I just have to play knight takes E4 and hope.
Well, It's nice when the eval bar drops and you know exactly why. The queen went to e2 and it went from white having an edge to black having an edge, and it was for the most obvious line played. D takes e4, Wesley won the d pawn, and Lazavik, you saw him shaking his head there a little bit, like he got this comfortable position I'm on and the nerves are getting to him or something.
Yeah, because, okay, in this position, only black can be doing well. Worst case, white wins their pawn back and shouldn't really be much better. But, you know, in bullet, this is a lot different from a longer blitz game. I see one pawn advantage with no way to get it back for white, and I'm like, okay, huge advantage for black.
Yeah. The d file is owned. The bishop is bad and has to guard c6, so that's one pressure point that Lazavik controls. And he wants it.
E4, hitting the pawn. Yeah, that's a
but
powerful move.
D3. Wesley says the pawn is too fast. D2, bishop f5, bishop c2, something. I don't know. Looks pretty good. Oh, no. That was my idea, was this, but apparently computer said queen c3 was better.
But f3, even bishop f5, bishop e4 is always there. So I'm wondering about that as well.
Wait. Now bishop e6 threatens bishop to c4 check, and if king e3, rook d3 check. Oh, that's the idea.
Amazing. So rook d3 and f5 to remove the king?
And Wesley So.
And you, yeah, I was going to say, you don't even take. Amazing.
You don't even take. Wesley So, Flexly So, if you're Canty, is going to go on to win his second bullet game in a row.
Wow.
And apparently Wesley was waiting for bullet all along. I don't know what's going on, but we've had, or it's whoever that guy is. It's whoever it is, it's home. It's Carl. Carl, you're out there. Stay put, Carl. Let your back be thrown out. Lean over the couch. Keep watching the Speed Chess Championship and get decisive results.
That was a hilarious sentence. Carl,
I don't know. I don't know what Carl, poor Carl.
We love you, Carl.
Yep.
I think in this spot right now, you have the first instance of the 2-point lead. It's never happened, right? 9-7. Yep. I know there's still a lot of the bullet segment to play for, but we truly haven't seen anything like this. And Wesley could just run away in the bullet unless Denis can bring it back.
Yeah. It feels like it's happened so fast, Amon. Where suddenly we have 17 minutes to go and Wesley's up by 2 games. And how did we get here?
Look at the body language from Denis. Yep. It's so different. He's doubting himself, maybe playing his theory a little bit too fast, because I mean, right here we're in a spot that black's not supposed to be in. This is a old theoretical variation, but this is just no good. I mean, you keep the bishop here, the knight on h3 is terrible, and this is uncharacteristic Denis Lazavik.
Agreed. And the knight might get trapped, by the way. Okay, g5 ensures that if g4 happens, you get knight f4, but I was just about to highlight that there are weird ways where this knight actually just gets trapped where it stands.
Yeah, and even if it doesn't get trapped, there's going to be, it feels like, some advantage to extract from the knight on h3.
Indeed. And maybe f5 is premature if black has rook e8, but f5 blocks the bishop. The g4 pawn is hanging. This position feels like it is hanging by a thread. And ever since we entered the bullet portion, Wesley has been up on the clock in every game.
Yep, and you could also just... it's interesting you decided to take. I was almost going to say bishop takes on e6, or on c4 and pawn e6. Trap the bishop on c8 or something, but... okay, decides to bring the bishop to f4. Interesting, allowing that knight out.
He wanted to win the pawn the clean way. Taking on g4 would not have been a good idea for Denis. That knight on d4 is a bit of a unicorn, dominating right now.
Yeah, this position is very straightforward for Wesley to play. Easy pressure on f6, but black's going to try with rook a4. Wow, that's a great move.
Yeah. Knight g5 takes advantage of the pin, the double attack. The knight's journey is very real. Take that, Frodo. Now who has the more dangerous journey? The knight.
Knight g5, rook h2, and d4? Are we having serious problems here? No, the knight just gets back.
Just gets back in time. The rook ending. Whoa! What's going on?
Bullets going on. But
Bullet.
White has these connected pass pawns, so I feel like you've always got it.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing before it got wild, and both sides are now riding under 5 seconds, and we've already seen Wesley lose on time in a spot like this.
Yeah. No, this has to be a win for Wesley once again, and the time is being eaten away from that match clock, and the score just keeps going up.
I am shocked. I guess in hindsight, I'm not surprised that Wesley is turning on turning on the mojo, the juice, right? He's Flexly So. He's his alter ego. He went from Wesley So to Flexly So, and now he's dominating. But I guess I'm surprised that Lazavik just looks so uncomfortable in the bullet portion.
Yeah, I do think that the results are playing a factor here. Because, for example, that last game, it just looked like he sped through his theory in the wrong order. And we've never seen that from him. So it's almost like the last game was still playing in his head a little bit. Can't really say for sure there. But other than that, I don't know. Wesley is just so consistent. He's the same throughout. And nothing seems to affect him or get him down. Like, remember, we're looking back on that game that he flagged, but he was completely winning. Danny, and like nothing, unfazed.
Well, if he does go on to win the match, I'm definitely going to ask him, like, what was going on, dude? And also something you said very kind of casually in the early stages of this match, Amon, I want to come back to. You kind of made a point that Wesley he has a cool character even after a loss. Like, he recovers super well, sort of short-term memory loss, and I think that held true even more so. If you're just tuning in, everyone, Lazavik struck first in this match early on in the 5-1 portion, and Amon was pointing out that Wesley recovered, continued to play well, and eventually evened things up. But losing that one on time, when you're in a dead winning position, dude, that breaks your heart. It drops your gut. Yet Wesley just doesn't get rattled in those spots. It's like emotionless in all the right ways.
Yeah. Yeah, it gives him that sense of like objectivity, which is what every chess player tries to get. It's so difficult to do.
But okay, we have a 3-game match. I guess we'll focus on the chess here. It is still within striking distance easily for Denis Lazavik. If he can get a dub and get back on the board, right now he's got what looks almost to be a dangerous attack, but what to do next?
Yeah, I was going to say we're almost like it looks so good, but black is 1 to 2 moves away from d4, and every bishop was looking at the white king. So kind of a scary position. D4 is going to happen. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, and now that we're here, and now that Denis is under 10 seconds, back to the storyline of, is this about to continue to be a runaway for Wesley So?
Yep, in bullet, this is not easy to do, not easy to handle. He's going to take, but the d-pawn is strong, and black can play g5 after a queen exchange and bring the king in really easily.
Yeah, looks like it's a game that only black can win right now with the passed d-pawn, and the attack has disappeared for Denis.
Yeah, because you can always play rook d8, and we all know that a draw is exactly the result that Wesley's after. I mean, you could just draw the rest of the games, so Denis he essentially has to do exactly what Wesley has done to him so far. He needs to put together 3 bullet wins in a row, and Wesley kind of made it look easy, but he's got to do the exact same thing.
We went from a lot of draws to 3 decisive games to start the bullet portion, all in Wesley So's favor. That is the first draw of the 1+1 segment. We have 10.5 minutes to go. You see that clock ticking down like your ominous, judgmental, whatever, overlord saying, speed up.
Bishop g4 kind of feels like a strange move, because I was going to say I'm not even convinced that you want to take it. But interestingly, he does take. I actually don't think that's a good move.
Yeah, it's weird. I love that you said bishop g4 is weird precisely because you don't really want to take it, but he does it. Now white has the bishop pair, and the g file is more helpful for the first player than it is for black.
Yeah, and you also, I was going to say, when you take on g3, normally you'd want to play h takes g3 and then f4.
Yeah.
You get a really nice push, but that would be the worst move on the board.
I got to show it just because I got nothing else to do, and I have the mouse, and everyone else is going to sit tight. Whoop! There you go. That's Chekalina Shlamba. And
Oops.
That's not what Wesley did. So we're back to the live game. All right. Quick checkmate.
Rook g6. Yeah, I think white is just like cruising here. It's so easy to play. Maybe rook g2 just to defend f2 so you can mobilize the queen like queen h5.
Bishop b5. Bishop b5. He just blundered bishop b5.
Great spot.
Oh, Wesley didn't see it.
Yeah.
Lazavik put his head in his hand the moment he played it. Okay, now he's down a pawn, but I wonder if Wesley realizes that he missed it. Bishop b5.
Yeah, I feel like he might see it now. Rook takes h6. It's not actually a threat, right?
It's not, and this is not over all of a sudden. I mean, look, c5 was a blunder, but if you don't see bishop b5, you have to like c5 from Denis, right? Because now black has play, and now the c3 pawn is weak, so...
Yep. You gotta eliminate this knight, I think. Okay, white almost has to, like, switch to, like, bring the queen back. I don't know. I'm almost worried that my pieces are going to be stuck over there.
Wait, there's rook takes h6. Now the rook's on d8. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Because now queen f6, and you can't block with rook g7. It's over.
That's a big mistake. That might be the match, the dagger in your heart to your hopes of winning or even coming back to tie this match. Well-timed sacrifice by Wesley, who was sitting on rook takes h6 for a while and realized that it wasn't working, and that these are the conditions I need. And as soon as he saw it, he went for it.
Brilliant move, rook takes h6, given the brilliant symbol, deservedly so. You know how sometimes you see people sharing their memes on social media, I got a brilliant symbol, and you look at it, and be honest, as a grandmaster, you judge it. You say, that's not really that brilliant of a move. Come on. Be honest.
I always keep it real. So if I see what I like to refer to as a Danny brilliancy, a Chess.com participation brilliancy, I make sure to inform people.
Okay, but that was a good... I mean, look, it doesn't have to be brilliant on the levels of craziness to say, like, it's nice when you can stack a rook for a win.
No, absolutely.
Hey, so I didn't know you made fun of it and called it a Danny brilliancy. Is that what you call it on the Chess Bro streams, a Chess.com participation award?
Yeah, it's the, excited for you to re-up your membership brilliancy.
I love that. I love it. Well, good for a lot of people is you can get a brilliant move even with a free membership. But you should go
Danny,
premium.
There's a reason why we all get that dopamine rush from the brilliancies.
That's right.
The Chess.com color selection, just that aquamarine. Oh, it's so sweet. I love it.
It goes well with everything. Aquamarine, look at that. It goes well with everything.
Beautiful move. Rook takes d5, and Denis Lazavik is literally like clinging to his life in this event because that move at least gives us something to talk about in these last couple games because he's maybe not quite out of it.
And Wesley So is going to show us how he's going to make sure it's only a couple more games. That's why he didn't resign. He's going to try to get at least another minute or two off the clock here to make that comeback even harder.
Yeah, no, he definitely do not want to resign on the spot. We saw Alireza doing that very nicely in his match. Hikaru does that, I think, the best of anyone. Probably gets more hate than anyone for doing it. I think, undue, because that's totally legitimate strategy. And, feel like people do that in like the FIFA World Cup or the Euro Cup all the time. And that's just part of the game.
It's part of the game. I mean, you see it in every sport. You see dribble out the clock. You see, running the ball, refusing to play for, high-risk possessions in football, which, of course, the opposing defense just wants you to pass it. Give me a chance for an interception. But anyway, obviously, comparisons aren't perfect. But I agree. It's part of the meta. I think Hikaru was the first one to really start doing it aggressively, and everyone has those moments of remembering it. So that, that's where I think a lot of the Hikaru hate started for doing that. But I think it is a fair strategy. I agree with you.
Mm-hmm. This is well done here because e5, rook e6, it was all leading somewhere. But to be honest, like, could you ask for a longer game
No.
than Wesley is producing here? Like, this is perfect.
Yeah. Now he gives the fork right as we said it. But
okay. Sorry, Wesley.
No, but you're right. You're right. And I was just about to say, when did we call that he was going to get another minute or two off the clock? I think at right about 6-minute mark. And so that's how you make sure you get the match victory. He's going to let the final few seconds roll off. Lazavik knows what he's doing. And again, if you're new to the Speed Chess Championship, the players are competing against multiple enemies. Their opponent, the time within the game, our commentary, but also the clock that's ticking down above them. And Wesley's protecting his lead.
And let's not forget, it was 6 minutes and about 15 seconds. So, Danny, 2 minutes elapsed since we saw that. And it's like, okay, with 6 minutes, you can dream of starting, a bunch of games and making a comeback. But all of a sudden, that game doesn't end until 4 minutes are on the match clock. And you need 3 points. So you need to finish the 2 games and then barely start the third one. So I think there's still an outside chance, but depending when this game finishes, and of course with what result, Denis has to win it with the black pieces here, we'll know whether or not these are going to be a stressful last couple of games or more of a victory lap.
Agreed. I mean, I always want stress down the stretch because I'm looking for more reasons to need that therapy. You know me, looking for that. But jokes aside, I'm okay with this one rolling up here. It's been a long day, and I think if Wesley So gets this one, he'll officially punch his ticket to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and definitely we see Denis playing very quickly and doing a good job at that because that's needed. You have to play with pace. Unfortunately, if you need more time to think about a move, you just might not have it. So we'll see what his instincts can do.
Yep. Yeah, almost the result is less important than the fact that you still have time on the total clock to get the job done. So you're right. It's about playing fast. Wesley is locking it up. But black is better. Okay, look. This is
E3 though.
Remember, if the game even starts before the total clock runs out, it counts. So Wesley's in a great spot. But if Denis converts this one, it's still possible.
Yeah, the thing is, there's about 2 minutes left. Wesley needs to essentially lose this game now. And then the other game has to start. But Wesley, I know he only has 10 seconds, but you're going to get +1 every move. So just imagine it's 10 seconds plus how many moves he can make before losing. And that's easily 20 moves, so that's 30 seconds right there. It's quite a lot of time, and I think I was talking bare minimums.
I think you're right, and I think that with that he's going to say good night, going to tuck the young one in. Denis Lazavik, the day may come in the future, but today is not that day, and
he might not even be winning.
And now he's not even winning anymore. Bishop takes g6 is a threat.
Oof.
Ooh, wait. Yeah. Nope. Not yet.
Yeah, I think he wanted to play bishop g6, hg6, and then they both get a queen, but Wesley's not even allowing that.
Now he gets f5, which will renew the threat of g6 in a different way. And
so
Wesley,
I mean, look, if we're talking about, hey, can he finish this game in time? It's like, no, Wesley wasn't even giving up on the game itself.
And, the right strategy to just stay in the moment, because not only may he not lose this game, but he has officially gotten the job done in the process. Wesley So moves on to the quarterfinals with this draw, regardless of the result of this final game.
That's right. And there is enough time for one final game to start, but obviously not playing for anything. The body language speaks volumes here, as I don't think Denis really got into this bullet segment properly. It just never felt like he found his footing, because right off the bat, it was, that game that should have been a draw And that just set the tone for the bullet. It should have been a routine draw, much like the draws we've seen throughout the entire match. And because of that one result, it just spiraled from there, Danny.
Agreed. And it's also even more surprising because all the momentum from the 3-1 segment was favoring Denis, right? Wesley was the one who had just lost on time in a winning position. Wesley was the one who was winning, but then had given up the lead. And you felt like, you know, the emotional momentum was in Denis's favor. So add that to the list of reasons to be surprised, I guess, in terms of how quickly the train went off the tracks for him in the bullet segment.
Yeah, agreed. Obviously, the match clock legitimately expired now. So if it wasn't official, now it's official that Wesley is moving on regardless here. But the guys will play this out by the looks of it. And isn't it poetic when, you know, the guy losing the match still gets that one win at the end? I feel like that's kind of common in these matches.
It happens a lot. And the queen nearly gets herself trapped in the middle of the board. That doesn't happen often, but she'll be relegated to the queen side while Denis launches an attack on the king side after taking on f6. No, wait. No, he's going to try to defend the double pawns, but then he loses a piece. So, yeah. It happens a lot. Some cash exchanged, a few more dollars in Denis Lazavik's pocket here. Wesley lets the clock run out. And don't go anywhere, everybody. Now's your chance, fans, to give us some great questions. We will certainly have an interview. We're going to talk to Wesley about a lot of things. He moves on to the quarterfinals. Denis Lazavik, not this year, not yet.
Not yet is the best way to put it, Danny. That's a face to familiarize yourself with. Denis, I think, showed us in the first two segments that he can go toe-to-toe with the most accurate player in this tournament. And, full congratulations to Wesley, who fended off Denis's advances there. Literally a 50-50 matchup. But then his experience came through, and once again, Wesley does not lose a round of 16 matchup in the SCC and defeats Denis Lazavik to move on.
Agreed. Yeah, this is a final score of 12-2. I guess not the one game victory that Smarter Chess predicted, but pretty darn close. So again, shout out to Smarter Chess predictions. They remain a meme that we like to troll. They remain surprisingly accurate. I hate that guy. Either way, Wesley So has still never lost to open up an SCC, and not today either.
Yeah, a phenomenal match, really. Definitely a different style, but I think when you see all those draws, you have to remind yourself that you are watching chess being played at pretty much the highest level, not just by one of the participants, but by both. When you see these results, it's just a different style of playing, and still a lot to appreciate about these games. And we had our fireworks, Danny. We had our eval swings. We had our queen sacrifices. We had our flags when... I mean, I can't believe that Wesley flagged one of the nicest games that anyone put together in that format. So I think this match had a little bit of everything.
It's hilarious because I bet if we look at accuracy too, that game might have been one of the best games he played in the entire match. Yeah. Yet accuracy doesn't account for time management, although that's an interesting idea.
How accurate are these guys at managing their clock? I
wonder if we
do
could
not
add
want
that
this stat to exist for my own, well-being.
That's actually a really interesting feature. You did a video a long time ago about like managing the clock and playing bullet chess. I remember that video. I love that video. I love your videos. I'm on Hamilton. Big fan here. But I think time management is super underrated in chess as far as talking points, especially for the aspiring and improving tournament player. But that's a really interesting thing to consider. We have something we're working on with the eval bar to bring other elements into the evaluation, not just the position on the board, but the player's historical record, their ratings, and the situation on the clock. But actually bringing time management into the accuracy score, we have not considered yet. I'm sorry to go full feature mode, but that's like a cool idea.
Yeah, it really is. Thinking about because we all know, we look at a position and, white might be better according to the engine, but you just know that Hikaru's playing with the other color, and then time is like 2 seconds. So you're like, okay, this is basically like a Hikaru win.
Right. No, okay. Well, we're going to talk about that feature. I didn't realize we were supposed to take a break before Wesley joins us, but Wesley So will be with us on the other side of this. Amon Hamilton will stick with me for those of you who have been here from the very beginning of this day. Don't go anywhere. You might as well. You've come this far. When we return, it's the final moments of this epic doubleheader on a Monday. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship returns in just a few moments.
We just got started, so I'll let you know.
And the rebounder, Richardson. Still an opportunity with a minute to play.
This is the 1 hour chess lesson you could take to make sure that you have all the starting tips, strategies, and basic understanding to really be ready. By owning the D file, White can do anything that he or she wants. If you don't understand what to do here, you might move the queen to safety on c6 and immediately lose the first lady to bishop to b5. King on the 6th, pawn on the 5th is a winning king and pawn ending where no matter what black does, we are going to be able to bring a new queen to the board. You can also skip the parts that maybe you already know how to move the pieces or the language and jump in at a level that's appropriate to you.
As promised, we are now joined by Wesley So, who just got the match victory versus Denis Lazavik. Wesley, you've never lost an opening round match in the Speed Chess Championship. But today was different. Did you feel nervous heading into bullets, still deadlocked with Denis, especially given how wild the end of the 3-1 portion was?
Yeah, for sure. I didn't know exactly what to expect. It was a very difficult match. But when I won two in a row in bullet, I got very comfortable, and I kept an eye on the match clock. It's a very new match for me because I don't really know Denis Lazavik that much. He's a new up and coming player. You know, he's a good kid. I only met him in person once, but he's not like one of the well known players like Shakriar Mamidjerov or Anish Giri. So coming today, I wasn't sure how easy or how hard it's going to be. But when I haven't won a single game in 5 games, in the first 5 games, I knew that it's going to be a tough day in the office.
How did you hold it together then, right? Because he's a very solid player. I can tell you the storyline for us as commentators has been that, you know, he grew up online, so he's obviously very good in these time controls. He's very comfortable here. He has an opening repertoire where he gets kind of the same positions over and over again. So what was your thought coming into the match in terms of how to tackle his style, given your, as you said, your lack of experience playing against him?
Well, I prepared mostly with the black pieces because, as you said, Denis plays like 1 or 2 openings with both colors. Like we have a very similar repertoire in that way. So when you play something that you've been playing forever, you have a big advantage in Blitz because you're very familiar with the structure. So I prepared mostly with black. I try not to, because I thought he might play the Catalan every single game, and he almost did. So I just want to get a position where I'm not losing. You know, I knew it was going to be a long match. So I just want to get a playable position with black. And with white, I didn't really prepare that much. I just want to get... I had some ideas, but I wanted to get a position where I was more familiar than him, which didn't really happen. As you notice, my first idea was just to play 1 e4 the entire match, but I wasn't really getting the positions I like, and in fact, he was outplaying me. So I then moved on to d4. Maybe in hindsight, I should have tried other openings too, such as the English or 1b3, just to get Denis out of his book. It might be interesting to try lesser known openings with white. And with black, my idea was to play solidly because he's had hundreds of games with the Catalan, for instance. And, you know, he knows his opening, he knows his theory. I think we had several interesting opening choices. Also, he had a fascinating idea in the Queen's Gambit decline with Bishop g5 on move 4 and then Bishop f4. So I kind of mixed up my preparation there. But yeah, as you said, kids these days, they're just very good in playing online. They play they play Title Tuesday every single week, and maybe I might join Title Tuesday again soon. But I noticed Denis won 10.5 out of 11 Title Tuesday the other day, so I was watching some games. So yeah, he's a blitz monster, and I kind of needed to be. I kind of need to have good fortune today. Unfortunately, I won the bullet, and as usual, yeah, I'd like to thank the Lord for the win today, because I don't win too often nowadays. So, I gotta mention it when I win.
I think you should be nicer to yourself. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and also, yeah, I mean the Speed Chess Championship is just incredibly strong this year. So there have been many years where Nakamura is the top dog, but now Magnus is also joining, and MBL has improved a lot. So it's it's incredibly strong, and I'm honored to be part of it.
Well, we're honored to have you. I want to ask you a few more questions because, as you said, Lazavik is a blitz beast. Maybe you exposed what he needs to work on, that he's not a bullet beast. But heading into that faster portion, Wesley, all the momentum seemed to be favoring Denis. And I got to go back to this game. It was because you shocked us when you lost on time in this rook end game. That might have been one of your better games of the whole match. So can you take us through what happened? Did you just lose track of the clock? Was there something weird on your end? Because we were all just absolutely shocked when you lost on time.
Yeah, no, I'm actually playing from the library here in Minnesota. So we have a big library near our house because our internet at home, sometimes I get disconnected for 2 seconds and then it comes back. But the internet here in the library is very, very stable. So it's not, I didn't lose on time because of the internet connection. Like I didn't get disconnected at all. I just totally lost track of the time. I
Okay.
was focused I was focused on the board winning. I didn't look on the clock. But I actually noticed it when I played King F6 before a couple moves before I lost. I noticed I had 1.2 seconds. I was like, "Whoa, come on, just make a draw, or
Okay,
something."
well,
That's more. I should just keep checking.
I
But
wanted to make sure.
yeah, no, I didn't get disconnected. I just was so focused on winning the board. But I think it might have been a good wake up call. It might have been a good like it turned out to be a good thing in the end because after that I had all my I kept one eye on the clock at all times after that. I just also I realized that bullet and 1+1 is not really about winning the position, but a big part of it, at least 50% factor is on the clock as well. But I'm very pleased, like oh sorry. Yeah.
Oh, you okay? You okay?
Sorry, I just lost. Yeah. Thanks. I'm fine.
Did you lose audio, or you still got me?
I can hear you now. I just lost
Okay.
it for a second, but
well, I appreciate that, and I think in the end, maybe what turned out to be a thought about momentum facing or favoring Denis because of how the 3-1 ended, as you said, turned out to be a wake up call, sort of a blessing in disguise, right? That you lost that game, and
yeah,
a good.
Yeah, and because I had bad time management in the beginning of the match, and also certain times like I just fall asleep. So it was a good wake up call. Like during the bullet, like I won quite convincingly, but I wasn't happy because in some of the games I'm down 20 seconds, 30 seconds in the bullet section, and that's just unacceptable. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I must say also that chess is a bit tricky these days because you don't know where their main time control, so you don't know which time control you need to focus on. Like Denis is clearly a Blitz specialist. He plays 2 Title Tuesdays every single week, and he does very well. Like he can make a living winning all these Title Tuesdays. But it's tricky because you don't know what time control you should focus on.
Yep. Well, you did obviously find it when it mattered most, whether a wake-up call or not was needed. You turned it on in bullet. I'm wondering if you feel like maybe that'll be a sign of things to come. You've had matches where you were leading heading into the bullet against guys like Nakamura before, and it's gotten away from you. So is this your year? Is this Wesley So's SCC year? I'm asking you to call it.
Yeah, I'm hoping every single year. I'm praying every single year. Yeah. I mean, obviously it's tricky because you have Magnus and Hikaru, like 2 bad dogs. But I'm rooting for Hans Niemann against Magnus. Just want to say that.
All right.
Do you think
Well,
Hans has any chance? Yeah, I'm rooting for Hans though. I hope he.
I think Hans definitely has a chance, but I think he's the underdog against MVL for sure. Not just because of Maxime's historical kind of experience in the SCC format, but also Maxime is playing lights out chess right now. The guy just seems to have found his form of whatever we would want to say, right? 2018, 2019. MVL is a beast in every event that he's competing in.
Yeah, he's back like in speed chess, like in Blitz especially. He's I think he can compete with the likes of Hikaru and Magnus. Like he's in really good form. Also he played very well in Croatia.
Yeah.
Also the Champions Chess Tour he just won.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we could just talk all day and just hang out. I mean, how are things? How's life?
Yeah, it's good to see you once again, Danny. I look forward to meeting you again in person. Well, I'm hoping to do well here. Then I can see you in Paris.
Yeah, me too. It would be a blast. I've got a couple questions I got to ask. I got to ask from chat, and I appreciate what you said about knowing that the internet was an issue. Obviously, super fans of the community will know that there's been some discussions about that recently and some debates about server and lag issue. Some of them are overrated, by the way. We're going to address that in the State of Chess when we talk about on Thursday. But I appreciate I wanted to face the music live in case it was something you wanted to say, but appreciate that it wasn't the internet and you just happened to fall asleep at the wheel. So let's dive into some fan questions.
Yeah, you can't blame Chess.com for all your problems.
Okay, hey,
Like some
can
people.
someone clip what Wesley So just said? You can't blame Chess.com for all your problems. I agree with that.
Yeah.
So-
Like I
Oh,
heard
man.
Ian's interview the other day, and he was complaining a lot.
Wesley, you literally just warmed my heart with that. That's coming up in therapy this week. I'm going to say, you know what Wesley said, and tell my therapist, and she's going to be like, what? And be like, Wesley said you can't blame Chess.com for all your problems. She's going to be like, see? All right, we got some questions from chat. So we've got first one from Mr. FN, a bunch of letters, not going to read your username. Do you think Denis has chances to win the SCC in the future, based on what you saw here today?
SCC, the future. Well, how future? Yeah. Like I don't want to say no. Like I don't want me to be mean to anybody. But if with Magnus and Hikaru, if they can keep their form, you know, maybe when Hikaru becomes like really old, you know, like 55 or. But it's hard to beat those two top dogs. So if we keep this format, like Denis has to improve tremendously. I don't see it happening.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's a fair and astute observation. Second one is from Pumpkin the cat. Just wants to know, how's your cat? How's your cat doing?
Oh, they're doing very well. Yeah, thanks for asking. So actually, we have two cats, and they're 1.5 years old because we got new ones. Though the previous ones passed away at the young age of 21.
Well,
So, but they're
sorry to
doing
hear
very
that.
well. And yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, but we're doing very well. Actually, we got it last year during the World Cup, and it's very nice because this year I had a much more relaxed schedule. Like I only traveled 2 times this year so far, so it's very nice to spend time with them at home and just chill. Yeah.
That's great. Well, Wesley, it's nice spending time with you. I'm not going to lie, but at some point we do have to bring this thing to a close. So I'm going to say congratulations. Well deserved. You stuck with a match that was very topsy-turvy all the way in the bullet portion, and best of luck. You will face the winner of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Hans Niemann. You said you're rooting for Hans, and
Yeah.
are you taking Hans in that match over MBL? You think he's going to get it done?
No, no, I'm rooting for him. I'm not putting money on him.
All right, well, there you go. All right.
But I played him
Wes-
some bullet games the other day, and he played decent. He played very well. So
Okay.
maybe I'll practice him. Maybe I'll play him again tomorrow. Some bullet. We'll see. To
All right.
help him a bit.
Well,
Also to help me.
Wesley, congrats again. We're going to let you go before they turn all the lights off on you. The library, we saw the library lights flickering a little bit. So enjoy your victory
automatic.
and head home.
Thank you
And,
so much. Yeah, unfortunately, the light here is motion activated, so I have to.
Stand up and wave your hands. All right.
Yeah.
All right, Wesley.
Thanks,
Congrats,
Danny.
man. And we'll see you
Okay,
again
good.
in your next match.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Hope to see you again soon. Bye. Bye,
You
Aman.
too.
Thanks.
Talk later. That was Wesley So, the nicest, most kindest interview in chess right there. And wasn't so kind on the board when it got to the bullet portion against Denis Lazavik. He does get the job done by a final score of 12-10, as you can see right there. And he will await the winner of Hans Niemann and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He said he's rooting for Hans, but he thinks MBL's the favorite. I think we would agree on that. That's one of two matches coming up on Wednesday, Amon. We also have Fabiano Caruana versus Alireza Firouzja. Yes, that rhymed. Yes, that feels good.
Well, I think it's a common thing, Danny, that you would root for the guy that's not necessarily a favorite, because if you believe that, that's supposedly an easier match for you. So I think that's pretty fair assessment from Wesley right there. And as you said, always a great interview. I feel like Wesley always says what's on his mind and calls it how it is, which I always appreciate about him.
Yeah, and direct comments. You know, he thinks that Denis has a lot of room to grow in terms of how things got away from him. And I think the bullet portion was kind of revealing in terms of the difference there, and good for us to see, because you don't know how he's going to do against the elite of the generation he's now trying to challenge. And today kind of showed Denis where he needs to work. So let's go ahead and talk about the next time we're all working, which is on Wednesday. The round of 16 continues and wraps up with 2 more matchups. We've already said it a few times. It's MBL versus Hans Niemann, and then Fabiano Caruana versus Alexei Sarana. I think we both have MBL as the favorite there. Who do you have in Caruana versus Sarana? I think that's more of a coin toss.
Yeah, I was actually listening to the interview that Alireza gave, and his perspective on these players is definitely a valuable one to have, and he definitely could see a lot of situations where maybe Alexei Sarana playing his best chess could actually be 50-50 or even a slight favorite, just because of the fact that a guy like that maintaining like 3,200 we're talking about on Chess.com regularly is no joke, and this is the exact format that we've got in front of us, an online format, online time controls. We've seen him play well time and time again. I think Fabi has always just got this knock on him. His Blitz might not be at the level that other players at his classical FIDE rating are able to put forth, but that's something that I feel like is so undeserved in the last couple of years. Fabi has always been improving his Blitz tremendously, I think, but still that bullet portion is where Fabi, I think, is not on maybe the level of Sarana, but certainly on some of his peers. But I think Fabi's Blitz has taken big strides. So, I feel like that knocks a little undeserved nowadays for him. But I think the bullet is where Fabi just hasn't demonstrated that like real confidence that would make you say, oh, he's the clear favorite in this match.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think summarizing, Fabi's the slight favorite, not a clear favorite, and I think it's for the reasons you said. And we'll see what Sarana can do. It's fun watching a guy like Alexei Sarana because he's been playing in these events since he was in the Junior Speed Chess Championship. For those, we've been running that event for a long time, and so when you watch a guy like that come up, I mean, even if he was playing toward the end of being a junior, it's just cool to see someone rise to the ranks of the elite in terms of online Blitz and bullet chess, and we'll see what he can do against the highest rated player in the U.S. So, all right, Amon, we got to go see what we can do besides talk about chess. We got a busy afternoon. You're probably streaming, doing something awesome. I'm probably, going to hang out on Slack and email for a while, go home, get yelled at by my kids, wait for the next day. But no, kidding. Shout out to everybody who was with us today. This was an awesome doubleheader. The match is delivered. We will see you on Wednesday for the doubleheader there, the last of the round of 16. Until then, for the crew, everyone working hard, production, the team, the staff, game ops, all the people that help make our events what they are, thank you. On behalf of all of them, thanks to our mods. Enjoy Title Tuesday tomorrow, and Amon and I will see you on Wednesday.
Bye, guys.